And you must make sure that you spend most of your time with your books and not doing a lot of unnecessary stuff, because this is a very important time. You need to take a short-term sacrifices. Just hear the word high order question and think that you will not be able to attempt all questions that are asked by the examiner. Attempt all of them. Now, we are going to start with our settlement geography revision. Remember, for your settlement geography, it's important that you must master all your concepts. We're going to be looking at your rural settlements. You will be looking at the site and situation, types of shapes and patterns of settlement. We'll be looking at issues in rural settlements. We'll be looking at the land reform. You'll be looking at urban settlements, types of urban settlements. What is an urban profile, morphology, where we're looking at the street patterns, land use models, and then urban settlement issues, which is traffic congestion and informal settlement, among others. There will be other issues like your overcrowding, your shortages of houses. So those, your protests, or what protests, or we call them the service delivery protests. So there's a number of issues that you find in urban settlements, but today we'll just focus on informal settlements, and we can just also just quickly go through the traffic congestion. Now, let's look at a typical type of short objective questions. Here is the first question. It says, various options are provided as possible answers to the following questions. Choose the answer and write only the letter A to D next to the question numbers. So it is very important that you read your leading statements to your question. You cannot start answering the questions before you read your leading statement. Make sure that you understand your leading statement, because it's giving you an instruction, or actually it's giving you a clue, and then the question will give you instruction. Now, the first question is the statement is choose the answer and write only letter A to D next to the question numbers, and then you have those. The first question says, the pattern of the settlement at A is. Now, where is the settlement? The settlement A. And then what is the question saying? It says the pattern. So you need to look at the pattern. Remember, now when you're speaking of the pattern, we got two types of pattern. The patterns that you have either nucleated or you have dispersed pattern. So those are the two patterns that you have. Now, when you look at this, the first thing that you need to do, you need to answer your questions firstly by elimination. Isolated farmstead is not a pattern, and then village is not a pattern. So you only have two choices there. You have dispersed pattern and nucleated pattern. Now you're looking at the settlements here. Are they far from each other or are they close to each other? Then the answer will be that it is a dispersed pattern, because the buildings or the settlements are far from each other. And then the next question says the shape of the settlement at B. So here at B, we are looking at the shape. We're not looking at the pattern now, the shape. So the settlements can be classified according to shape as well. So what is the shape at B? Is it T shape? Okay, this is more than a T. Okay, but this is a shape. You can leave it. This is cross. But this one, you can cancel it out because it's a pattern. And then you have three shapes there. But this does not show any round. Round is not correct. And then T cannot be T. It must be only two roots that are converging there. But now this one, the correct one will be your cross road, because you can see the roads are crossing each other. So that will be the correct one there. Then we're looking at the next one here. The next question is the shape of the settlement at C was determined by the. Now you're looking at the settlement at C. Then you have to go to your key. You have to go to your key so that you are able to identify what is this feature, so that you can know what is this feature. So then the question was proximity to the CBD. Do you see any CBD there? There's no CBD there. Need for privacy. Need for privacy will not indicate any shape. And then, is this a river? So you cancel the river out. So this is a road. So your answer is straightforward there. The shape there is influenced by the road. So, and then as you go again into this settlement, you look at, let's just quickly go back to this settlement. So what we have here, this is one diagram, but this diagram can teach us number of lessons. Number one, what we can learn from this diagram, we can look at now, what do we have here? We have types of settlements. Remember now we have spoken about the pattern here. We have spoken about the pattern here. We said the pattern here is dispersed. Now, it is important. The question might not come as the pattern. The examiner could ask you to give the advantages. Now, what will be the advantage? Let's look at this pattern here. And then sometimes the examiner is very generous when he asks the question. He can ask you what are the advantages of staying at settlement A, or what are the advantages of staying at settlement B. So if the question is like that, it is very, or advantages or disadvantages. If it's like that, then the question is very easy for you. But sometimes the examiner can take that question to another level. He can make it a little bit specific and say, what are the economic advantages of staying at settlement B? So settlement B will be nucleated. What will be the economic advantages? That there will be sharing of resources here. The people that live here will share resources. So it's an economic advantage because they will not spend more money buying resources for themselves. What will be another economic advantage is that they will share the cost as well. They share the resources, they share the costs. But now it can be, what is the economic disadvantage? So when you're looking at this place and say, what is the economic disadvantage? Now you can say, okay, because now they are staying in small, okay, the land is fragmented. The land is fragmented or is broken into smaller area. So the disadvantage is that because the land is small, it means the production is also going to be less. So that is less income for the people. And then you can also look at it, because you were sharing the cost, it means now you will also have to share the profit. So those will be the economic disadvantages. And then what will be, so it can be economic or it can be social. What will be the social advantages? The assistance is closer or help is nearby. There is no social isolation for staying at B. Social advantages is that there is social interaction, assistance is close by. Now, let's look at A now. What will be the economic advantages there? The economic advantage number one, the area is large. Because of the large area, it means there's going to be more production. More production is going to result in more money. But you cannot just say the area is large and leave it at that. That becomes a social advantage. If you make it an economic advantage, you say the area is large, or you say the farms are large, and therefore there's going to be more production that is going to lead into more income. So you must indicate how is that going to help the money part of it. You cannot just say the area is large. And now again, what will be the other advantage? The advantage is that because you are using your equipment alone and you don't share your equipment, you are going to experience less damages and therefore you're going to save money. But if you are in this nucleated, because you are sharing resources, you are sharing equipment, so the equipment can break often because other people will be not using them correctly, or they will be misusing them, or the equipment will be overused. But here, the equipment will be used sparingly, and because it's individual person using the equipment can last longer, and therefore saving money for the owners. So those are the economic advantages there. But the economic disadvantage will be that because you are on your own, you carry all the cost. Because you are on your own, you carry all the cost. And then there could also be something like, what are the social disadvantages? What will be the social disadvantages of staying here? There is no social contact. You're going to travel longer distances to the services. So those are the disadvantages that you could get. So from just one diagram like this, you could get a lot of questions and answers from it. Now, let's continue and move to the next question. Okay, we did this. The shape of the settlement at sea is influenced by the road. And then because it is influenced by the road, what will it be? Because the road is in a line form. So this will be called a linear. This will be a linear pattern because it is influenced by the road. Now, let's look at this one. Refer to the hierarchy of settlements below to answer the following question. The settlement at D is dash dash on the hierarchy due to dash dash in the number of services. So when you receive a question like this, all you need to do, you need to interpret here. So what do you have here? You have this diagram. This is the diagram that is indicating, this triangle is indicating hierarchy of settlements. So what is the hierarchy of settlements showing us here? The arrows here are self-explanatory. It says, when you move down, what is happening? There is decrease in number of services, and there is also decrease in number of services. There is a decrease in order of services. So when you go down, you're going to find mostly low order services. Also, what is happening here, there is a decrease in population because the settlements are becoming smaller. There's going to be also a decrease in population, and then there's also going to be a decrease in size. So number one is order of goods and services. Population is going to decrease when you go down, and it's also the size is going to decrease. But now when you go on the other side, what is increasing here? The population is increasing when you go up. When you move up the order, in the hierarchy, the population is increasing. Because of the increasing population, the sizes of the settlements is also becoming bigger. Because the size is also becoming bigger, also the order of services is going to also increase. So when you go to capital city, you'll find, you go to conurbation and cities, you find high order services there. And then what is also going to increase there? You said the size, the order, the population is going to decrease. But there is something that is going to decrease here. There's something that is going to decrease when you move up the hierarchy. What is decreasing there is the number of settlements. What is decreasing there is the number of settlements. So the settlements are becoming fewer when you move up the hierarchy. What does it mean? It means you're going to find that there are few cities than large towns. So there will be more towns that come together to make a city. And there will be more small towns that come together to make a large town. So the number of settlements decrease when you move up the ladder, when you move up the hierarchy. When you move up the hierarchy, the number of settlements is going to decrease, but the size is going to increase. And because the size is increasing, also the population is increasing. And the order of services is also increasing when you move up the order. Now, let's look at this question now that we have that background information. It says here, refer to the hierarchy of settlements. And now, the hierarchy of settlement, you must also know what does it mean. Hierarchy of settlements simply refers to the arrangement of settlements or ranking of settlements from the smallest to the largest. That's what we call hierarchy. The ranking of settlements or the arrangement of settlements from the smallest to the largest, or you can look at it in terms of from the largest to the smallest or smallest to in an ascending or in a descending order. But you are going to be ranking them like that. So it makes it a hierarchy of settlements. So it says below to refer to the hierarchy of settlements below to answer the following question. The settlement at D is dash on the hierarchy. So settlement D, let's go to settlement D and check what is settlement D. So when you look at settlement D is an isolated farmstead. Is an isolated farmstead. So what is the question saying there? The question is saying settlement D is dash on the hierarchy. Is dash on the hierarchy. So you have to choose here. Is it higher or is it lower in the hierarchy? So this is your isolated farmstead. So the correct answer there, it is lower on the hierarchy due to in the number of services. So what is happening in the number of services? Are the services increasing or are they decreasing when you move down? When you move down towards the lowest settlement, is it decreasing or increasing? Because there are fewer people there, then the services are also going to decrease. So what will be the correct answer here? The correct answer is that the settlement at D is lower on the hierarchy due to the decrease in the number of services. Because it is found on the lower level, then the correct answer there will be A, which is Roman figure 1, higher, and 4. Now, here is the next question. It talks about types of settlements. What do we have here in types of settlements here? It says choose the word or the term from column B that matches the picture in column A. Write only the letter Y or Z next to the question number. And then we have all that 1.2.1 up to 1.2.7. Now, it says now we're looking at this settlement here, 1.2.1. Is this a specialized town or is a central place town? So when I'm looking at this, I don't see anything like other settlements around this. So number one, it tells me this cannot be a central place because it is not surrounded by any rural areas. So our first option there, it will be, it is a specialized town. It is a specialized town. And going to 1.2, here it says, what is the settlement here? Is it gateway town or gateway town or gap town, or is it a break of bulk? So I don't see any mountain here, and I don't see any gap through the mountain. So number one, I'm saying this cannot be a gap town. But what can I see here? I can see a truck here. A truck is road transport. And I can see here there is a ship, a vessel. Now, this can be a break of bulk. Actually, this cannot be. It is a break of bulk. Why is it a break of bulk point? Because you can see a road and a water transport is replaced by a road transport. So a break of bulk point is where one mode of transport is replaced by another. So you can see cargo coming through the ship and is loaded into the truck. So this is what we call a break of bulk point or break of bulk town. So break of bulk where one mode of transport is replaced by another. Railway replacing water, or in this case, it is a road replacing water transport. So it's a break of bulk point. And then what we have here, Cape Town or Cape Town. So what is this town here? I can see there is Hex River Pass. So a pass is a gap through the mountain. So this is not a junction town because I don't see a lot of roads intersecting with each other. So this cannot be a junction town, but it is going to be a Okay, let's finish this one first. We said this one is a break of bulk point, and now this one is going to be this is a gap town. It cannot be a junction town. It's a gap because we have here what we call a hex river pass. So a pass, which would be the gap on the mountain there. And then what do we have here? We have a town called Kroonstad. So here in Kroonstad, is this a specialized town or is a central place town? If it's a specialized town, what does it specialize in? So we can't think of anything that is specialized in, but here we can see here's a town, and you can see here there's a rural areas here. So what do we call this town now? We can call it a central place town. We call it a central place town. Now you need to be able to define what a central place town is. A central place town is a town that provides urban functions to the surrounding rural area. Is a town that provides urban functions to the surrounding rural area. Or you can simply say it provides goods and services to the surrounding rural areas. So that is what we call a central place town. Now, what you need to know now when you're talking about central place town, you need to know this few concepts. Number one, a range. So here, people that stay in this rural area, they move to the town. So what do you call that? We call that a range. What is a range? Is the maximum distance. A range is the maximum distance. It's a maximum distance that a customer is prepared to travel for goods or for services. A maximum distance that a customer is prepared to travel for goods or for services. And this range that people are going to travel from this place to this place is going to be determined by the order of their goods. If somebody wants, okay, the order of goods, we have two types of order of goods. We have what we call low order goods, and we have what we call high order goods. So how do you define low order goods? Low order goods are the goods that are not purchased frequently. Low order goods are the goods that are purchased frequently. Low order goods are the goods that are purchased frequently. That's your low order goods, like your bread, like your sweets, like the things that you use on everyday basis. Those are your low order goods, and they are characterized by a short range. You don't travel a longer distance to go and buy bread, even if bread is going to be cheaper on the furthest point. But because you consider the transport cost and other things, you buy it closer to where you are because it's a low order good. And then we also have what we call high order goods. High order goods are what we call specialized goods. High order goods are specialized goods, and they are not purchased frequently. You might be using them frequently, like your phone, like your car. Those are high order goods, but you are not buying them frequently, even if you're using them frequently. So for an example, when talking about a vehicle, you can buy a car staying in Gauteng. You can buy a car from KZN. Staying in South Africa, you can buy a car from Japan. You can buy a Toyota car from Japan. You can buy a German cars from Germany. You can buy Chinese cars from China. You can wait for the delivery of the car to come into where you are because you don't buy them frequently. So those are your high order goods. Those are your high order goods. We also have what we call high order services. High order services. So high order services are specialized services. For example, we're talking about going to university and going to school. Going to school is not a high order service. Going to primary school, going to secondary school. That is why you find that the people that are going to a particular school are be coming from local area. But when you go to university, for example, when you're looking at the University of Witwatersrand, University of Witwatersrand or Wits University, it attracts students. It attracts students from all over the world. When you go to Wits University, you'll find Chinese people studying there, people from China. You'll find Americans studying there. You'll find people from all over the world because it's a specialized services. It's a high order service. Let's say, for example, you have a headache and you have a small, just a light headache. All you need a grandpa. You can go to a shop and buy it. But if you have a serious migraine, you can even travel to America or Russia or Italy or wherever you can travel to, where you will find a specialist. You can travel all over the world to go and receive your specialist doctors. But for a simple headache that needs grandpa, it's a low order service. So you don't need specialized assistance for that. You just need to just water and grandpa, and you are sorted. Then we also have what we call centers. Like I said, your school is a low order center because it attracts people from just around where you stay. So what does that mean now? It means now, when you're speaking of it attracting people, what do we call these people? The people that are using the services are called threshold population. So in definition, when you define threshold population, you say is the maximum number of people required to make business profitable. Maximum number of people required to make business profitable. We call that threshold population. So which means now, Wits University has a higher threshold population than your school that you are studying at. Your school that you're studying at has a lower threshold population because it's a low order center and doesn't have specialized goods and specialized services. But Wits University is a specialized center and therefore it has got bigger threshold population. And because it's got bigger threshold population, remember we said threshold population is the minimum number of people required to make business profitable. Minimum people required to make business profitable. We call that threshold population. And then where does these people come from? Where does these people come from? The people come from an area called sphere of influence. What is sphere of influence? Is an area that provides business with customers. An area that provides business with customers. For example, your school, your local school, the threshold, the sphere of influence for your school is the area where you are coming from, which is close by. But when you're looking at the sphere of influence for Wits University, it is the entire world. The entire world. It gets people from all over. It gets people from all over. But it does not mean that it's going to accommodate everybody. But the people that go to that university will be coming from all over. It attracts people from all over the world. But I can't imagine somebody who will Google your school and decide to come and study at your school because coming from America or coming from anywhere far, because it is a low order center and it provides low order services. So it's got a small sphere of influence, which is your local area, and it's got a smaller sphere of small sphere of influence, which is your local area, and small threshold population, which is the entire people that are coming from your local area. That is what you need to know about the central place theory. So another question that examiner can ask was being, why is Kroonstad considered to be a central place town? Why is Kroonstad considered to be a central place town? It is considered to be a central place town because it provides goods and services. So when you get that kind of question, don't be thinking, why is it central? Oh, it's in the center, is what? Don't think like that. When they say, why is it considered to be a central place town? You just need to define what is a central place town. It's considered to be central place town because it provides goods and services to the surrounding rural areas, or because it provides urban functions. Remember we said urban settlements are specializing, they are multifunctional. Urban settlements are multifunctional. What did we mean by multifunctional? It means they have more than one function. What is a function? Function of a settlement refers to the economic activities. It refers to the economic activities. So urban areas are multifunction. They have more than one economic activity. Number one, they have what we call secondary activity, that is where there is manufacturing, and they have tertiary, that is where there is provision of services. I did not put a quaternary here because quaternary cannot be strictly in rural areas or in urban areas. The quaternary services are ubiquitous. They could be found anywhere. They could be anywhere. They could be in rural areas, they could be in urban areas. So that is why we don't say provide secondary, tertiary, and quaternary services, because you can get a research center somewhere in the deepest rural areas or furthest in the bushes away from where people stay. So it is not, also you can find it right in the middle of the city, like many research centers that you find in the city. So, but it is not necessarily that they must be in the city. Okay, let's continue. I hope you understand what is the central place theory. Now, let's go to the next question. The next question here, if you look at this question and the previous question, you'll notice there's a lot of similarities here. It says here, refer to the source material below, choose the correct word or words from those given in brackets, write only the words or the word next to the question numbers. So it is very important. You see what I'm seeing, what I'm doing here. I am reading this instruction of the question. I don't just quickly rush through answering. I read through the instruction so that I can know what the examiner is expecting me. Do they want me to write alphabets only, or do you want me to write the names or words? So it's very important that you read. It says choose, write only the word or the word. So it's very important that you go through that. You understand what does the question want from you. It says the type of settlement in the figure is a rural or urban settlement. So this settlement, or what we see here, it is rural settlement. It is very clear. This settlement, why do we say it's rural? Because you can see there's cultivation there, or there's cultivated land there. You can even see there, and you can also see the word farm boundary, indicating that there is a farm there. So it will be a rural settlement. And remember, when we're speaking of rural settlement, we say a settlement is rural because of its function. Because of its function. Rural settlements are unifunctional and they focus, or they dominate mostly. The dominant economic activity is primary activities. What are primary activities? Is your fishing, is your farming, is your forestry, it is mining and hunting. So these are the example of primary activities. So when you say a settlement is primary, we are classifying when you say a settlement is rural, we are classifying a settlements according to function. And then when you're saying a settlement is nucleated, we are classifying settlement according to a pattern. And when you say a settlement is a metropolis, or it is a conurbation, or is a town, we are classifying a settlement according to the size and complexity. So sometimes you can be asked a question in those lines. Settlement, the settlement is rural because of, then the options will be, is it because of population size? Is it because of pattern? Is it because of function? Or is it because of any other thing? So if they say the settlement is rural, you must know it is because of function. It is not because of pattern, and it's not because of size. If they say the settlement is a town, it is because of size and complexity. Is it because of pattern? You must know, once we say town, or we give isolated farmstead, we say what? Town, small town, village, it's because of size and complexity. And when you say the settlement is nucleated, it's not because of the size, it's not because of the pattern, it's not because of the size, it's not because of the shape, it's because of the pattern. So you must be careful how we classify settlements. Okay, let's continue. These settlements are associated with primary, tertiary economic activities. It's rural settlement, so it is primary. We'll quickly go through that. It's primary settlement. It is rural, so it is primary. The physical factor that contributed to the choice of site of this settlement. Now you must know what is site. A site is a precise piece or exact piece of land where a settlement is found. So what influenced this? Is it built on the mountain? No, it is the factor. The factor that influenced the site here is water or mountain. So it is water because you can see river there. So why will river influence the site of the rural settlements? Water is used for irrigation. Cultivation at A is more likely to be small scale or large scale in nature at A. Now look at A and look at B and look at C. So when you look at this diagram and you look at the diagram on the previous pages, you can see the questions, the diagrams are the same. It's just that there's different diagrams that are used here, but they are the same in terms of the what they are indicating. So what you see here and what you see here is the same. So what are you looking at here? You are looking at A here. You are looking at an isolated farmstead. You are looking at an isolated farmstead, and here you are looking at a nucleated settlement here. But here it is dispersed pattern. It is a dispersed pattern. Here it is nucleated. Now, when you are looking at A, more likely to is it more small scale or large scale at A? At A is more likely to be large scale. Why? Because it is isolated and therefore there's large land that is available. But at B, it will be more likely small scale because it's very close to each other and therefore the land is going to be fragmented. So when you're looking at this diagram, is the same diagram as the diagram that we started with. So I hope you can see the similarity between the two diagrams. Settlement A may be ranked lower or higher. So settlement A is the same. This is the same question. This is the same question as this one, the settlement at D. So settlement at D is the same as settlement at A. It will always be ranked lower. This settlement will be ranked lower. So it's the same settlement. It's the same. A is same as D in the other diagram. A is the same as D in the other diagram. So the settlement A will be ranked lower because it is an isolated farmstead than settlement B on the settlement. So settlement B here will be your hamlet. You can see it's a loose grouping of isolated farmstead, but that one is an isolated farmstead. Then they say the settlement shape at C is stellar or linear. So we go to C. Where is C? I can't see C here. Okay, I'm looking for C. The settlement at C is a stellar, or is it? Okay, now here is our settlement C. It's shown here. Is it stellar? Stellar will mean that there is more than one intersection. More than one intersection will result in a star kind of shape. Stellar will result, more than one intersection will result in a star shape. But here, I don't see intersection, I just see one road here. So it cannot be stellar. The correct answer there will be linear because you can see it's in a line form. The shape of the settlement C is determined by the access to water or transport. So you're looking at settlement C here. You're looking at the settlement C, and it is clearly written there, road. So the shape there is not influenced by water, but it is influenced by transport. Now, pollution or soil erosion is more likely to affect the farmers in settlement C. So now when you're looking at here, you can see the area here is steep. So usually rural areas do not experience a lot of pollution, but they do experience a lot of soil erosion. So because of that, the correct answer there will be soil erosion because it's on a steeper gradient, and so it is more likely to be affected by soil erosion after precipitation or because of wind or because of any other agent of soil erosion. But the correct answer there will be soil erosion. Okay, let's move to the next question. Now, let's look at this concept of concept of settlement. Now, a decrease in rural population is going to result in rural depopulation. Okay, now when I want us to look at these concepts, how they build up. I want us to look at these concepts, how they build up. Number one, we have the concepts called rural-urban migration. What is rural-urban migration? Is the movement of people from rural areas to urban areas. Movement of people from rural areas to urban areas. So rural-urban migration is going to result in a decrease in population for rural area. Rural urban migration is going to result in a decrease in the population in rural area. What do you call that? What do you call that? We call it rural depopulation. So when that happens, it's going to result because the people have moved out of rural areas. Where did they go to? They went to urban area. So what's going to happen to the number of people in urban area? Is going to increase. The number of people in urban area increases. Now, what do we get there? We have what we call urban growth. Urban growth. So number one, what do we have? Rural urban migration, the movement of people from rural areas to urban areas. What happens when people move out of rural areas? The population decrease. What happens when people move into urban areas? The population increase. What do we call that concept where population increase? Urban growth. Now, once these people move in urban area and the population increase, what is going to happen now? What's going to happen now? These people are going to have more needs. They need more houses. They need more schools. They need more churches. They need more shopping centers. They need more everything, more industries. So what's going to happen now? The urban area was this such. Now we start expanding this urban area. We start expanding urban area. So what do we call that now? We call it urban expansion. We call it urban expansion. We call it urban expansion. So what is an urban expansion? So urban expansion is a physical growth of urban area. Is a physical growth of urban area. We call it urban expansion. Why does urban expansion? Urban expansion occurs because of urban growth. What is urban growth? Increasing a number. Increasing a number increases the needs of the people. So once the needs of the people increase, now we have to make urban areas bigger by building more houses, more schools, more roads, more shopping centers. And then what happens now? We're going to have what we call urban expansion. So urban expansion refers to the physical increase in the urban area. Now we have more schools. And now, when we eventually now look at the urban area, then we say we have this population, 20% of people found in rural area, and we have 80% of the population that is now found in urban area. Now we're comparing now the proportion in terms of the percentage. We compare the proportion. Now, what do we say now? We say what has taken place now. We say what has taken place now is urbanization. What has taken place now is urbanization. So what is urbanization? Is the increase in the proportion of the people living in urban area, or is simply the increase in the percentage of the people living in urban area. So you see, it builds up, but where does it start? It started first in rural depopulation where people move to urban areas. When people move to urban areas, they decrease in rural areas, which is rural depopulation, and they increase in urban area, which is urban growth. And once they increase, they are having more needs. Then we start to build more houses for them, more schools for them. Then the urban area expand. We call that urban expansion. Now, once we have that urban expansion, now we look at urban area, more people or higher percentage of people in urban area than in rural area. So what do you call it? We call it urbanization. Then what do we have lastly now? We have now what we call urban sprawl. Now, it means now urban area is now growing into, it's uncontrollably growing. Or our wetlands are now going to be destroyed. The natural vegetation is going to be destroyed. Now, it is the formless increase or the formless growth of urban settlement. We call it urban sprawl. Now, it's undesirable growth of urban area, or it's a formless expansion of urban area. That is what we call urban sprawl. Now, with that background, let's quickly try to answer this question. The process whereby an ever increasing percentage. So once we speak of a percentage, it refers to urbanization. Now, we have this other concept here that is called level of urbanization. So what is level of urbanization? It means it is the proportion of urbanization in a particular area. Let's say, for an example, if one country has 70, has got 30%, and the other one has got, this is urban, this is country A, and this is country B. If country A has 80% of its population living in urban area, and country B has 70% of its population living in urban area. Now, country A will have higher level of urbanization than country B. So country B will have lower level of urbanization. Then we have another concept of rate of urbanization. So rate of urbanization is the speed at which urbanization is taking place. So what do you mean by that? In poor countries where rural areas is heavily stricken by poverty, in poor countries where population in rural area is suffering a lot of poverty, we are going to experience the high rate of urbanization. There's going to be more people moving out from rural areas to urban areas. So the rate refers to the pace or the speed at which urbanization is taking place. But the level it simply refers to the proportion in terms of the level at which the percentage is already living in urban area. It can be low. So the level of urbanization is higher in developing countries. There are few people that want to go to rural areas. In the developed countries, the level of urbanization is high. In developed countries, the level of urbanization is high, and therefore there are few people that want to leave their rural areas. People that are living in rural areas in those rich countries, they are content, they are happy to stay there. So the level of urbanization is high, but the rate of urbanization is low in those rich countries. They are not rushing out of rural areas. But in poor and developing countries, the level of urbanization is lower, but the rate is high because there is high poverty in rural areas. So the people are moving out of rural areas. They want to go to urban areas. Now the rate is high, but the level is low for poor countries. So that is the level of urbanization and the rate of urbanization. So unplanned increase of urban areas, this will be your urban sprawl, or just uncontrolled or unplanned increase of urban area. And then increase in the number of people living in urban areas, increase in number. Now, when you're speaking of number, it is growth. But when you're speaking of percentage, it is urbanization. The ranking of settlements according to size and function, that is your hierarchy of settlements. And then movement of people from urban areas to rural areas, that is your counter urbanization. And then increase in the actual or physical size of urban area, this is your urban expansion. That is the increase in physical area. Now, when we have more shops and more buildings. Trying to move forward here. This mouse of mine is playing some tricks on. And some people that are doing CAT, they were writing about the disadvantages of using cordless mouse. Cordless mouse is that the battery can jam. So that's one of the things. Okay, let's move on to the next question. Okay, we did these questions. Now, So these are the concepts. Like at the beginning, I said, please master your concepts. If you master your concepts, you're going to make sure that for all your short order questions, your 7 and 8 marks, you get them all. And then the minimum marks that you need, which can never be a target for anyone, especially somebody who's in my class, the target can never be 45%. But the minimum requirements that you need to pass paper 1 is 45 marks. You cannot pass by 45 marks. It's too little. You need to get at least 70 marks, 50% at least. And that is possible. What makes it more possible is when you know all your concepts, when you master your concepts, because it's so easy to master your concepts. Now, let's look at this. These are the same questions as the one on the previous slide. The increase in the percentage of people living in urban areas. So we have already done that. It is urbanization. We know urban expansion is the physical increase in urban area. It refers to the increase in the actual number. So the actual number is urban growth, and we know the sphere of influence is where the business draw customers from. That is your sphere of influence. The minimum number of customers required to serve for a service to make profit. This is your threshold population, and your optimum population simply referred to the maximum population that can be found per unit area. And we have a zone of mixed function adjacent to the CBD. So that will be your zone of decay. Another name for zone of decay is your transition zone. Another name there is your transition zone. So it's a zone of decay. That is the area of high value. The zone of decay, the characteristics of zone of decay is that the land value is high, but the buildings are not taken good care of. The land value is high, but the buildings are not taken good care of because number one, they could be hijacked, they could be abandoned. So it's characterized by dilapidated buildings. This is the area that is just found outside the CBD. You must know the land value is high, but the quality of buildings has dilapidated. And then when we're talking about the zone of decay, that is when now we can talk of what we call now urban renewal. Because of the poor state of the buildings in the urban areas, what do we have? We have what we call urban renewal, where there is an improvement of the buildings. Number one, we have this, what we call gentrification or Chelseafication. Gentrification or Chelseafication, this is simply referring to a house that was 2 rooms or 3 rooms is made to be 10 rooms or bigger, or a house that was dilapidating is improved. So that is gentrification. It's simply referring to renovations of houses. And then the next one is this one that we call what do you call this? We call it facadism. We know of facadism. So what are people doing here? They preserve the face of the building. They preserve the face of the building or the facade of the building. So gentrification, let me quickly go back to gentrification. Gentrification can also be called Chelseafication. It can also be called Chelseafication. So what is happening there? It's simply renovations of buildings. You make them beautiful again, or you improve them. Now, facadism. What is happening there? The old structure that have got some sentimental meaning to the owners. The people do not completely renovate them like they will do in gentrification. In gentrification, you'll see a completely new structure from the beginning, or it has been changed without preserving any part of the building. But with facadism, what's happening is that the face of the building is preserved because it's got some value or some sentimental value to the owners. So the only rare part of the building or the part at the back of the building is the one that is being renovated and improved on. But the face of the building is changed. I mean, the face of the building is maintained because it's got some value to the owners. So that process, we call it facadism. And then the last one is what we call succession and invasion. Succession and invasion. So succession and invasion, what's happening here? I own a house, I sell a house to somebody. The person who comes into my house doesn't want to use this as a residential. What does he do now? He turned this into surgery. He's going to be working there as a doctor. So now the land use for my house, the house belonged to what we call residential. Now, once it is no longer residential now, it is now used for business. It means now one land use replaces another. So that's what we call succession and invasion. This is what we call succession and invasion. So these are the strategies that we do for urban renewal. This is urban renewal strategies. So our zone of decay or transition zone, it's going through those in order to preserve and in order to restore the buildings in the zone of transition, because that is where you find there's a lot of urban decay. There's a lot of urban decay. There's a lot of dilapidation of buildings in the zone of decay. So these are the strategies that are used in order to revive or sustain or resuscitate the beauty of the buildings in the zone of decay, because they are not well kept off. And why are they not well kept off? Because the owners are no longer there, because they have been hijacked, and therefore they are poorly serviced. There's no services, like the one building in Marshalltown that resulted in a disaster there, or because what happened is that the building was not well serviced, and there was people could not escape because the fire escaped were closed, and so forth and so forth. So that is the characteristics of the buildings that you will find in the zone of decay or in the transition zone. We said the zone of transition or transition zone or zone of decay is characterized by high land value, but the houses value they are poor because of poor maintenance. Now let's continue. This contains mix of land uses like airports and sewage work. Is it transition zone or is it rural urban fringe? It cannot be transition zone, because transition zone you find it just outside the CBD. So the correct answer there will be rural urban fringe. That is where you find that. And the side view of the city from the city outwards, is it called urban profile or is it called urban morphology? So it is called urban profile. That's the side view of the city. So what is urban morphology? It simply refers to the shape of the city. So when you're looking at urban morphology, what are you going to be looking at? You'll be looking at the internal structure of the city. You'll be looking at the external structure of the city. So what will be looking at? You'll be looking at the street patterns. You'll be looking, is it a grid iron? Is it irregular? Is it radial? So that is when you're looking at the morphology. You're looking at the internal structure of the city. Then another question is uncontrolled growth or expansion of urban areas. We know that is your urban sprawl. That is your urban sprawl. Okay, now we move on to the next question now. Quickly go through this. Okay, I have challenges with the mice. I don't know the plural of mouse and mice. All right, fine. Okay, now let's look at your data response questions. Let's look at your data response question. Tips for answering these questions: always read the data or information source before you attempt a question. So remember, you are given a 10 minutes reading time before you start answering the question. Remember, when you get your question paper, read through the questions and decide why are you going to start. Are you going to start answering with question 3, map work? Are you going to start answering with question 2, economic geography? Or are you going to start with question 1, rural and urban settlement. You must make that decision. You are not forced to start with question 1, followed by question 2 or question 3. So long as you're going to answer all the questions, because all the questions are compulsory, you can choose to start with any question. Use approximately 5 minutes to read the data. It gives you a mental image of what the information is about. You will be able to anticipate questions, because as you read the questions and you read the data and whatever it is in front of you, you can also be knowing what to write. It's just that you are not allowed to write during reading time. If you were allowed, you could be writing on it, but you cannot be writing on the question paper. You can be imagining what all those things. You can be writing your mental sentences on your head about whatever diagram you have there. Now, let's quickly go through this land reform. Land reform is another typical examination question. Dear learners, land reform is another typical examination question. My advice to you is make sure that you master land reform. So what is land reform? Land reform simply refers to the policies that redress. Land reform simply refers to the policies. What are the policies doing? The policies are doing redress. The policies that redress. So redressing is trying to correct. So the redressing is to correct. These are the policies that redress the injustices of apartheid. Now, under land reform, we have four policies there. Actually, we have 3 policies. Number 1, this is land redistribution. Land redistribution. Land redistribution. So what happened during apartheid? The land was distributed to people. During apartheid, land was distributed to people, but the land was distributed unfairly. So what is this policy of land redistribution doing? It is redistribution, is trying to now provide land to people that were previously disadvantaged, giving land to the previously disadvantaged people or communities for agriculture and for residential. So that is your land redistribution, is giving land to the previously disadvantaged people for agriculture or for residential. So that's your land redistribution. Then you have the next policy. The next policy is land restitution. Restitution. Restitution from the word reinstate. So restitution from the word reinstate. To reinstate is when you take something when you put something in its original state. So land restitution, people are giving their land back, or people are being compensated for their land. People are giving their land back, or people are being compensated for their land. So that is land restitution. So it's either people will be given their original land back. If they cannot get their original land back, they'll be given an alternative land. If they cannot get an alternative land, or they don't want the alternative land, they can be given money to buy their own land. So that is land restitution, when people are giving their land back or they are compensated for their land. And the last one is what we call land tenure. Land tenure. So what is land tenure doing? Land tenure is protecting people's rights for the land, protecting people's rights to the land. That is your land tenure. So what does land tenure do? It protects people's rights to the land. In which way? For example, if a person is renting a particular building or a particular house, and then an owner of that house feels that that person, he wants his house back, the person cannot just chase a person out of the property. They need to find alternative for that particular person if they want that person out. Or you are working in a farm, but you are no longer productive. A farmer cannot just chase you away before finding you an alternative area to stay. So that is your land tenure. Is protection of people's rights to occupy the land. And then restitution is when the land is given back to people or people are compensated. And redistribution is when the land is given to the previously disadvantaged people for residence or for farming or for any other purpose. Now, let's look at question 2. It says 1.3, which evidence from the article suggests that claiming back land is a success in our area? So, not going to go into this question because this question is not actual concept. Is in particular is direct to the concept. Is direct to the concept. I'm not necessarily going to go into this question because you are not going to get any question on this. You are not going to get this again. You're going to get some different one. So this is a low order question. You just need to read the extract and get the answer there. Explain the challenge faced by the Bino family in terms of water. Also, this one, it's just directly referring to the concept. I choose not to go into this one because we have to go through a lot of things. I will look only into the concept matters, which are possible examination questions, even for future examination. But these ones that you can simply get the answers from this one, I think it will not help us a lot going through that. Explain why Bino family's land reform is a success story. Also, that one, it refers to this extract. Why is this a success story? Is because they got their land back. So I am going to talk about this one. In a paragraph of approximately 8 lines, explain why the process of land reform is advancing slowly. So this is a concept that you need. It's not based on any extract, this one. It's something that you need to take into the classroom. It's something that you need to learn. But these kind of questions are the questions, these are the low order questions that you're going to get the answers from the extract that will be reading. But this one here, the reason why the process of land reform is advancing slow in South Africa. First reason is because of the lengthy process, because of the long processes. The processes are long. And number 2, why is it advancing so slow? Because there is willing buyer, which is the government, but there's a willing buyer and there is unwilling seller. People do not want to sell the land that they own. Number 3, why this is taking this long is because people do not have proof. No proof. There is no proof. People cannot prove that this is my land. And because of people do not have proof to prove that this is their land, that is why it takes longer distance. That's why it takes longer distance. And another reason would be because lack of funds. For you to go to court, you need a lawyer. So if people don't have funds, they might not have somebody to represent them in court. And other reason why it will take this long is simply because of corruption. That's another reason why why this process will take long. Because there could be people that are bribing their ways through the cases and other things. Now, let's look at the other question here. The other question on land reform again. So, my advice is pay attention to your land reform. Make sure that you understand what land reform is. Land reform, we said land reform refers to the policies that redress. Okay. Define the term land reform. We spoke about that. Quote 3 important factors from the extract that South Africa's land reform program is ignored. I said this kind of question is a question that is direct from the extract. You can read through the extract. Provide one reason why land reform is necessary in South Africa. Okay, this one is not based on any extract. This is a concept. Why is it important to have land reform in South Africa? Number one, it is important to give people their land back. Give people land back. It is important so that people can get their land back. It is important so that it can improve. It can improve food security. How will land reform help to improve food security? When people have land, they can do farming. Again, why is it important? People are staying in informal settlements so that people can have residential area. People can have residential area. People have residential area. They can have a places to stay. So provide one reason why land reform is necessary in South Africa. So it is necessary. Why is it necessary again? It is necessary so that we can redress, to redress the injustices, because that is the purpose of land reform, is to redress the injustices. So these are some of the reasons. Explain challenges associated with land reform that cause the government not to achieve their goal. So here you just go back here. What is this? Is the same question in a paragraph of approximately 8 lines. Explain why the process of land reform is advancing slowly. So this question, where am I now? This question is the same here. Explain 2 challenges associated with land reform that cause the government to achieve their goal. So it's the same question. It's the same question. We said number 1, it is because long processes, willing buyer but unwilling seller, or the land being expensive. One of the things is that land is expensive, so the government cannot afford to buy the land so that it can give it to other people that are needy. There is no proof that the land belonged to somebody else, so it takes forever trying to prove their point. There is lack of funds for people to pursue their court cases. They get tired along the way and they forfeit their land. There could be corruption that is associated with that. There could be people not knowing what to do. This is a very open-ended question. Try to think when you're in an examination room. There's a number of answers that we can give here. So this extract and the previous extract have the very same questions. Explain 2 methods that the government can put in place to assist the people that have been relocated due to land reform. Put in place to assist the people that have been relocated due to land reform. Now, after you have been given your land back, it's a farmland. You are unable to use this land profitably. What can the government assist? How can the government assist people that have been given the land? Number 1, the government can provide them with funds to start the farming. The government can do skill training. Number 1, we're saying the government can provide them with funds so that they can start farming. Funds to start farming. The government can provide them with skill development so that they can know what to do as farmers. Number 1, the government can also do what we call collaboration. The government can collaboration of new and experienced farmers. So the government can start the process of collaboration so that the old farmers can teach the new farmers how to become a successful farmer. So there is a lot, because once a farmer gets into a place and they don't know what to do, the land will be useless because it cannot benefit them. So it's better if those people can be helped to use that land fruitfully for themselves. So they can be given funds, they can be given skills, There can be collaboration. You can think of number of factors there's the number of factors that the government can assist people with. It's endless. It's endless. These are open-ended questions. These are open-ended questions. You just have to think how a person can use the land, and then how can the government assist them. So these are open-ended questions. They This is where you should score all your marks from. Define, okay, now this is what you went through when you're writing your prelim examination. This comes from the Gauteng one. Define the term land redistribution. We have already described this, defined this concept. We said it is when the land is given to the previously disadvantaged people for farming purposes and for residential. Quote from the passage above: land reform is necessary in post-apartheid. I said this is directly from the extract, but remember, now we are preparing for a new examination. So it's not going to help us a lot to just go through that extract, because you're not going to get that extract again. You're going to get a new extract. So what's important is we need to look at the concepts there. State an advantage of land reform evident in the image. Okay, that one is important. What are the advantages of land reform? The advantages of the land reform: people can do farming, people can have houses, the quality of people can improve. So those are the advantages of land reform. So this is a concept. So it is not directly from even if here it refers to looking at the extract, but this is a concept, which means now you need to know the advantages of land reform. What are the advantages of giving people land? What are the advantages of people giving land? So that people's quality of life can improve, so that there can be food security, so that people's dignity can be restored, so that people can have residential area. So there are a number of reasons. So number one, improve the quality. Let's say improve quality of life, residential. People can have place that they call home. Improve food security. Okay, so there are a number of reasons of the advantages of land reform. Suggest challenges experienced in implementation of land reform in South Africa. So these are the challenges that we already have stated. So it shows you the similarity. So dear learners, make sure that you understand everything that you need to understand about land reform. You need to be able to define the three policies. You need to know the advantages. This is what you need to know regarding land reform. The importance. Why is land reform important? Number two, you need to know the challenges. The challenges that the government is facing during the implementation of land reform. And then you need to also know, okay, this is the importance. Explain the positive impact of land reform on rural communities in South Africa. We said, so this question and the previous question. So same advantages. Explain the positive impact of land reform on rural communities in South Africa. What will be the positive impact? People can grow food. Number one, is going to improve in food security because people have land. Number two, what's going to happen there? People can also benefit from owning the land. It's going to improve the GDP of the country, or it's going to improve the economy of different communities. So those will be the important of land reform. Explain the positive impact of land reform on rural communities. Number one, food security. So it's almost the same as the previous questions. It's almost the same as the previous questions. So the positive impacts are the same. The positive impacts are the same here. Now, let's look at this one. This one is referring to the land use zones. So you must know there's a difference between land use zone and land use. There's a difference between land use zones and land use. When you're talking about green belts. Green belts are the land uses in a city, but they are not land use zones because they are not tied to a particular place. Green belts are not tied to a particular place. What are green belts? These are the parks in the city. So they are not found in a particular place. They can be found anywhere. They can be found anywhere. So they are not found in a particular place. So they are not a land use zone, but they are simply land uses. But when you're talking about CBD, CBD is a land use zone because CBD is found in the city center. And then transition zone is a land use because it's found outside the CBD. So it can be found in a particular place. And the high income land use zone because they can be found in a particular place further away from the CBD because they are avoiding noise. Heavy industry is found closer to the transport or bulk transport routes and away from residential and away from the CBD. So they have a particular place where you can find them. But when you're talking about your green belts. Your green belts can be your parks. You can find them closer to the CBD. You can find them in the outskirts of the CBD. You can find them in the middle of residential area. You can find them outside the residential area. You can find them anywhere. So they are not the land use zones, but they are the land use because they are not found in a particular place. Now, let's look at the questions here. Identify the land use zone indicated by A here. This will be your central business district. Provide evidence from the sketch to support that this is a central business district. In characteristic, we say CBD is the most accessible. So what is the evidence here? This is because it is the most accessible. Roads, many roads or transport roads, can say roads or transport routes are converging in the CBD. So because it is the most accessible. But this most accessible also makes a problem for the CBD because it is the most accessible, so it experiences a lot of traffic congestion. So its accessibility can create inaccessibility again. Because it is accessible, everybody wants to go there. Everybody will also struggle to get there because it's going to result in traffic congestion and people will not be able to reach that place easy. So that is why now its accessibility creates an inaccessibility on its own because it is accessible because of the roads, but it's not easy to get to the city using those roads because of traffic congestion. Then provide evidence from the sketch to support your answer. We have said that all transport routes are converging there. Identify a commercial activity in Parkville City that has been decentralized. So what is being decentralized here? This is the shopping center. What has happened there is what we call decentralization. The shops have moved from the city center to the periphery. So this concept of centralization and conglomeration. Okay, we'll do that when we do economic geography. Let's quickly go through centralization. We'll do conglomeration when we go to economic geography so that we can see what is the difference between that conglomeration and centralization. Explain why the activity mentioned in question 1.43 has been decentralized. Why have why are businesses taking their businesses away from the city center? Why are the shops moving away from the city center? Number one is because of this high pollution in the city center, because the city centers are not accessible because of traffic congestion, because of high crime, because of high rent. So number one, there is high crime. This one is a concept. High rent. There's a lot of pollution. It's important to state that there is Uh, there is traffic congestion, and this traffic congestion is going to affect the services there because the services and the quality of work that is done. Because number one, people are going to arrive late at work. When people arrive late at work, they will be less productive, and there's going to be a lot of problems there if people are late, and therefore the production in the particular area or in the particular industry is going to be less. So these are the challenges that are making people to leave the to leave the CBD to go to the periphery. The land use model depicted in the sketch above closely resembles the multiple nuclei or third world. Now, what do you see here? You see there is a heavy industry there. What you can see, there's a shopping center there. You can see there's a light industry. So what do you have there? This will be a nucleus. People will go there to go and work there, find jobs. People can go there to find jobs. People will go there to find jobs. So there is more than one type of attraction here. So that is why we are going to call it multiple nuclei, the model. Remember your land use model. Your land use model are simply indicating the relationship between the land use zones. The land use model are simply showing the relationship between the land use models. And not land use models, land use zones. And by that, I mean now we are going to be talking about compatibility of land use zone. So you have heavy industry here and you have high residential area. You can see this one is found on the other side of the CBD and the other one is found on the other side of the CBD. Because number one, they are incompatible. They are incompatible. They cannot be found in the same area because the other one is going to affect the other. So when you speak of compatibility of land use zone, it means can this land use zone be found next to another without affecting it? Can this land use zone exist with this land use zone without them affecting each other negatively? So that's what we mean by land use. That's what you mean. If we're saying this is compatible with this one, like for example, now you have light industries here, and next to the light industries, you have your low income residential. Are they compatible? Yes, they are compatible because the low income means they earn less salary, and now they are closer to the workplace. They are closer to the workplace, and you know that light industries don't pollute a lot. So they are compatible because they are closer to each other. And you can even see even the distance from here. You can even see the distance to the heavy industries themselves. It's not that long. So it shows that people that are having low income don't have to spend more money going to work. You don't have to spend more money going to work. So they must be closer to the workspace. And you can see also these people are working from the CBD or they are working in the CBD. So they are closer to the CBD. So it shows the compatibility of the land use zones. Can they be found closer to each other without affecting one another? And you can see now we have a power station and a heavy industry. Are these two land use zones compatible? Yes, they are compatible because you use coal, you generate electricity here, and the heavy industry require that. And the two industries cause almost the same kind of pollution or the same kind of air pollution. So the other one is not going to destroy the other one. So the two land use zones will be this what we call this area over here. This will found mostly on the rural urban fringe. You'll find them mostly on the rural urban fringe where there is large land and the land is flat. So this one will be compatible. Compatible. This is compatible, meaning that they can coexist. They can be found in one place without affecting the other. So this is a continuation of the land use zones. State the main type of land use zone in rural area. So without any doubt, the main land use zone in rural area is farming, is agricultural. The main land use in rural areas is agricultural. What type of rural settlement is settlement B? Settlement B. What is the kind of settlement here? You can see there's one house there. So you can say this is an isolated. This is a dispersed. This is a dispersed settlement. Give a visible reason for your answer. Why do you say? You can see there's a single house there. So it's a isolated or dispersed. Describe two advantages of living in settlement A, which is isolated, than A, which is, sorry, A is nucleated and B is isolated. Now, describe two advantages of living in settlement A rather than in settlement B. So, what are the advantages? Now, the examiner here was very, very, very friendly. The examiner here was very friendly. He gave a very open question. He didn't he didn't say describe two advantages. He didn't say describe two economic or social. He was not specific. So it is a very generous question. So it is open to many answers. It is open to many answers. So you can look at the social advantages, you can look at economic advantages. You will always be correct for giving any of those. But you must describe two advantages of living in settlement A rather than in settlement B. So you must compare. So in settlement A, because you are closer to each other, and then therefore help is going to be near. That will be the social. And then in B, because you are on your own, it is not so safe. There's no help around. Here you can also say in A, the advantage is that you don't travel longer distance to the services because it's nucleated. But in B, you travel longer distances to the services because it is isolated. And you can say in A, the advantages at A. What are the advantages at A except you travel shorter distances? You will share cost here at A. You will share costs. But at B, you are going to have all the cost yourself. But now, when you're looking at the advantages and disadvantages that you are giving here, the advantages and the disadvantages that you are giving there, you can make them economic or you can make them social. You can choose whatever you want because the examiner was not too prescriptive of what he wants. He just said advantages. So you can give either economic advantages, you can give social advantages. But the question, you must make sure that you account for A and you account for B, because it says describe two advantages of living in settlement A rather than in settlement B. So you must state why is it important or why is it advantageous to live at A and why is it disadvantage to live at B. So you cannot just say you must account for both because you are comparing here. Then 1.3.5 settlement A and B depend on each other for their survival. Discuss the interdependence relationship that exists between settlement A and B. So how does settlement A benefit settlement B? So this one over here, you can see you don't see any school here. So it means a person who lives here will have to go to school there. You see the shop here, the person who lives there will have to go to shop there. But here you can see there's a bigger farm production here. There's a bigger farm production. So this farmer will also take all these resources to settlement B. So to settlement A. So the people in settlement A, they are going to get their resources or their food products from settlement from settlement B. Why do I keep on saying A and B in opposite? So these ones, they're going to get these resources for schools, the resources for shops, they're going to get them from A. But these ones at A, they're going to get these farm products from B. So that is the interdependent. So you can say this is how the two settlements are helping each other for existence. So you can say the two settlements are compatible. They exist together. Explain why the shop in settlement A would have a larger range of products than the farm stall in settlement B. So if you are looking at the hierarchy of settlements, you'll see this one is at the lowest and this one is at the highest. So we said the services increase when you move up the order. When you move up the order or when you move up the hierarchy. Explain why the shops in settlement A would have a larger range of products than the farm stall in settlement B. Number one, because number one, there is more people that is buying from there. There are more people that are buying from there. And number two is because A will be at the higher hierarchy, or in the hierarchy, it's going to be higher than settlement B, and this one will be a higher order center compared to this one over here. So those will be the reasons why A will have more and B will have less. Now, what do we have here? Informal settlements. Okay, informal settlements are some of the challenges that we find in rural, in urban areas. So when it comes to informal settlement, it is very important when looking at informal settlements. You must look at informal settlements are also called urban issues. As much as informal settlements are part of them, as much as informal settlements are part of the land uses, they are also what we call urban issues. We have a number of urban issues. We have informal settlements, like I said. We have traffic congestion. We have overcrowding. We have crime. We have a number of urban issues. And then when you speak of urban issues and injustices, an injustice is simply referring to the unfair treatment or unfair sharing of resources. You can have social injustice. Social injustice will be unfair treatment. And when you're talking about economic injustice, it will be unfair sharing of resources. Informal, it will be unfair sharing of resources. That will be an economic injustice. Now, here is the first question. Here it says, what is an informal settlement, or define the concept informal settlement. So what is an informal settlement? It simply refers to a settlement that is built without the permission of the government. An informal settlement is the government that is built without the permission of the government. That is an informal settlement. And then name the cause of the people's death. Okay, this one, I'm not going to go through this one. How many people? I'm not going through this one. Again, okay, I'm not going through this one because these are only based on this extract. These are only based on this extract. But what is our interest? Our interest is the concepts. So, code 3 problems informal settlement experiences. So, this, even if it is not there, it is also a concept. It's very important for you to know what are the challenges that are facing people that are living in informal settlements. Number one, there is no service delivery. That's number one. No service delivery in informal settlements. Number two, poor or no infrastructure. Poor or no infrastructure. Okay. Again, there is high crime rate. High crime rate. Why high crime rate? Because the reason why people live in informal settlement. So when we're looking at the informal settlement, number one, you must look at number one, the reasons why do we have many informal settlements. And number two, when you're doing informal settlements, you must look at the challenges. And then number three, when you're looking at informal settlements, you must look at the possible solutions or sustainable solutions. How do we help people living in informal settlement? So number one, the reasons why people live in informal settlement is because there is high level of rural urban migration, or we can say is because of high urbanization rate. High urbanization rate. There are many people coming to urban areas And when they get to urban areas, they can't find jobs, but they need house or they need accommodation. So they are going to stay in informal settlement just to have shelter. Number two, there is unemployment. There is high unemployment. Reasons is rural urban migration. That's number one. Rural urban migration. That's the first reason why people move. Now, why do we have informal settlements? Number two is because of unemployment. People do not have money to buy houses. Number three is because of poverty, which is also related to unemployment. Number three, there is also shortage of houses. There's also shortage of houses because number one, you can go into the informal settlement. There are some informal settlements that you can find in South Africa and in Gauteng, which are made of high quality buildings. They are made of high quality buildings. But they are still informal settlements because they were built without the government's permission. But they are still informal. But when you look at those houses, you can see people are employed, but there were no houses available for them. So they built houses for themselves. So another reason is because there's shortages of houses. And there is also a slow building of RDP houses or the slow provision of RDP houses. And now, what are the challenges that face people that are living in informal settlements? Number one, the people that live in informal settlement, the big challenge there is there's a high level of poverty. Because of high level of poverty, there are no services that they are receiving. There is no infrastructure. There is high crime rate in those informal settlements. The areas are not accessible. The material that is used there is highly flammable. The living conditions are unhealthy because number one, they do not receive services for removal of refuse. So they are unable to, the refuse is always around them. There's always dirty area around them because they don't receive that municipality services of removing the dustbins. So because of that, the area become unhealthy. So that is one of the challenges that they face. And then what are the possible solutions? The possible solutions is that the government can expedite or they can speed up the rolling out of houses, RDP houses. They can speed up the rolling out of RDP houses. That's the one. Number two. Number two, what can the government do? The government can make sure that they build infrastructure for people. Simple infrastructure like roads for them to be having an access for accessibility. Number two, they can also provide them with building materials that some people are very skilled, they can build for themselves if the building material is made available. Number three, we said they also have a challenge in terms of crime. So there can be regular patrol of police officers into the place so that they can help to prevent crime that could take place. So those are some of the factors that can be that can be assisted in order to help the people. He says these are the solutions to that. So when you get into examination question and you see the informal settlement, you must know number one, informal settlement is a settlement that is built without the consent or without the permission of the municipality. But do not confuse informal settlement to informal sector. I think we'll talk about informal sector when we're looking at economic geography. So this is the other question. This is another question on informal settlement. When you look at this, this question here is similar to that question. Here it says, what is the other name for informal settlement in South Africa? Provide another name for informal settlement in South Africa. And describe two characteristics of informal settlement that are evident. So evident for informal settlement, the characteristics is now number one. There is no infrastructure. The houses are closer to each other. The houses are clustered. There is poor building material, and the building material cannot protect them from any weather conditions. No. Two social challenges affecting the people living in informal settlements. Okay, those are the challenges that we have already spoken: high crime rate, poverty, spread of diseases because of unhygienic conditions, because municipality is not collecting rubbish there. So the flies and everything that can spread a disease, and the rodents and everything, they can spread those diseases easy because the area is not clean, because there is no services from the municipality. Then in a paragraph of 8 lines, suggest how the municipality, so we have already given a suggestion. So what does it show you now? We are looking at the second question on informal settlement with the same questions. So as I said here, remember, when it comes to informal settlement, remember, what are the causes of informal settlement? Why do we have a lot of informal settlements in South Africa? Number two, the impacts, and then what are the possible solutions. So you can look at the impacts, or you can see the challenges that are facing the informal settlement. So now, when you're looking at this one, another name, describe two characteristics of the informal settlement that are evident. So you can see no proper infrastructure, no proper houses or building materials. You can see here, what do you see here? No roads. You cannot see power lines there. No. So these are the challenges that you can see. So this is an open-ended question. Everybody should get 2 out of 2 here. Social challenges, everybody should get 2 out of 2 or 6 out of 6 or whatever. The marks will be allocated here. And line suggest how the municipality government address the challenge, how to help the people that are living in informal settlement. So this one is also correct. Now we're going back to land use zones. So define the term urban sprawl. This is uncontrolled growth of urban area, like what you have seen in the previous. We said number one, you need to master your concept. If you master your concept, you'll be able to do well in your examination, because now define the term urban sprawl. If you have answered the question there in the multiple multiple choice questions, or in those short questions, if you get this question again, you'll be able to answer it, because you have already seen what urban sprawl. It is uncontrolled expansion of urban area. Identify land use area A and B respectively. So what do you see there? For the fact that A is in the center, is going to be the CBD, and also because of the tall buildings there, you will see there is a tall buildings. That's the CBD. Sorry. And then what do you see here? So what you see here, the land use area A and B. So this one, as you're looking at, this will be your green belts. Provide a reason why area A would most likely expand into area B. Why is it going to expand into this area? It's going to expand into this area because there, you can see there are no buildings there. You can see there's going to be, it is flat, and then this is where it's going to build. Now you see you have what you call here, you have river or dam, we have water masses here. You have this area that is making this particular area cooler. So once now this area grows into this area, that is what we call now urban sprawl. Now it is now growing uncontrollably. It's now taking over the area that was left for a particular purpose. This area over there was left for a particular purpose, to make this area cooler and to make this particular area beautiful. Now this area is going to grow into this one, and this is going to make what we call urban sprawl. Explain the main function of B regarding the expansion of area A. Explain the main function of B. What is the function of B? It makes the area cooler. It provides aesthetic beauty. It lowers the temperatures. So now once it expands here, it means now is going to result in this urban area becoming warmer and warmer because there will be fewer trees to absorb carbon dioxide. Name three advantages of area B. So we have already spoken about the advantages of green belts. It makes the area cooler in terms of temperatures. It brings about aesthetic beauty. It absorbs carbon dioxide. So it absorbs CO2, absorbs carbon dioxide. It makes the area cooler, reduces urban heat island. It is also habitat. It is also a habitat for number of species that are living there. Explain how new towns can solve the problem of expanding of area A into the protected area. So how can the cities reduce urban sprawl? Explain how new towns can solve the problem of expanding of area A into the protected area. So this is the protected area A. What can the cities do in order to reduce that process of that area growing into there? So they can have legislations that are going to stop the expansion. They can ensure that they do decentralization of this. So whatever the functions they want to move here, they can move them into another area apart from this one, which is the decentralization. They can also ensure that they do what you call counter urbanization, move the services into rural areas, move people to rural areas so that the job can be in rural areas and people don't have to come in urban areas to destroy this natural environment. Let's now quickly go through the economic geography and see what you can expect. You said number one, you need to master your concepts. So we're going to be looking at the sectors of economy. We look at primary activity, secondary, tertiary, quaternary. Then you're going to look at your industrial regions. And under industrial regions, we'll just briefly go through PWV and Southwestern Cape. Remember, these are the ones that have been chosen for 2024 examination. Then we briefly go through coal farming and coal mining and beef farming. And we look at your SDI and IDZ, the West Coast and the Saldanha IDZ. Then we look at the formal sector. Then we look at food security and food insecurity. Without much waste of time, let's quickly go through the questions that we have here. It says, choose the correct weights or weight given in brackets, write only the weights next to the question number in the answer book, e.g., okay, light industry. Now, let's look at here, 2.2.1, industries that cover large area and tend to cause more air pollution. That will be heavy industries. A power station is an example of raw material orientated because a power station is built closer to the coal mine. The location of food-loose industries is not determined by the location factors such as raw material or transport or market. So a food industry is an industry, its location is not influenced by either the raw material or the market. It's called a food-loose industry. But what you should know with the ubiquitous industry, ubiquitous industry is an industry that can be found anywhere, but so long as there is a market. But when you look at the food-loose, it's not influenced by raw material, transport, or market. But ubiquitous industry is influenced by the market. Light or heavy industry can be located around the CBD. It will be light industry. Heavy industries are located far from the CBD because they cause a lot of pollution. Market raw material orientated industry generally produce low order and perishable goods. Those are your market orientated, like your bakery. Your bakery is a market orientated industry because it is located closer to the CBD, or which is closer to the market. So when we define a market orientated, in definition, you say it's an industry located closer to the customers. That is your market orientated. So the customers for this industry will be the CBD. The bridge industry or raw material orientated industry are located near harbors where raw material are imported. So it cannot be raw material because it speak of a bridge, which means it will be for transportation. So it is the bridge industry. Ubiquitous or market orientated industry like telecommunications are not determined by any specific location requirements. So it cannot be market orientated because market orientated is it's influenced by something specific there. The specific that influence market orientated is the availability of customers or the market. But ubiquitous industries like telecommunications are not determined by any specific location requirements. Okay, now we have to look at this. You're choosing the correct weight, and then to make the sentence correct, you not to make the sentence correct, that fits the description here. Industries that make use of mostly machinery and technological equipment in the processing operations. What are those? These are the it makes use of mostly machinery, technological equipment in their processing operations. Which industries are this? These are your capital intensive industries. These industries are not influenced by either raw material or market. So this will be your footloose industries. These ones will be your footloose. They are not influenced by either the market or raw material. Refers to the location of manufacturing concerned factories and businesses in certain core areas where bulk services are provided. So what is this? This is what we call agglomeration. Agglomeration. So agglomeration, this is referred to the location of manufacturing manufacturing concerns, factories and businesses. They can be together. So for an example, in your IDZ can be your agglomeration because it's an industrial development zone. That is your purpose-built industrial estate. It's a purpose-built industrial estate, which means that estate is for the industries. So your IDZ is an example of agglomeration. When you go to a shopping center or a shopping mall is an agglomeration because these businesses, there are businesses that are together there. It is agglomeration. Refers to the location of manufacturing concerns, either factories and businesses in certain core areas where bulk services are provided. So it can be you going to a shopping center. When you go to a shopping center is an example of agglomeration because all the shops are, even if the shops are not doing the same thing, but they're not selling the same product, but all shops are selling products. So that's agglomeration. So you must differentiate between agglomeration and centralization. Now, when you speak of centralization now, we're referring to now, there must be the city center. When you speak of centralization, there must be a city center that you are referring to. But when you're speaking of agglomeration, we're simply referring to coming together of those businesses. And on top of that, there is another concept that we call amalgamation. Amalgamation. So the first thing that comes to my head when I speak of amalgamation is ABSA. ABSA, which means Amalgamated Banks of South Africa. South Africa had many banks in previously. It had many banks. So those businesses or those banks, they now lost their names and now they came together to make one business. So that is agglomeration. Not agglomeration, sorry. That is amalgamation because now they have now become one. That is amalgamation. But when you speak of agglomeration, they come together. So you find there is Truworths and there is Woolworths and there is Pep and there is all other shops together. But each shop is independent of each other. Each shop is selling its own products. But once it becomes a amalgamation, now they become one thing. Like those banks, your Volkskas Bank, your Pem Bank, you won't know them. Those old banks, they have come together and they lost their name. They lost their individual names and now they used one name, which is called Amalgamated Banks of South Africa. Okay. Now, type of employment where labor is registered. So once they speak of registered, so it simply means that this is formal a business. Activities concerned with changing the primary products into a value added. So into a value added one by including labor, energy, premises. So what is this thing here? This is secondary. This one is secondary. We say type of, here we said it is formal because it's registered, and then refer to the location of manufacturing concerns. We said this one over here is agglomeration, and we said a shopping center is an example of agglomeration. And then industry that make use of, mostly here we said they are capital intensive industries. And then this type of businesses can locate anywhere. They can locate anywhere. These industries are your footloose industries. They can locate anywhere. Actually, this ones will be not your footloose. This one will be your ubiquitous industries. This will be your ubiquitous industries. Over there, type of industries located at the source of the raw material. Source of the raw material. The question at the source of raw material. So they will be these ones that are raw material orientated. These are your raw material orientated because they are close raw material orientated. And now let's move on to the next question. Match each type of industry. So we did this. We are going to just continue. Vodacom is an example of this type of industry. It's an ubiquitous industry. So if you look at the ubiquitous industries, most of the ubiquitous industry, you must know that ubiquitous industries, some of the ubiquitous industries, not most of them, some of them, they are not manufacturing industries. They are service industries, like Vodacom, like MTN, everywhere you go. They are service industries. You find them anywhere you go. Vodacom is an example of this. So Vodacom is not a manufacturing industry. It's a service industry. Location is determined by a bulk and heavy raw material. So these ones will be the raw material orientated. Raw material orientated. Vodacom is an example of ubiquitous industry, located in built-up areas as they produce little or no pollution. So which one produces little or no pollution and they can be found? This will be your light industries. For an example, we go inside a shop. You go inside Pick and Pay. You go inside Spar. You can find an industry inside those shops. You can find a bakery inside them. And a bakery is an example of a light industry, pollute less. So you find an industry inside a shop because that industry does not produce a lot of pollution. So these are the located in built-up areas as they produce little or no pollution. So those are the light industries. You can also find the bigger bakeries outside the shops where the shops can go and buy bread. So those are the light industries. Locate closer to customers. Customers. What is customer? Customer is a market. Customer is a market. So this will be your market-orientated industries. We did this for the second time now. The sketch below shows what's happening here. Okay, the sketch below, types of farming. Now, what do we have to do here? We're looking at types of farming. Farming that produces high yield per hectare. It is going to be B here, high yield per hectare, because they use machinery there. Associated with extensive farming practices. It will be your A because they don't use a lot of efforts. They don't fertilize the soil and what have you. Products for the home and export market is going to be B. Farming described as a small scale is going to be A, small scale there. Farming associated with monoculture is going to be B. This is monoculture, meaning that there is one product that is being produced there. And this one, it is mixed farming. It is mixed farming. And this one contributes to food security. This one is local. Local food security. This one produces, it ensures that there is food security for local communities, but this one ensures that there is food security for the entire country. So this one ensures that there is food security for the entire country. Farming that is capital intensive and uses advanced technology is going to be B. Farming that focuses on food security in local communities. So this one is local communities. This will be A. And farming that produces a low yield per hectare is also going to be A. So local food security, but this one is going to be food security for local and also for national. Okay, food security, you must be able to define the concept of food security. So food security, when you define food security, you say when everybody in the country has access to nutritious food. When everybody in the country have access to nutritious food. So the food must be accessible. What do we mean by accessible? The food people must be able to afford food, and people must be able to get where the food is. So that is what food security. Access to nutritious food. When everybody in the country have access to nutritious food to live a healthy lifestyle. And you must know food security has got the opposite, which is food insecurity. When there is a shortage of food or not everybody in the country has access to nutritious food, and there's a danger of famine and malnutrition. This is food insecurity. When not everybody in a country have access to nutritious food, and there's a danger of malnutrition and famine. But food security is when everybody in the country has access to food, has access to nutritious food to live healthy lifestyle. So that is your food security. Everybody in the country has access to nutritious food to live a healthy lifestyle. And then how many people in South Africa experience food security? Okay, this one is extract based. I'm not going to go through that. I'm only going to go through the concepts that can be in the next examination. State one factor that resulted in people being food insecure. So this will be coming from that. But this also is a concept which we can talk about. What is going to make people to be food insecure? Number one, people will be food insecure because of poverty, because of unemployment. It can be food security because of droughts, because of, the factors that can make people to be food insecure. Number one is high prices of food. High prices of food can make people to be food insecure. Number two, unemployment can make people to be food insecure. Number three, poverty. Poverty will make people to be food insecure. Number three, loss of jobs. Remember, loss of jobs and unemployment is the different things. Unemployed means you don't have job, but loss of job, it means you had job, but now you no longer have a job. So that is loss of jobs. And then number three, you can talk about some natural disasters like your flooding, like climate change. You can talk about the number of factors that are contribute to food insecurity. Which province had a high number of children under the age of 5 living in hunger? So this one You will get these answers from the extract. I'm not going to look at that. I'm looking at the concept here. Suggest how the South African government can assist household experiencing food insecurity. Okay, this one is a concept that we can discuss. What can the government do in order to help people in to government can assist household experience food insecurity. Number one, can have skill development so that they can produce food. You can train people how to produce their own food because you cannot keep on feeding people when people that becomes unsustainable. That becomes unsustainable. So skill development, and also because now we're talking about the people that have food insecurity, we can also talk about uh, and speed up land reform. Make sure that people have land where they can cultivate where they can produce their own food. Speed up land reform. Make sure that people are able to produce their own food. What can the government do? Even if this is not an easy thing. Create employment. Create employment. Creating employment is a very difficult thing, but it is just one of the answers that you can give there. Create employment. Now, what can the government do? The government can attract foreign investment, attract foreign investors. So when the government attract foreign investors, the foreign investors can create can come and create jobs for people. So what else can the government do? I want to avoid the situation whereby we're talking about the food parcels. Okay, you can bring those into question, but these are not sustainable strategies for people. You can talk about the grants, but these are not sustainable. So when we're looking at, remember, we need sustainable strategies. You can give them food parcel. Like I said, skill development, because we don't want to be giving people food. We don't want to be giving people grants so that they can buy food. We need to make people to be self-sufficient so that they are able to produce food for themselves. Also, we can teach them about farming practices. You can teach people about farming practices. You can also encourage you can encourage food garden for people that have some land where they can plant. You can encourage them to do encourage food garden by giving them seeds to grow own food. You see what I'm doing here? I'm avoiding to give the facts that you say give people this, which is not sustainable. I'm avoiding to make people consumers. So in geography, we want sustainable strategies. We want sustainable strategies that can be helping people. If I give you grant today or I give you food parcel today, it means next month I must do the same. But if you have a skill to grow your own food, next time you are able to do it. If you have land where you can grow your own food, it means you are able to do that. If I give you seed today, you grow your own food. The food that you're going to produce is going to give the seeds. Then you can give the seeds, you can take the seeds and grow the food for yourself in future. So that is sustainable. Be careful. You must look to solutions that are more sustainable. I'm not saying these once-off solutions are not solutions, but they are putting a burden on the government. We need to look at the more sustainable strategies. Okay. Now the next one is define informal sector. So informal sector as opposed to informal settlement, this is unregistered businesses. Informal sector simply refer to unregistered businesses. Who is beating the heart of South Africa's inner cities? According to this, it says the informal sector. Quote two types of products that are sold by informal sector. So if you get these questions in your examination, you must be able to get this 3 marks for free because it's something that you quote from the extract. You quote this from the extract. So as you quote this from the extract, it becomes easy for you to get those answers. But because they are not the actual concepts of what is informal sector, I'm not going to go into that. But you know what is informal sector? It's a concept that you need to master. It's a concept that you need to master to be able to define. Name two factors from the extract that cause profits to vary. Now, why do profits vary from informal sector? So, what you need to know about informal sector is the same thing that you need to know with the informal settlement. Number one is the reasons. Why do we have informal sector? The same reason why we have informal settlement is the same reason. Is we have informal sector because of high unemployment rate. We have informal sector because of high unemployment. We have informal sector because of rural urban migration. We have informal sector because of people losing jobs from the formal sector. That's why we're having informal sector. So you need to know the reasons for informal sector. And now you also need to know what are the challenges that people face in the informal sector. Number one, in the informal sector, people work long hours. People work long hours there. And they work for long hours for little income. As much as the income is little, it is also irregular. You cannot tell how much you're going to make per day. Unlike other people that go to their work, they know my work, I get 3,000 a month, or I get 5,000 a month, or 10,000, or 100,000 a month, or whatever amount I get a month. So those people know how much they get. But the income for informal sector is irregular. What are the challenges? So some challenges, they can be harassment. Can be harassment by local people. It can be harassment by officials. And then again, their work is also prone to climatic conditions. Is affected by climate. If somebody is working on the street, if it rains, it means there's no income for them. So that is the challenge that they are facing. Now, for your informal sector, you must be able to also state what are the sustainable strategies. How can we help the people that are working in this sector? How can we make their lives better? The people that are working in the informal sector. Number one, what can we do to help them? We can regulate. Number one, I'm not saying we can register, not register, but regulate. Solutions. Number one, we can regulate. And then regulating how they work and where they work. Like how, so that they don't affect each other, or they don't affect other existing formal sector, because that, if they affect other formal sector, then there's going to be a conflict, and the conflict, usually the informal sectors are the ones that are losing most. So you can regulate their operations. Once they are well regulated, you mean now you are going to give them a demarcated area to work at. You give them a demarcated area to work at, and then you can give them stalls where they can keep their stock. You can also assist them with funding. The government can assist them with funding. The government can assist them with education, education and skill development, education and skill development. So the government can assist them in number of ways. So those are the questions that are concepts that you need to know. You need to know, why do we have informal sector? Number two, you need to know, what are the challenges that are facing informal sector? And what are the possible solutions that can be implemented to help people that are involved in informal sector? And one of the things that you must know, you must read your question through. If the question says, what is an informal sector? You cannot say it is a person. You must know informal sector is businesses, is a sector. But when you say, what is an informal trader? You must know it's a person who owns an unregistered business, is a person. But sector simply refer to the businesses themselves. So you must be careful how you answer the question. You must answer the question in the context in which the question was asked. Don't just answer the question, because if they say, what is informal sector, and you say it's a person, you're not going to get a mark. Or if you say, what's an informal trader, then you say it is unregistered businesses. A person is not a business. You will not get a mark. So make sure that you read your question through, so that you understand what the question says, so that you can answer the question in the correct content, in the correct context. Otherwise, you're going to miss your mark. Okay, now one of the questions or the topics that you're going to do is IDZ. So you need to know a definition what IDZ stands for. IDZ stands for Industrial Development Zone. It stands for Industrial Development Zone. And then, as much as you know what IDZ stands for, it stands for Industrial Development Zone, you must also know what is an IDZ, because those are two different questions. What does IDZ stands for, and what is an IDZ are two different things. Then you know, in IDZ is a purpose-built industrial estate. Is a purpose-built industrial estate to promote export. Is a purpose-built. It's a purpose-built. It is a purpose-built industrial estate to promote export. Purpose-built industrial estate to promote export. So that is your IDZ. Name two alternative energy sources in Southwestern Cape used to generate electricity. So those are simply available there. You can see them there. It will be your oil and your gas. They are simply there. It's an oil and gas. But because these are the questions that are based on the extract, it's not the concepts, it's the questions that are based on the extract. We can move through them. Give two reasons why Saldanha Bay has potential for economic growth. So now this one over here is a concept. You need to understand what is going to make Saldanha Bay grow. Number one, it is because Saldanha Bay is the deep port. Saldanha Bay is the deep port of the Saldanha. Is the deep port of Saldanha Bay. That deep port is the one that is making export to be easy, because even the bigger ships can go there. Number two, what is the factor that makes it is the infrastructure. Saldanha Bay has a well-developed infrastructure. And then what else do you have there? You have investment. You have foreign investment there. There's a lot of outside companies from other countries that are investing there. So those make it possible. So the deep port makes it easy for what? Make it easy for trade. Number two, infrastructure also make it easy. So when we speak of infrastructure, that question is very open. We're not only talking about road infrastructure. We're talking about the Wi-Fi networks. So it's easy for people to communicate when they are there. We're talking about road transport. It makes it easy for accessibility, for export, for accessing local and international market because it is also at the coast. So it's easy access to the local and international market because of the harbor. Road transport makes it easy, railway network easy. So these are the factors that makes it. These are the factors that favors. So when we were teaching you that what are the factors that favors industrial development. Now, here it doesn't say that. It says give two reasons why Saldanha Bay has potential for economic growth. You see now, it is not going to come as simple as how you were taught in class. So now you say reasons why Saldanha Bay has potential for economic growth. Now, what are you looking at here? You're looking what are the factors that favors industrial development in Saldanha Bay? So you say, potential for economic growth. I've never come across this. We have done this in classroom, but the questions will not come as straightforward as that. Now, why is it going to grow? Factors that favors industrial development. Development will be that growth. So you need to look at those factors. Explain the main factors that hinder industrial development in the Southwestern Cape Industrial Region. So what are those factors? Now, number one, you can talk about factors that hinders. You did these factors. You say there is limited land for expansion. You said there is limited land for expansion, and then you're talking about it far from local market. Because it is far in the Western Cape, it is also far from local market. It is far from local market because it is in the Western Cape. You can imagine people from Gauteng, how long they will travel to go there. You can imagine people from Northwest, from Mpumalanga, from all other provinces, how long they will travel to go there. So it is far from local market. Another one is that is why they were talking about the oil and gas companies that are providing electricity. It is far from the coal fields. It is far from the coal fields, and therefore the electricity from Eskom become so. Another problem there is a source of energy. Another challenges there is electricity. And another factor will also factors that will hinder industrial development there. Remember, Western Saldanha Bay is in the Western Cape. So one of the factors will be water availability. It will be water availability because it's on the west coast, so it's influenced by the cold Benguela current. With cold Benguela current, there is less evaporation, less condensation, and therefore less rainfall. So the rainfall decreases when you move towards the west of the continent or towards the west of the country. It increases to the east. So shortage of water will be one of the factors that are going to hinder that. Now, explain two advantages of industrial decentralization for the core industrial regions in South Africa. Explain two advantages of industrial decentralization for the core industrial regions in South Africa. So, with the development of the IDZ, what did it mean now? It means now the focus is no longer going to be in the core industrial region. Remember, your core industrial region is your PWV, is Durban Pinetown, is Southwestern Cape, and is Port Elizabeth, Uitenhage. This is where industrialization was centralized. But because of this, it meant now there was a lot of pressure on these areas. And because of that, there was a lot of air pollution. There was a lot of exploitation of resources. And there was a lot of challenges for this area. Now, explain two advantages of industrial decentralization for the core industrial regions of South Africa. It means now there is going to be less pollution because not everybody will be going to these main industrial regions only. There are other IDZ. We said IDZ, they are industrial estates. So what are they doing? They are reducing the pressure from the core industries. There's going to be less pollution on this industrial area. So as there is less pollution, there's going to be less pressure on resources. There's going to be less pressure on resources. There's going to be less congestion. There's going to be less congestion on these resources. And then it will also reduce rural-urban migration. It will reduce rural-urban migration. So these places will not have a lot of people that move into those. Explain two advantages of industrial center for the core. So you need to tell what is going to happen. There's going to be less people going there and then less pollution. There's going to be less pressure on resources. So the electricity, water resources, they will be under less pressure. The houses that are available in those areas will be under less pressure. Less traffic congestion because not all industries are found here. So these areas are going to have a less pressure and therefore it's going to be important for them. So these are the concept. This is a concept that you can expect this kind of questions. You can expect this kind of questions from your examination because these are the conceptual questions. These are the concept questions that you can get. But these other questions here, which I've highlighted here, which are simply found on the extract, we're not paying too much attention to them, but we're looking at the actual concepts of what we are doing. Okay, refer to the infographic on beef farming. Okay, identify two provinces that contribute to. Okay, I think this one you need to know where beef is farmed in South Africa. And as you can see here, we see Eastern Cape, we see Free State, KwaZulu-Natal, Mpumalanga, Northwest. These are the key areas. But I think KZN is the key one, followed by Eastern Cape, Free State. Those are the key areas where beef is found. So, but most of the questions on the economic geography, especially these parts, will not be questions that come on their own. They are usually based on either an extract or on an infographic. You can see this is an infographic. There's a table there, there's a graph there, and there's an extract there. So it will be based on something like this, where you can read and extract information from. State the general trend with regard to South Africa's beef exports between 2019 and to 2023. So all you need to do when you're looking at that, you need to look at the trend there. Is it increasing or is it decreasing? So that is the trend that you need to do. State the general trend. So you say it is increasing or is it decreasing? So that is the trend that you need to look at. Give evidence from the extract. So according to this, the trend there, it is decreasing. But okay, give evidence from the extract that in recent years, the South African beef industry was negatively influenced or affected by okay, physical factor and economic factor. So what you do, you're going to read from this and you will give that based on the extract. It's going to be based on the extract. So now we can simply change this and look at it. What will be the physical factors and what will be the economic factors that can affect beef farming? The physical factors will be things like diseases or the spread of diseases. It can be climate change, or it can be drought, it can be floods. Those will be the physical factors. And the economic factors will be factors like unemployment. It will be those factors that can influence beef production. How can small-scale beef farming contribute to household food security? So this is a concept. This is a concept which you need to pay attention to. How can small-scale farming, small-scale beef farming contribute to household food security? How can it contribute to food security? Beef farming. So number one, beef farming, it produces protein. It produces protein. So beef farming is going to produce protein for people. We said, what is food security? Food security is when everybody has got access to nutritious food. So beef farming is going to ensure that households have food that are high in nutrition, that have high protein. Number two, can also look at, what are you looking at? Beef farming is going to ensure that there is employment. So if there is employment, then people can afford food. And then again, beef security. Beef farming is going to ensure that there is skill development. Now, if people have skills, now people are able to work. And if people are able to work, people are able to buy food for themselves. So that is the importance. How can small-scale beef farming contribute to household food security? How can beef farming make sure that people have got food for themselves? People, number one, we said, people will have nutritious food, will have protein. People will have employment. And when people have employment, people can buy their own food. We said skill development. Food security result in skill development. Beef farming result in skill development, because for you to be a farmer, for you to be able to make sure that you produce good quality beef, what must happen? You must have skills. So once you have skills, you can find jobs. Once you get jobs, now you are able to buy food for yourself. So that is how it can contribute. Why will a new beef export market positively affect a country's economy? Why will a new beef export market positively affect the country's economy? So what does this question mean? What does this question mean? This question means, if there are other people who want to buy beef from South Africa, how will South Africa benefit? Why will a new beef export market, how is it going to help? How is it going to affect the country's economy? Number one, more beef will be produced. More beef will be produced for export market. Number one, that's how it's going to boost the economy. More beef will be produced for export market. Now, how is that going to help? There is going to be more employment for people. There's going to be more employment for people. Now, how will this positively affect the country's economy? Now, when you're talking about the country's economy, what are you talking about the GDP. So what's going to happen to the GDP? This is going to contribute. It's going to contribute to the GDP of the country. It's going to contribute to the GDP of the country, because now there's more beef that is to be produced. There's more beef that's going to be produced. So you're looking at how will a new beef export market? Remember, if you have a certain market and now you have reached your benchmark with your market, you are only producing 1,000 or 1,000 cattle, or you're producing 10,000 kilograms of beef per month. That's it. And now you know how much you are earning. But if the new market comes, it means now you have to produce more than what you are producing. So if you produce more than what you are producing, you're going to export the products. And when you export the products, you're going to get more money. So that is what it means by this question. Why will a new beef export market positively affect the country's economy? Then let's go to the question. Refer to the extract and map of the Saldanha Bay Industrial Development Zone, or IDZ. In which province is the Saldanha Bay? This should be an easy question. It is in the Western Cape. From the extract state, 2 industries that IDZ port infrastructure supports. So when you get here, this one is based from the extract. You'll get the answers from the extract. What positive social contribute to this industry? What positive social contributions to these industries? Okay, now this one is a concept. What you need to know, the importance. You need to know the importance of IDZ. What is the positive social contribution to these industries? What positive social contribution do these industries make? What do they make? What is the positive? What do they do? Industries, what do they do? They make sure that there are products for local people. These are the industries. So the first thing is that there's going to be products for local people, because there are industries that are manufacturing products. What's the next one? There's going to be job creation. It's going to result in job creation for people. People will be able to work because there are industries around them. What else is going to happen? There is jobs. People are going to earn income. People are going to earn income. What is the importance of the IDZ? It's going to reduce poverty. It's going to reduce poverty. Now, if it reduces poverty, what does it do to the quality of life for people? It's going to improve the quality of life for people. So these are the concepts. These are the concepts that you need to know about the importance of the IDZ. So when you're looking at the importance of the IDZ, don't only look at them in terms of social. This question is a very good question. It talks about social. It can also talk about the economic. So when it talks about the economy, then you have to talk about money. Again, now it creates jobs, and therefore it creates an opportunity for people to earn income. It creates jobs and makes opportunity for people to gain income. So these are it improves the quality of life for people. And then somebody who stole food last day or last year because they were unemployed. They stole food from somebody or from the shop because they were unemployed. They could not afford. Now they are working. Are they still going to steal food? So it's going to reduce crime. It's going to reduce crime for the community. Those will be the social advantage. It's going to reduce crime. Explain how the infrastructure makes industries more competitive in the Southwestern. Now, this question is nice and very open. It talks about explain how the infrastructure makes industries more competitive in the Southwestern region. Infrastructure. So it is not specific to any infrastructure. Now, we can now look at how the infrastructure. So this one over here is a concept. It's not based on this one. It's not based on this one. And then, when I'm still at this one, after answering this question, I'll want to talk about a few things about the Saldanha Bay, West Coast, and the Saldanha Bay. I'm going to talk about the Saldanha Bay, IDZ, West Coast, and Southwestern Cape. I'm going to talk about this. But firstly, let me start first by going to explain how the infrastructure makes industries more competitive in the Southwestern Cape industrial region. Wow, this is a very rich question, but it's very easy. This is a very easy. So you see 8 marks. So this is a easy paragraph question. This is one of the easiest paragraph questions that you can get in your life. So paragraph questions are not always difficult. Now, let's start first talking about road. Let's start talking about road. What will be the how will road uh, 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 um, how will road infrastructure make uh, uh, um, make industries more competitive? So road infrastructure is going to provide access to the local market. Road infrastructure is going to make uh, access to local market. Number two, let's talk about water transport. Water transport is going to make access to international market. It's going to make access to international market. So we're talking about infrastructure. Number one, what else are we talking about here? We're talking about electricity. It's infrastructure. Electricity makes sure that there is manufacturing that's taking place. There's easy manufacturing that is taking place. That is the electricity as type of infrastructure. Number two, what are we talking about? We're talking about road infrastructure. We talk about road infrastructure as accessing local market. Let's now talk about road infrastructure as making easy transportation. Easy transportation. So we're still talking about that. We said it make access to uh, local market because of well-developed infrastructure. It also makes easy transportation. We're not talking about market now. We're talking about transportation. It makes it easy transportation. But is this all the infrastructure we can talk about? We can talk about fiber. We can talk about fiber. The fiber infrastructure. The fiber infrastructure make it easy for communication to take place. Industries are able to access through internet, check their products if their products have arrived. Again, you can also again talk about road infrastructure on top of this. Remember when talking about Western Cape, most of the industries in the Western Cape are light industries. Most of the industries in the Western Cape are light industries. And the reason why we have more light industries in the Western Cape is because Western Cape has got a lot of farms. And then there is fewer minerals. There is fewer minerals that you find in the Western Cape. Does not mean that there are no minerals, because in the Western Cape we also have steel. We also have steel industries in the Western Cape. That is why you have the ArcelorMittal industry that you find in the PWV. You also find the ArcelorMittal industry in the Western Cape that is doing steel industry. Because remember, Western Cape, the type of industries that you'll find in the Western Cape, you will find the ship repair and ship manufacturing. So how do they make the ship? They make the ship from the steel that comes from the raw, that is coming from the raw material that they find in the Western Cape. So as much as there is limited raw material, but there is also not raw material, not raw material. Western Cape has raw material. But most of the raw material in the Western Cape is in the form of fruit and veggies. Is in the form of fruit and veggies. And there is short of minerals. Western Cape has plenty of raw material, but it has a shortage of minerals. Minerals. So there's a difference between raw material and mineral. Raw material will be used to manufacture anything, but there are different types of raw material. And milk can be raw material. Sugar can be, sugar cane can be raw material to make sugar. In the Western Cape now, in this case, we're talking about the fruit, we're talking about the grapes that makes the wine and stuff. So those are the raw material. But on top of that, we have other what we call minerals that cannot be consumed. We talk about your iron ore. We're talking or the iron and steel. We're talking about your gold, talking about your platinum. Those are the minerals which are rare in the Western coast or in the Western Cape, but they do have raw material, but in a form of fruit and limited minerals. Okay? I hope you understand the difference between raw material and mineral, because mineral is a raw material, but not all raw materials are minerals. Some of the raw material are not minerals. Now, road infrastructure will also make it easy. Road infrastructure will also make it easy to transport perishable goods, because Western Cape, we said again, it is mainly food products that are produced there and other light goods that are produced there. So with a well-developed infrastructure, it makes it easy to transport perishable goods. Already from road, we said road access to local market. We said road is making it easy to transport raw material, and road infrastructure is well developed, reduces traffic congestion, because the infrastructure is well developed. Therefore, there's going to be less traffic congestion, and therefore, because of less traffic congestion, it makes it easy to transport perishable goods. It makes it easy to transport perishable goods. So those are the factors that makes infrastructure, or these are infrastructure, how infrastructure make the Southwestern Cape more developed. Now, I said I want to talk about Saldanha Bay, Western Coast, West Coast, and Southwestern Cape. So when you're looking at the Saldanha IDZ, so when we're speaking of an IDZ, we're referring to a purpose-built industrial estate to support export. And Southwestern Cape is an industrial area. So what is happening here? All these are found in the Western in the Western Cape. So the factors that favor Saldanha Bay IDZ will be the very same factors that favor Southwestern Cape. For an example, we can talk about what factors favor the Western Cape IDZ, industrial area. You can say, is the Saldanha deep port? The very same question can be asked, what is the factor that favors in industrial development in Saldanha Bay? Is the Saldanha deep port? And then, so this will have same factors. This will have the same factors. And then when you're speaking of the West Coast now, remember West Coast is now the SDI. West Coast is not an IDZ. West Coast is the SDI. So what is SDI? SDI stands for Spatial Development Initiative. What does it stand for? It stands for Spatial Development Initiative. And what is this Spatial Development Initiative? This is a transport and communication links, which links this area and this area and this area. So this whole area over here, we can look at it as a West Coast. So we can look at it as a West Coast is a transport and communication link that join major industrial areas and their harbors. Or you can say it's a corridor. It is a corridor, which means it is along. It is like something which is found in a, like that. It is more like a, it is more like a polygon than a point feature. So you can look at the Saldanha Bay here as a point feature, then you can look at the Cape Town here as a point feature. But now, when you join all these places together with a line, and you join the lines together, you are going to get a polygon. So it's the entire area. So what is actually, or we can look at in terms of the line, because it is a corridor. You can look at it in terms of more of a line than a polygon, because it is joining. So in your definition, they ask you what is an SDI. You say it's a transport and communication network that links main industrial regions and harbors. It is the transport and communication. It is transport and communication links. It is a transport and communication links. What is this transport and communication links doing? It is linking the main industrial areas and the harbors. So this western coast is linking what? The Saldanha Bay with Cape Town and all other areas that are found along this. What is joining them? Is this link? Is this link that we call what? We call it an SDI. We call it the West Coast. We call it the West Coast. So it's a link that is joining these places. So it is called the West Coast. It's called the West Coast. So it's a transport and communication link. So what is the transport and communication link doing? It is joining. What is it joining? It is joining these industrial areas, main industrial areas, to their harbors. Or we can say it is a corridor that joins. A corridor is like a passage. It's like a passage. So it joins point A to point B. So that is your SDI, your West Coast SDI. So let's look at the other questions. Here, Southwestern Cape contributes about 15% of the South African's manufacturing sector. Okay, quote evidence from the infographic which shows that South Africa core industrial region contribute to South Africa. I've already read this, so that is the evidence there. That is the evidence, because you are quoting. Because you are quoting, now you have to take it from the extract as it is. State two modes of transport in the infographic that make the Southwestern Cape core industrial region attractive to foreign investors. So this is the same thing. Explain how the infrastructure makes industries more competitive. So we're talking about the road. We're talking about the road. We're talking about the water. The thing that we didn't talk about here is the rail, which means we must also bring it in, the rail transport. So you have all sort of transport here. You have road, rail. So the rail will also link this industrial area to other areas. So state two modes of transport here. What are the modes of transport that you can get there? What are the modes of transport that you get there? So you can see something there. You can see something there. So this is your SDI. This is your SDI there. So you must limit SDI here. So what do you see there? You see N7. N7 will be your road. Then what do you see there? You see the airport. And then what do you see there? So you can give the types, two modes of transport in the infographic that makes the Southwestern Cape core industrial region attractive to foreign investment. So you can look at, you have this and you have the harbor there. So your air and your air and your water transport. The Southwestern Cape core industrial region is dominated by light industries. Why does the Southwestern Cape core industrial area favor the development of light industries? Because number one, there is more orchards that you find there. There is more farms that you find there. There is more orchards that you find. There is more farms. There is also a lot of the wine production there that is taking place there. That is why you have mostly light industries. Give two factors that have limited the development of heavy industries. Number one, there is shortage of raw material. Shortage of raw material. So we have already answered this question while we were talking about that. There is shortage of raw material here, electricity also, and the distance from the coal fields, distance from the coal fields, distance from the coal fields make electricity expensive, electricity shortage there, and the land also. There's a shortage of land for expansion. There is shortage of land for expansion of the industries in the Southwestern Cape. So we know the heavy industries, they need a large flat land. So there is sufficient land for our light industries there. There is a shortage of raw material, not raw material, cancel raw material. I'm very sorry to say raw material. There is shortage of minerals, not raw material. There is shortage of minerals. Please note, minerals and raw materials cannot be used interchangeably. They are not the same thing because there are number of raw materials. Some of the raw materials are minerals. Some of the materials, some of the raw materials are minerals, but not all the raw materials are minerals. Yeah, not all the minerals, not all the raw materials are minerals. Sorry. No, the last thing that you're going to be you're going to write on is going to be on the map work. And then you saw on your map paper one, you didn't write on some of the skills that require you to use the protractors, which is your bearing. Please make sure that maybe you could be writing the questions on that. But now, when you're looking at the map work that you're going to write on, when looking at the map work that you're going to write on, it's going to be mostly on settlement geography. So you will have to be able to identify the road, the street patterns. You have to be able to identify the street patterns, whether the street patterns are grid iron, and you must be able to identify what are the possible challenges of the grid iron pattern. Are the grid iron pattern an example of old residential or new? And then you must also be able to identify, is this a heavy industry on the map? You must be able to identify the dams on the map. You must be able to identify, what are the factors that favor the site of a particular area there. You must be able to identify the economic activities in terms of farming. Farming will be represented in green, and industries will be represented in black. And then you must be able to identify settlements or built up area. The built up area are indicating urban settlements. The built up areas are indicating urban settlements. The built up areas are shown in gray. You must be able to identify that. And these ones can be industries in black. This would be your industries in black or your. So you must be able to identify those in your infrastructure. And then what are you looking at here? You are looking at its N. So when I'm looking at this, so when you're looking at your GIS, what will that information be? Will this information be spatial, or will this information uh, 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 be attribute. So once you see the end, now it describes what type of the road it is. So it becomes attribute. You must be able to look at the river types, dam, sea, climate, and you must be able to identify the height on the map using the contour lines. I think you will be able to do more on your own now. And last thing that I want you to do, please go, and I didn't go through the traffic congestion as part of the challenges in urban areas. Go through traffic congestion as well on your own and check what is the impact of traffic congestion for the industries, and how does traffic congestion affect people, and then what causes traffic congestion. Okay, so you need to go through all those things, because this is a summary lesson. I couldn't have gone through everything, because if I have to do that, it means I have to be here for 8 hours, doing settlement for 4 hours, and settlement and economic geography for 4 hours, and map work for another 4 hours. So it becomes 12 hours now. So thank you very much for paying attention and for watching. Good luck in your examination. Remember, you have to do your sacrifices, your short-term sacrifices for your long-term gain. Make sure that you study and you focus, and we shall see each other in future. I thank you very much.
Geography paper 2. Right, we are going to look at the two sections that make up the theory part of our paper, which is question number 1 and question number 2 first. With the rural urban settlements is the first question, and economic geography of South Africa is the second option. Right, so like as usual, the structure of our final paper, it's 60 marks per each section for the two theory questions. Then we have geographical skills and map work, which constitutes 30 marks to make a total of 150. Right, let's start with our first question on rural and urban settlements, which is question number 1. With question number 1.1, refer to the sketch below on the pattern and shape of rural settlements. Write only the letter next to the question numbers 1.11 to 1.17. Right, so if we try to analyze this illustration here before we attempt the question, we can try to figure out the sense of the settlement being illustrated on this particular illustration here. Right, you can see we have our scale here, which is 1:15,000, which is a relatively large scale map extract. And if you check your key indications here, we have cultivated land, which is represented by those lines, and we have trees, which are also indicated by that symbol that you can see there, and we have the farmsteads, which are indicated by those squares, and lastly the road network is being indicated by that line. Right, so if we check our settlements here, if we try to analyze the first settlement that we are seeing, which is settlement C here, I think you can see where settlement C is. Right, if you can check there, try to analyze settlement C in terms of its shape, you can see that the farmsteads are located in some linear form along the river. So this basically, when you're talking of the shape of a settlement, we can figure out that this is a linear settlement. And also, if we try to check on this part here, analyzing it using the concept of settlement shape, you can see that this is basically a T-junction shape for settlement IF. Also, there's this junction which is forming here. There's this root and this root which is connecting here to form a T-junction settlement. And also, if we check on this part here, you see that there is a farmstead which is in the midst of a big cultivated landscape, or in a big farmstead. So basically, that is how we can try to interpret that illustration before we attempt the questions. But however, let's proceed to check the questions that we have. And also, maybe before we look at the questions, I need to make a distinction between the two aspects of settlement. We have what we call the shape of a settlement and the pattern of a settlement. Those two, usually you tend to find that learners tend to confuse them, right? Whenever we're talking of settlement shape, right, that is where we have the different shapes that are formed by the different setting of housing units in a settlement. For example, you can talk of a circular shape, then you can talk of maybe a semicircular, then you can talk of a linear, where the housing units are in line, maybe along a transport route or along a river or along a mountain range. Then you can also talk of other settlement shapes, like talked of the circular, the semicircular, the linear. You can also talk of the T-junction settlement, and you can also talk of other settlement shapes like the stellar. When we're talking of a stellar here, this word is derived from the star, where we have maybe some intersections of modes of transport, of transport routes, and then we have settlements developing and radiating along such routes. That gives us a stellar shape. So basically, those are the shapes that we talk about. But when we are talking of settlement pattern, now we are talking of something different here. Under settlement patterns, we need to be clear. Whenever you get a question which asks about the settlement pattern, remember we have two patterns of settlement. It's either the settlement is a dispersed, this is a pattern, or the settlement is nucleated, right? When we talk of a dispersed settlement, we are saying the housing units are further apart from each other. Like one is there, you find the next maybe after a kilometer, you find another one there, maybe after a kilometer and a half, you find another one there. It means these ones are in a dispersed pattern. Then what we call a nucleated or a clustered, it's one and the same thing, nucleated and clustered settlement. Right, we are looking at a settlement whereby the units of housing are just as close to each other. That is an example of a cluster. The housing units are just as close to each other as is possible. Right, so that's the difference between the settlement patterns and the settlement shapes. You should be able to distinguish between those two. Whenever you're talking of a shape of a settlement, we are referring to those different shapes. And when you're talking of a pattern of the settlement, is either the settlement comes in the form of a dispersed, or it comes in the form of a cluster or a nucleated settlement. Right, then that was just for the sake of clarification of maybe some aspects that tend to confuse or that are usually misinterpreted by learners in the examinations. Right, let's go to our questions and try to figure out the correct responses to the given questions, given that we have tried to analyze the illustration and tried to bring out sense from whatever is illustrated on the infographic that we are going to use in answering this particular question. Right, we move to question number 1.11. The settlement pattern at A is, we are looking at pattern at A. You see where A is here, you need to be very articulate. You see A is here. To this side here, you see there are these rows of trees, and A is just indicated here. And if you try to check relating settlement A to F, you can see that A is on its own, whilst F is on its own to the extreme southwest. And also if you check B here, B is also independent on its own to the extreme south. So these three settlements are independent of each other. So we are worried about A only as a settlement. What kind of pattern is that one? Definitely the correct response for that one, given the explanation that we have had on settlement pattern, you can see that there is only that settlement on its own, very far away from other settlements. So it means that settlement is in the form of a dispersed pattern. It's some form of an isolated settlement on its own. It's on its own there and is dispersed very far away from the other settlements to the south and to the extreme southwestern direction. Right. That is the response for the first question. We'll move on to number 112. The settlement pattern at B. Now we are analyzing B here. You see the difference between A and B. A is on its own, it's far away from other settlements, and the farmstead is just on its own. Here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 farmsteads which are almost in the same periphery. They are almost within the same geographical space. So if we are to relate to the type of settlement again in terms of pattern, that is the clear opposite of what is happening at A here. What is happening at A is a true opposite of what is happening at settlement B. So if we are to analyze that one, we will tend to come out with the correct response as a clustered or a nucleated settlement. For that matter, it's clustered or it's nucleated. Right, we'll move on to number 1.13. Right, 1.13 it says settlement A or B is likely to generate more profit. If you are comparing these two, where are we likely to have more profits being generated? Right, we are trying to analyze the location of these settlements in terms of their pattern and try to relate to the activities that take place there. If you check, this is a rural settlement, and you know rural settlements, they are predominantly unifunctional. They offer one main service, which is primary services. They offer primary activities. Right, so which means for this instance here, our core activity that happens in this settlement is farming. So we want to try to relate farming to the nature of these two types of settlements, which is A and B. If you are to look at A is on its own, it's an independent settlement which is far away from other settlements, and which will also imply that all the land surrounding here is made to the best use by this particular farmer who is situated at A, which will enable them to have more land to do more productivity along and as they use the land surrounding their area of residence. And also if you check, there is this thing here which you can see here, which is indicated here. This is a windmill which is indicated here. So this windmill is also a suggestion that there might be very serious commercial production taking place on this particular piece of land. Remember, the windmill is used, the wind pump is actually used to extract our groundwater. And in this instance, we want to relate it to farming activities, which will also imply that there is reliable water supply for this particular farmer on this particular space. And if we come to this side, you see that these farmers are clustered, which means they are sharing pieces of land, and also which will limit their production capacity given that the land is shared amongst a number of farmers, and also given that the land is split into smaller holdings or into smaller units that will limit their capacity of generating profits. So if we are comparing the two, we have more reasons emanating from the side of AF being the one who has got potential, or being the farmer who has potential to reap more profits from the activities that do happen in that particular farmland. So in this instance, our argument is that it's A, settlement A is the one that is more likely to generate a profit because of the given reasons there. They can engage in large scale farming, they have got large piece of land, and also the wind pump here evident can also be used to substantiate the fact that they are the ones who are most likely to get profits from the operations of primary activities in that particular settlement. Right, we move on to question number 1.14. The river caused the settlement at C to have a dash shape. I think we have earlier on discussed about that before we attempted the questions. This river, because of the influence of this river, how has it impacted on the shape of the settlement? If you are looking at the farmsteads here, you can see there's 1, there's 2, there's 3, there's 4. These farmsteads are situated in a line along the river. So the response there, the shape of the settlement is, the river caused the settlement at C to have a dash shape. We are saying the shape is influenced by the river, and the river is making the units to come in a linear form. So they are in line along the river, so implying that the nature of the shape of the settlement there is linear. Right, we move on to the next question, which is 1.15. The shape of the settlement at F is, right, we go to F, we check here what kind of shape is it. When we talk of pattern, I think we now know the difference between a pattern of a settlement and a shape. Here we want the shape. Definitely it was, if it was asking about the pattern, we would say it's clustered because the units are close to each other, but we want the shape. What kind of shape is formed here? You see we have units coming from this side, they get to the junction, they branch. And also we have units coming from this side, they get to they branch like this, giving us a T shape. So in this instance, that kind of a settlement shape is a T junction type of settlement, influenced by the intersection of this route coming from this side. It's meeting with this other route, which is going from the southeastern to the northwestern part of the mapped area here. So it's a T junction settlement based on what we have observed there. Right, is giving a T junction shape. Right, to move on to the next question, which is D is located on high ground due to the threat of flooding and is called a dash settlement. Right, let me clarify before we answer these two questions, so that maybe we are able to figure out how we are saying it's the correct response and how we are saying the other response is not correct. Right, we have two types of settlement according to relationship to water. Settlements, remember, are established also in relationship to water. But the difference that we need to note here, we have two classifications of settlements relationship with water. Number one, we have what we call a dry point settlement. And then number two, we have what we call a wet point settlement. Between these two, one of these two settlements is established at a point which is safe from threat of flooding. We establish a site of a settlement after considering the safety of the place in relationship to risk of flooding. So that is what we call a dry point settlement. The settlement is established at that particular site because it's a safer site when we talk of the risk of flooding. So it's a dry point settlement, and it's located at a place, usually a higher ground, which is not at risk of flooding. That is a dry point settlement. And when we talk of a dry point settlement here, we are not saying there is no water, but we are saying we are settling there because it's safer from the risk of flooding. That is a dry point settlement. Then we look at the wet point settlement. The reason for the establishment of this point here, of this settlement, is for easy access to water as a resource. We establish this settlement so that we can easily access water as a resource. The typical example that I can give for this one, let's say for example we are in an arid region, we are in a desert area. It does not make sense for a settlement to be established maybe 5 kilometers away from the water source, so that you can travel every day to go and get water 5 kilometers to and from. That doesn't make sense. We have to locate as close as is possible to the source of water, because that region, water is scarce. In that particular region, water is a scarce resource. Therefore, we need to locate as close as is possible to the water source so that we are able to access it. So that becomes a wet point settlement. For example, in dry areas, settlements that are established close to the oasis, the place where we can access water in an arid region, those are wet point settlements. So that's the difference between the two. Dry point, we are locating at a place which is safer from risk of flooding. Wet point, water is a scarce resource. We have to locate close to the available water resource. Right, let's try to make sense from our two questions. D is located on high ground due to the threat of flooding and is called a dash point settlement. A dash settlement. From our responses, the correct response is dry point. Is at a place which is safer from the risk of flooding or from the threat of flooding. So is a dry point settlement. Then E is close to a supply of water and is referred to as, for E now, is a wet point. We want to access water. The reason for the establishment of that particular settlement over that ground is that we can access the resource easily. That is why we are calling it a wet point settlement. Right, so basically that is the distinction of establishment of a settlement in relation to water. Right, then quickly we need to move on to the next question on our section 4 for settlement studies. Right, and the other thing is when you're in the examination, you should try to maximize the marks that you can get from these short questions by just being very quick to reason and being very quick to remember some of the aspects, because these questions are the ones where you should maximize on the marks and try to get maximum marks for these short objective questions. Right, we move on to the next section, which is question number 1.2. It's a question on multiple choice type of questions. Right, we are going to go through the questions quickly and try to identify the correct responses and try to make some explanations as to why we are saying those responses are the ones which are correct. Right, we go to the first question, number 121. It talks about a dash is an area where a group of people live that has buildings, communication network, and functions. Right, that is the simplest definition of a settlement and nothing else there. Settlement is an area where a group of people live that has got buildings, and communication network, and functions. That is a settlement. If you are to define situation and site, I think you also need to define these two. When you talk of a site of a settlement and a situation of a settlement, those two concepts are a little bit different. They are different, but we should distinguish between them. A site, that is the actual ground. When you're talking of a site, we're looking at the actual ground where a settlement is established. And situation, we are looking at the location of a settlement in relation to its surrounding environment. How the settlement relates to the other environment surrounding it, that is the situation of a settlement. So basically, that's the distinction between those two aspects that needs to be clear. But the correct response for that one, we have figured out that it's a settlement. We move on to the next question, which is question number 122. The dash is the process whereby an increasing percentage of people live in urban areas as compared to rural areas. Right, is the process whereby an increasing percentage of people live in urban areas and as compared to rural areas. There are two concepts that need to be clarified based on such geographical concept of urbanization and level urbanization and rate of urbanization. We need to clearly clarify on those aspects and make them clear as is possible, so that we demystify the confusion that learners usually go through. When you're talking of urbanization, let me start by giving the response to this one. The correct response for this one is urbanization. For this question, our correct response comes here, right? Why are we saying it's urbanization? We are saying the process whereby an increasing percentage of people live in urban areas compared to rural areas. That is the process of urbanization, when people are now moving and preferring to stay in cities and towns. And we now have a situation whereby there are now increasing percentage of people living in cities and towns compared to people who are staying in rural areas. These are the concepts here: urban growth and urban sprawl. There are also geographical concepts that we might need also to explain on. When we're talking of urban sprawl, we are looking at uncontrolled growth of cities and towns, or it's rather some form of formless growth of cities and towns. For example, when we have informal settlements sprouting and growing, it's an example of urban sprawl. They are formless and they are unplanned for. So just a situation whereby the urban area grows without a particular defined form or defined shape. So it's a formless, or we can say it's shapeless, or it's uncontrolled growth. The urban area just grows anyhow, in any direction, without a formal plan, without following a proper plan. Then urban growth is the increase in the numbers of people in urban areas. There is a difference between urban growth and urban expansion. Urban growth, we are looking at people. When the urban area is having more and more people, that is urban growth. More and more people preferring to stay in urban areas. We are having more people in urban areas. That is an urban growth situation. So we are seeing the difference here. We are not comparing to any way. We are just looking at the urban area, and we are saying in the urban area, there are more and more people who are staying there. That is urban growth. The urban area is growing because there are more people who are staying in the urban area. We are not comparing to rural areas. The moment we put the aspect of comparing to rural areas, we're now saying there are more people who are staying in urban areas as compared to there are now more people who are staying in urban areas as a percentage compared to the people in rural areas. Now we are going back to urbanization. Right. So urban growth is different from urban expansion in this sense here. Growth, we are saying, is we are looking at the perspective of people in the city or in the town. There are more people who are staying in the city. But when it's expansion, we are looking at the physical growth. It's no longer about people here. We are looking at physical growth. Remember, as the urban area grows, there are more buildings, there is more infrastructure being introduced. So that expansion of the physical outlay of the buildings, or the expansion of the peripheries of the urban area, is what we call the urban expansion. Right. Basically, that is it. Let's move on to the next question. Right. The next question is talking about the formless growth of urban areas. I think earlier on we have discussed about that. When you talk of formless growth or shapeless growth or uncontrolled growth of cities and towns, we are looking at a situation of urban sprawl. Right, we move on to the next question, number 124. The physical growth of an urban settlement is referred to as, I think we've also discussed this. This is expansion. We have tried to define between the two. Right, this is urban expansion. Then an increase in the number of people living in urban areas is known as, you are now seeing the difference between these two questions. The increase in the number of people living in urban areas is known as. This question is not the same as this question here. Is the process whereby an increasing percentage of people live in urban areas compared to rural areas. Is not the same. We cannot give the same response to these two questions because they are not the same. The increase in the number of people living in urban areas is known as, that is urban growth, like what we have earlier on explained. Right. We move on to the next question, which is number 126. The largest increase in the level of urbanization in South Africa is from, we are comparing the years here, from which year to which year. So which means we are taking 2018 to 2019. We subtract these two. 66.9, we subtract 66.4. It gives us 0.5. If we are to take from this one to this one, which means here our percentage increase is for this option, it's 0.5. Then we move on to 2019 to 2020. 2019 is 66.5, 2020 is 67.2. We also try to figure out the difference between the two, which gives us a difference of 0.3. If you had to say 67.2 minus 66.9, we get a difference of 0.3. Then we go on to the next item, 2020 to 2021. 2020 is 67.2, then 2021 is 67.9. If you check the difference there, it's 0.7. Then we move on to the last, 2021 to 2022. It was 67.9. It went on to 60, up to 68.3. So the difference here is 0.4 again. So we want the one with the biggest increase, which means this one is the one which has got the largest increase from 2020 to 2021. Right, which is option number, item C. Response number C. Right, move on to the next question. Number 127. The dash of urbanization refers to the pace at which urbanization takes place. The dash of urbanization refers to the pace at which urbanization takes place. So the correct response there is the rate of urbanization. The rate of urbanization refers to how it takes place. Right, we move on to the next question. The advantages of counter-urbanization for urban areas are decreased what and what. When we're talking of counter-urbanization, we need to maybe clarify on this concept here. When we're talking of counter-urbanization, is the reversal of rural to urban migration. We have these people moving from rural going to urban areas. This is rural urban migration. Then we now have a reverse, urban to rural. This is now what we call counter urbanization. What is the advantages of having people now moving out of the urban areas going to the countryside or the rural and the surrounding farmlands? What will be the advantages? What will get decreased? Right. The correct response there is, if we check here, pollution will get to decrease. If we are having less people in the cities, it means they contribute towards reduction in the levels of pollution. So we take that response, it's correct. And we take this one here, land value. Land value is not an advantage for having a decrease in land value. Then we can also check the static appeal does not decrease. If there are less people, it means it is going to increase. How the urban area looks, it looks more beautiful with less people than being congested. Then there is also decreased traffic congestion. It's also correct. If there are less people, chances of traffic congestion will also get decreased because the number of vehicles plying the routes are also going to decrease with the decrease in the size of the population. So item number 1 and item number 4 constitute to be our correct combination of responses which fall under a letter C. Right, we are done with this question, the multiple choice section. We need now to quickly move on to the section of the higher order, middle order and higher order questions, where we are now supposed to apply geographical logic and reasoning, and also where we are supposed to show that at least we are geographers who have learned something in class and who are studying and still being able to capture some geographical sense from whichever text they will be studying from. Right, let's look at this graph here. Refer to the graph and cartoon below showing rural-urban migration. The title, if you check here, it says predicted or expected difference in the percentage increase of people that moved from rural to urban areas between 2000 and the year 2030. So we are having these different continents for 2000, and we are having the very same continents for 2030. On our vertical axis, you can see we have percentage living in urban areas, which means we are expressing the population as a percentage of, this is a percentage express of the people who are staying in urban areas as a fraction of the total people in that particular continent. So we see we have Asia, Africa, Europe, South America, and North America. That is for 2000. Then what is expected in 2030? The trends were like this in the year 2000, like you can see the title here. In 2000, those were the trends. But what is going to happen in 2030? We're going to have a new trend. According to the expected here or the predicted, this is what is going to happen around the year 2030 to those different continents in terms of the numbers of people who are moving into cities and towns. Right. Then if we come here, we also need to analyze what is happening on this cartoon here. You see there's this figure here. He's thinking about better jobs in the city. He's in the rural farmland and the mind is focused in factories in town. You can see there are factories here. He's imagining that the moment they follow this route, they will get there and attain better, be able to secure a better job in the city. That is what that figure is having in mind. Right. So let's check our first question. Question number 131. Which continent is predicted or expected to have the highest percentage of people that would move to urban areas between 2000 and 2030? This is a matter of checking and comparing the statistics that we have for each and every continent as in 2000 and as they expected for 2030. If you check for Asia, it's 37 in 2000 and is going to increase to 50 as in the year 2030. So you can see the difference there from 37 to 50. That is a difference of plus or minus is 13. If you subtract these two, 37, 50 minus 13 is a percentage increase of 13%. 13% more people will move as compared from 2000 to 2030. Then you check Africa is having 37 and is having 54. So you can see that there is a wider difference here. 54 minus 37, that gives us 17. Then if we check for Europe, Europe here has got 73 and has got 80 in 2030, the prediction. The difference here is just a difference of 7%. South America 76 and 85, which is also a difference of 9. From here, positive 9, 76 to 85. Then we look at North America from 79 to 84, which is also a percentage increase of 5%. So relating to our question here, we want the continent that will have the highest percentage of people that would move. So in this instance, our correct response is Africa. Africa is having 37, is expected to reach a high of 54 as in 2030 as the prediction. So it comes that our response for that one is for Africa. Then determine the predicted or expected difference in the percentage of people of the answer above that would have moved between 2000. Right, so it's simply we are saying in 2000 is 37% and it is going to increase to 54%. We want the difference between these two. By how much? So it's like we're saying 54% minus 37%, which will give us 17%. That is how we do the calculation. We move on to the next question. Why would the rate of urbanization of the continent answer to above will be so high? Why do we have such level of such rates of urbanization being such high in Africa? But you look at it from the perspective of the push or the pull factors. You explain it on the perspective of either the push side or the pull side. If you explain it on the side of the push side, on the side of push factors, you look at what drives or what forces people away from rural areas. What is uncomfortable that make people want to move out of rural areas to go and stay into cities and towns? You can talk of things like lack of employment opportunities in rural areas. There are limited employment opportunities in the rural areas. It's a push factor that will force people to want to go to cities and towns in Africa so that they attain a better life. Like what that figure is thinking about better jobs in the city. So it means in the rural area, there will be lack of employment opportunities. Or we can also look at it from the side of a decline in production, in agricultural production. Agricultural production in most instances is declining in the rural areas, and remember, those people mainly they rely on those primary activities. Then it means there's no more incentive for them to keep staying there if their core activity is no longer profitable for them. Or you can look at it from the side of poverty in the rural areas. Many people in the rural areas, they live in absolute poverty, and hence they need to better their lives by going to cities and towns. So there are so many that you can mention on the side of the push factors. Or you can talk of poor infrastructure in the rural areas, poor service provision, lack of housing. All those are factors that you can mention on the side of the push factors, which will force people to want to go to urban areas. Or if you want to look at it from the pull side, we're now looking at what is in the urban area that attracts people to come from the countryside and want to join the residents of urban areas. You are converting the opposite of what you would have just said as push factors, like availability of job opportunities, or you can talk of better life in the cities or in urban areas, or you can talk of better services like education or health care is in most instances better in the cities and in the towns. So those are some of the reasons which are on the side of the pull factors. Better infrastructure in the urban area is a pull factor. Right, let's move on to the next question. Why does the pull factor indicated in the cartoon often lead to disappointment? The pull factor here is better jobs. This person here is attracted by better jobs in the city. They are thinking that the moment they set their foot in the urban area, they are going to find themselves securing a better job in the factory or somewhere in the industries. That is what they think in their mind. But the question is saying it will lead to a disappointment. How then will someone get disappointed given that they are having high hopes in them securing a job the moment they get to the city or the moment they get to the nearby town? How will it become a disappointment to such kind of a person who has got such high hopes? Right, the first thing that you need to note is there is limited jobs available in the cities and in the towns. This mentality here doesn't hold the reality. Better jobs in the city, there are limited employment opportunities, which means that will become a disappointment. The moment you get there, you tend to find that there are so few jobs, because remember, the economy is not growing at the same pace which will compensate the level of urbanization. The rate of urbanization is such fast, and the economy is not growing at such a pace to accommodate all those people who are moving into cities and towns. So there's limited employment opportunities in the urban area. That can be a disappointment. And also we can talk of a skills mismatch, or maybe the level of education. Right. When we talk of skills mismatch here, we are saying, let me just indicate the points. Right, we are saying skills mismatch. Skills might mismatch. You think the skills that you have or that you are bringing to the urban area are relevant to what is happening in the urban area, or to find that your skills are not even required by any employer in the urban area. Maybe you have skills in some particular field, you are specializing in maybe some primary activities that you are focusing on in the rural area, then you want to go to an urban area, and then you tend to find that the sector which is dominant in that urban area maybe is mainly a secondary sector where people are involved in manufacturing processes, and also the tertiary sector where you find people working in banks, you find people being employed in several service provision sectors. So you tend to find that your skills won't be relevant to such. So those hopes will end up being a disappointment. You go all the way to an urban area hoping that you are going to fit there, then all to find that your skills are not relevant. They are not matching to what the urban area requires. Or you can also talk of high unemployment in the cities. The moment you think of going to an urban area, you should ask yourself, the job that you want to go and try to find, there are other people who have been in the very same urban area for the past 2 years who are not working. They are failing to secure that kind of job. There is already high unemployment in the cities and towns. Then for you who is just coming today, you have come with high hopes that you are going to make it, not knowing that there are people who were already there before you who are not even employed. So that is also another disappointment that might come, that you tend to find that already in the urban area there are people who are not employed, who are trying so hard to secure those jobs, but they are failing to secure them. Then you can also check on competition. There are so many people looking for the same jobs that you hope to find there. So that competition is also going to be a disappointment. Sometimes you tend to find that you are overpowered in terms of maybe the level of experience or the level of skills that you have by some other people whom you are competing with for the same vacancy. So it acts as a disappointment to this figure here who is hoping to get better jobs in the city. Or we can talk of unaffordable cost of living. Cost of living in the urban area in most instances is high, which will also mean that when you are still on job hunting, that is going to be a very big challenge for you to sustain in the urban area while it's on the phase of job hunting. You still need to get the basics. You need to move from point A to point B. You need transportation, and you are not employed for that matter. And you still need to fend for the bills, like you need to pay rentals. All that constitute towards the burden of you failing to secure the job that you are hoping for, because the cost of living in the urban area will be way far higher. And given that you wouldn't have secured the job that you are hoping for, you are still beyond the phase of job hunting. That is going to be a very serious challenge that will lead to it being a disappointment. And you tend to find that some of such hopes will die, and the person will reverse to go back to the rural area where they are used to. Right. Those are some of the disappointments that can come along and act as a hindrance to the fulfillment of such dreams by people from rural areas. Right. We move on to the next question, which says, suggest strategies that could be implemented in rural areas to reduce the rate of urbanization. What then can be done to rural areas so that we reduce the numbers of people who are moving from rural areas going to cities and towns, right? That is a simple question that just require open reasoning, right? We can talk of improvement in service delivery, because the moment we are able to identify the cause of the movement, then we address the cause of the movement, then it means we are solving the problem. People are moving because of poor service. Then what should we do to the service provision? We should improve service delivery and provision in rural areas. Provide those services that are wanted by people. Maybe it's education, they are going to cities to attend schools which are better, or maybe it's healthcare. We offer such services to the rural areas, and those people, they have no incentive of moving away from such rural areas, because all what they are going to get in the urban area is now upon them in the rural area. So we talk of infrastructure development and upgrading of infrastructure, existing infrastructure. We talk of provision of basic services like education. We talk of electrification programs for rural areas, provide electricity, provide clean water, provide basic sanitation in the rural areas. Those are some of the measures that can be implemented to try and retain the rural residents in their original space. Then we can also talk of improvements of the agricultural sector, maybe through introduction of irrigation farming, or we can talk of cooperative farming being introduced in the rural areas, because we're saying these people, they rely on the primary activities and predominantly agriculture. So we should try to resustain agriculture in the rural area so that it becomes profitable for the inhabitants of the rural area. For example, in those areas which are arid, if we are trying to implement irrigation farming, that will become viable for the residents in the rural area, and they wouldn't have any incentive to want to move out of their original areas of residence. Right, and we'll also talk of other things like that can be done. We can talk of industrial decentralization. We try to decentralize industries from industrial regions, core industrial regions, and try to also develop some industries in parts of the rural communities so that we create jobs for those people. Because remember, we have been mentioning about people hoping to go and find better jobs in the cities and towns. If there is industrial decentralization, it implies that those jobs will now be available for the people in the very same rural areas that they do want to move away from. So we do decentralization of industries. Right, those are some of the measures that can be implemented. We can talk of incentivizing people in rural areas. The government can maybe make an initiative to maybe pay some grants for people staying in rural areas so that they can sustain and they can find ways of making a living in their very own communities, right, as a measure to try and limit their movement into cities and towns. Right, that was question number 1.3. All right, we need to move on to the next question, which is question number 1.4. Question number 1.4 is based on the model of urban settlement, which is the multiple nuclei model, the model which was done by Harris and Ullman. Right, if you check this model here, it's indicating the different land use zones that we find in the urban area, and here they are numbered according to this numbering system which is used on the sketch here, and the key is indicated here to show which land use zone falls in which sector, numbered as per the sketch indicated on the left of your urban area. Right, so you tend to find that we have number 1, which is in the center, which is almost at the center of our urban settlement here. If you check number 1, the label for number 1 is there. Our number 1, we find it here. Our number 1 is the CBD, which is the Central Business District. Right, this is the commercial core of the urban settlement, where we tend to find that we have the concentration of the commercial activities in this particular zone here. That's the commercial heart of the urban settlement. And if you try to check from our urban settlement, you tend to find that your CBD falls here. This is where we get your CBD around this area here. And you can relate the features of the CBD, the surrounding environment. You can see the nature of the buildings that we have here. We have high-rise buildings. All these buildings, they are very tall buildings, high-rise buildings, for the reasons being that land is expensive in the CBD and there's no more space for horizontal expansion. You cannot expand horizontally in the CBD because the land is used up. The only space for expansion is to expand vertically, which means the height of the buildings will be so high, because that is the only way we can expand in the CBD given land limitation and also high land values. Right, and also if you check the density of the buildings, they are also dense within the CBD here for the same reasons that land is scarce in the CBD. There is no space to waste. All space is put to the best use and is put to a maximum use that returns to the owner of the space. Right, then we go to zone number 2. Number 2, we tend to find that is there. Zone number 2 is light industries. You can see from here. And if you try to pick it out from here, you can tend to find that our light industrial site might be there on that urban settlement as indicated there with our second numbering, which is number 2. Light industrial activities, I think you still remember about what happens in light industries. Right, light industries, we are looking at those kind of production that relatively do not require very large spaces and that do not cause high levels of pollution. For example, we can give examples of maybe clothing manufacturers. They fall part of the light industries. You can also talk of shoe manufacturers. They also fall part of that sector of industries. And also you can talk of maybe furniture manufacturers. Those are typical activities that do happen in the light industries. If you check, their production process does not need much space, does not need a very big space. And also their level of pollution is relatively lower. They do not cause much pollution in forms of air pollution and noise pollution. That is why they are compatible to the CBD here. We are having our CBD at number 1, and the light industries, we are tending to find that it's just close to the CBD. It's just occurring in close proximity to the CBD. For the reasons being, those activities, they do not cause much pollution, and hence they can be compatible with either residential areas or the CBD. Then we have the low income residential area, which is number 3. There, low income, we also tend to find that is closer to the light industries and also is closer to the CBD. For the reasons that these people here, they are low income, they tend to locate close to their source of to their workplaces rather, because many of them, they will be working in the light industries and some in the CBD. That is why this zone was created in this particular space there too, for ease access to the places of work either in the light industrial site or in the CBD. And also given that these people are low income, we don't expect many of them to be having private vehicles to ply their routes going to different workplaces which are further away from where they are staying. That is why, for the reason, the zone is located just close to their workplaces, so that it's a walkable distance or it's cheaper for them to commute to go to their workplaces here. Then we have middle income residential, which is number 4. Number 4, you can see where it is here, which is roughly this area here. You tend to find our middle income residential. So you are seeing that the middle income is now a little bit far away from the CBD and also the light industries. They are now further away. This middle income, remember, they have a better way or better life. They have a better life in the sense, and hence they locate a distance away from activities in the industries, like in the light industries, and also they locate a distance from the CBD. They usually have private ownership of modes of transport. They can easily drive and get to the CBD conveniently, given that there is increased ownership with increased level of income, ownership of modes of transport. The middle income, they can be able now to stay further away from the CBD and the light industries for the sake that they are now having private ownership of their own modes of transport. Then we have number 5. Number 5, zone 5 is here. You can see like this part here. This is the high income residential, what we call the suburban areas. These areas are now very far away from the CBD, and on the outskirts of the city. You are seeing where zone number 5 is at the periphery of the city, on the outer edge of this city here. They are very far away from the central business district, for the very same reasons that even that these people have got high income, they definitely have their own modes of transport. They can drive into the CBD, and also because there is free space here, they tend to locate away where they can have a free space and healthy and clean environment away from pollution activities that are concentrated in the CBD and in the industrial areas there. And if you check also the nature of the housing units, you can see that the housing units are looking like they are very big units, and they are spaced very far apart from each other. Right, then we go on to number 6, which is a heavy industrial site. Our function number 6, you tend to find it there, which implies that our number 6, you are picking it there. Then we have the outlying business district, which is number 7. Number 7 is here, close to the high income, and in between the high and middle income. Number 7 is here, the outlying business district. Right, when we're talking of outlying business districts, we are looking at decentralization of commercial activities. Some businesses are now moving out of the central business district for the different centrifugal reasons that happen there. Like, for example, levels of traffic congestion within the CBD, level of crime, level of pollution in the CBD, competition, all those factors, they drive some businesses out of the core CBD here, and they tend to decentralize and locate in the outlying business district, like here. Right, then we go to the residential estate. That is number 8. You can see it's there. It's an independent on its own. Then we have number 9, the industrial estate. Industrial estate is number 9. Number 9 is here, which means the industrial estate is also there. So basically, that is the model that we are referring to. This model of multiple nuclei, model by Harris and Ullman. Right. Let's go to the questions and try to figure out how best we can attempt such questions. There we're just interpreting the model and trying to figure out how it explains the distribution of different functions within an urban setting. Now we want to analyze the questions and try to figure out sense and see how we can best answer those questions using geographical sense. Right, number 141, it says state 2 characteristics of the multiple nuclei model evident in the sketch. We are looking at this sketch here. What is evident there that we can see and that we can use as a feature or a characteristic of the urban settlement model? Right, we can talk of the separation of functions. Functions are distinctively separated from one another. Like if you check here, there are boundaries which show us the demarcation of a given zone, which means from this illustration here, we have a distinct zone whereby there is one core activity that takes place. If it's a low income residential, it means that is the dominant activity that happens in that area. So from what we are seeing there, we are seeing that they are separated functions. And also, let's check the CBD. The CBD is there. It also shows us that the CBD is at the core, is at the focal point of the settlement. Like what you are seeing there, activities are concentrated around the CBD. So the CBD is at the core. It's also evident. You can also see that from that illustration. And also, it shows us that it's a multiple nuclei, as the name suggests, meaning to say that the city is organized around multiple centers. We have the core CBD here, and the activities are centered around the CBD. We have the outlying business district here. We also have activities happening around. This becomes a focal point for this area, and this also becomes a focal point for that particular area. So it implies that the multiple nuclei is shown there. We have a city which is organized around some multiple centers. With the growth of this city, we are likely to have another outlying business district growing somewhere. So it will also become a focal point for that region, and people will concentrate activities around that focal point. So the effect of a multiple nuclei is also evident on the sketch or on the illustration that is indicated there. Right, let's move on to number 142. Identify land use zone 1. Land use zone 1 is here. It's indicated that is the central business district, or basically the CBD, that is zone number 1. Central business district. That is zone number 1. Then account for the location of zone, let us zone 1. Account for the location. We're saying give reasons why it is located where it is. You are seeing that the CBD is at number 1 here and is encircled by zone number 3, there's zone number 2, there's zone number 3 again here, there's zone number 4 on this side, and the CBD is at the focal point, it's at the center. Why is it there, or what reason can we use to justify its existence on that part of the urban settlement? Right, number 1 we can say is the commercial center of urban settlement, hence it should come at the core. Is the commercial center. All commercial activities are centralized and are happening in the CBD. So it means some other functions will occur or will happen around the commercial center, and then the CBD forms the core of the whole urban settlement. Because there is concentration of commercial activities in the center of the urban settlement, it also implies that other functions will tend to develop around the commercial core, which is the CBD. And also, it's easily accessible. It's linked by different transport routes which ply from different directions. So for that reason, it's the one that provides the services for the settlement and other functions, and hence they have to develop around it. The CBD being here at the center of the urban settlement, it implies that services that people want, they get them from here, and hence they have to locate surrounding where they get their services. Right, we move on to the next question, number 1.4.4. Explain how the development of the outlying business district OBD labeled number 7 was influenced by crime rates and traffic congestion. Right, we are analyzing the problem of the development of the OBD as a result of those urban settlement issues of crime rate and traffic congestion. We are relating them to the development of the outlying business district. So when we are explaining here, we are trying to figure out how this problem, this urban issue, contributed towards the establishment of this outlying business district which we find here. There is now an area which has got some commercial activities which are also provided in the core CBD there, but now these ones are in the outlying area. This one is in the outlying region. Why did it come there in relationship to crime? Crime rate here in the outlying business district, there is lower crime. There's lower crime in the outlying business district. We are comparing the CBD here, the main CBD there versus the outlying business district. And how does lower crime rates contribute towards establishment of that business district? Given that there is less crime rate, it's safer for businesses to operate in this zone here. It's safer for businesses to operate here because of less crime rate, and hence the development of this outlying business district. And also for the safety of the customers. Customers are much more safer doing business here because there is less crime rate, which means it will attract more customers who fear for their valuables, who don't want to go to the CBD where crime is rife. And also, if you try to look at it from the cost to business, remember, if there is high crime, businesses are also forced to incur high cost, like for example, insurance. Insuring their properties, it will be costly if there is high crime rate in the area. So it also implies that businesses will be favorable to locate here because it's less costly in terms of payment of insurance is related to crime for their businesses. So that is basically what happens with the outlying business district. And if we check also, let's go to a traffic congestion. How do we relate traffic congestion to the development of this urban outlying business district? Right. Here, there is less traffic congestion. Why is it that there's less traffic congestion in the outlying business district? Right. This has less traffic volume. Traffic volume is limited here. A lot of people, they do their businesses in the CBD, and hence there are so many vehicles that tend to go to the CBD. But the outlying business district, we have fewer people doing business in the outlying business district, and hence the volume of traffic is limited, and hence it's easily accessible because of limited or almost no traffic congestion. And also accessibility is easier because there's less traffic. It gives it easier accessibility by people doing business there or the customers who want to come and buy or acquire different services offered there. The roads are not congested. Then if we check also in terms of traffic congestion, basically in terms of traffic congestion, it's fine. Talk also of like other contributing factors which will make this area develop into an outlying pronounced business district. Factors like level of pollution. You tend to find that there is less pollution in those outlying business districts, and people are more comfortable doing businesses in such places because it's more convenient for them and it's much healthier and easier for them to go about their normal businesses in such outlying business centers. Right. So we need to move on to the next question. Why will the multiple nuclear model depicted in the sketch not apply to all urban areas? Right, we're saying this model here, it applies where it applies. In some areas, it doesn't apply. Why is it not applicable to all urban areas? Right, there is a number one we can say. Cities are planned according to government policy. So if the government policy does not conform to what is here, it means that city can never resemble what is shown by that model. The government plans or the local authority plans how the city should be structured. So if the plan is not compatible to how the model suggests the distribution of land use, it means that model cannot be applicable to that city or to that town. And also, if we check the level of development, this model can be applied to the Western world. It cannot be applied to cities in the developing world or in the third world because of the differences in the level of development. It does not apply to much of the low-income countries, cities in low-income countries or the third world. This model is not actually compatible with that. Then you can also look at it cannot be applied or it cannot apply in all cities because it doesn't consider the historical background of the development of such cities. Like for example, talk of a South African city. Remember, we have another model which is a South African city, which is a symbol of how cities in South Africa look like. They are not they do not have the same setup as what this model suggests by these two guys, Harris and Ullman, because of the legacy of apartheid in South Africa. Remember, there was Group Areas Act where people were supposed to settle according to ethnicity, not because of level of income. So you tend to find that there were areas for black people and areas for white people, areas for the Indians, areas for the coloreds, because of the implication of apartheid. which will mean that this classification of residential areas according to level of income will not be compatible with South African cities, because South African people were not grouped according to their level of income, though to some extent, but basically they were grouped according to their races. So it ignores such historical background, and it means it cannot apply to some cities, like for example in South African cities, because of the legacy that was left by apartheid. Right, basically that's the idea behind such. Right, we'll go on to question number 1.5. right, it's a text, it's an infographic with this picture here and what is indicated here. Right, we check the first question. Define the concept urban blight. Urban blight, a geographical concept, or in some instances you tend to find that besides using urban blight is indicated as urban decay. What is it that we call urban blight? We'll try to define it in simple terms. Right, basically when we're talking of urban blight, we're looking at the decline or the deterioration of urban areas. Urban areas are declining and they are deteriorating. The deterioration of urban areas, which is mainly seen in the form of crumbling infrastructure. Like if you see what this building is like, it's not in a good state. It's in a crumbling state. And also in the form of abandoned buildings. That is evidence of urban decay. So basically it's a situation of deterioration of urban area. The area is deteriorating, is losing its value, and is having a situation of crumbling infrastructure, and is having abandoned buildings, and is having neglected buildings or neglect. That is basically the situation of urban blight. Like what this house suggests, it tells a lot about the problem of urban blight. Then give evidence from the photograph that urban blight has taken place. What can we see here which shows us that there is a problem of urban blight? Right, let's look at these windows here. You see how those windows look like, these windows here. Those windows are broken and are never replaced. They will just stay like that. So it's one evidence of these broken windows all over around that you are seeing here. And if you also check, this building shows lack of maintenance. The way it appears, you see, look here. If it was a maintained building, it would be having a uniform paint. But if you check there, it looks very old and looks unattended. So it's also evidence that the building shows lack of maintenance or is neglected. And if you also check here, the Red Tiger, there's no one who can go to someone's wall and just write the way they want, or just put some caption of whatever is in their mind on someone's building. This graffiti here also shows that there is urban blight taking place. You cannot have a proper building in an urban area being written however, or being written some fun text. So it's also evidence that we are having urban blight taking place. And if you check around the area here, there's evidence of polluted land. There is evidence of dumping taking place there. So that is evidence of urban blight that you can see. There is every physical evidence of littering around. People just litter anyhow. They don't mind, they don't take responsibility over the environment that they are living in. So that is evidence of urban blight that you can see. Or if you can figure out some other forms of evidence, yes, they might also be there. I might not be able to see everything and sum up everything, but those are some of the pieces that I've managed to track and expose. Right, let's move to the next question. Why is urban blight more dominant in the transition zone or zone of decay than in other land use zones? There's a specific zone whereby urban blight is much pronounced. That zone of transition where we are moving from the CBD going to some residential areas. That zone where there's a mix of functions, where there is, it's not a very clear function, it's a zone where we have one dominating activity, but we tend to find that there is an intermixing of different functions of the urban settlement happening within the same zone. That is the zone of transition, which immediately falls on the periphery of the central business district. Why is it that we have urban decay happening in that particular zone? That number one is for the reason that its proximity to the CBD. This area is closer to the CBD and is exposed to the dangers of massive urbanization. So we are saying its proximity is closer to the CBD, and it being closer to the CBD is the one that suffers the consequences of the negative impacts of rapid urbanization. For example, pollution. To be specific, let's say land pollution here. People in the CBD, sometimes if there is ineffective refuse removal, they tend to dump their waste in this zone. It's just slightly outside where they operate, and they tend to do illegal dumping in such areas, such that at the end of the day, the area becomes an area which is not pleasing, which is deteriorating. And also crime is also at risk of criminal activities happening in the CBD. People who do criminal activities, they will find their haven or their hiding places somewhere in that zone outside the CBD. So its proximity to the CBD will give it a disadvantage, and it will end up having such negative implication. And also, if we look at the owners of such buildings, the owners basically they do nothing to repair and replace the old buildings. Why don't they take care and repair those old buildings? They will be speculating. Remember, that is the future of the CBD. The transition zone is the future of the CBD. The CBD, if it expands into the zone of transition. So the owners of such properties in the zone of transition, they speculate. They just keep the buildings for the sake of keeping them, hoping that in future there is going to be that transition. There is going to be that change process whereby the land value is going to benefit them when more commercial activities are now invading the zone of transition. So it's also a perception of speculation by the owners. They do not maintain the buildings. They do not want to incur extra costs, hoping that in future they are going to reap the benefits of increased land values as the CBD encroaches into the zone of transition. Right, and also we can look at other factors like industrial decline. The industries have declined. Remember, the zone of transition was previously the home for the industries. People working in the light industries, they are the ones who usually stay in the zone of transition. And some of them even working in heavy industries, they were staying in that zone of transition. And given now that there is some situation of industrial decline, if the industries are declining or they are relocating to some other places, it means those buildings that were previously occupied by the people who were working in the industries are now being abandoned, because the people are also moving following their source of employment. If the company is relocated from that particular settlement, it was the major company which was having people working for it and staying in that zone, and the company is relocated. It means automatically those people cannot be easily replaced, and those buildings will end up being neglected and will end up facing a state of deterioration. And also zoning and land use uncertainty. Zoning and land use uncertainty. We said this zone has got mixed functions. So the future of this zone is not very predictable. It's very uncertain, such that people do not want to invest much in that particular area. For example, if you think of investing, you want to buy a property in the zone of transition, maybe to use for maybe residential purposes. You want to buy a building in that zone, you repair it and you maintain it, and use it for residential purposes. What if the function changes? In future, maybe the town planners, they decide that we no longer want residential functions around this area. Land is becoming more scarce. We want to only occupy this area with commercial activities. Then what was going to happen to your investment? So that issue of zoning and land use uncertainty is also a factor that people will end up neglecting those buildings. They do not want to invest much in them, for they are not sure of what is going to happen to such an area in the future because of the differences in the land use that might be implemented in the very same area. And also you can talk of absent landlords, what we call the absentee landlordism. Absentee landlordism. Right, we are saying the landlords of these properties or the owners of these properties, in most instances, they are absent. They don't stay in that zone. Because people who own properties in that particular zone, most of them maybe they are affluent people who are rich. They are staying in the suburban areas. They are staying in the high income areas. And for them not being physically present on their premises, they tend to not pay much attention on the buildings. What they can only pay attention is receiving their rentals, maybe at the end of the month, if they are using such properties for rental purposes. That's what they can expect. But taking physical action on repairing the buildings in their absence, that is a long process. So mainly those people, they do not stay in that zone. They are absent from where the buildings are located. They don't stay in the very same buildings, and hence they cannot keep an eye on everything that happens in their buildings, given that they won't be physically present in that particular area. Right. We move on to the other question. We are done with our question form. No, not done. We are going to finish number 1.5.4. The last question, the 8-mark question on settlement geography. In a paragraph of approximately 8 lines, explain the positive impact of gentrification on the transition zone. Right, it talks about gentrification in the text there. I don't know if it's clear or if it's fully described what the process of gentrification is. Right, it says city neighborhoods such as the Maboneng, Precinct and Fordsburg have a fast developing modern feel about them. Rental prices within them have increased accordingly. This is due to improvements to attract more middle-income residents. The process of gentrification resulted in the renovation of old buildings. The social illustrated by a wave of eviction of the original residents who have lived in unsafe and abandoned buildings, often for decades because they could not afford better accommodation. Right, so it's explaining the process of gentrification. Right, basically what we call gentrification, we are looking at a situation whereby they are now wealthier people who have got higher incomes and who are more affluent. They are now moving into areas that were previously low income areas. Someone is moving from a higher class, is a high class individual who is opting to move to an area whereby much of the people in that particular section are low income people. And what is the implication of that? Those people, if they are working, they are moving towards that area of low income people, and also they are moving towards in the working class neighborhood. It will imply that there will be a change in what will happen in that particular area. If more people come in, people who are of a higher status, they are moving towards an area that was predominantly occupied by low income people. That is going to cause a transition. That is going to cause a process of change in the way through which things are done in that particular area. And we can talk of positive changes that can be noted. For example, the area's culture is going to change. If lower income people are having a culture of maybe hooliganism and destruction of the environment and not taking care of the environment, then wealthier people are joining in that particular society. It will mean that the culture is going to change. The culture of the area is going to be changed gradually. People will start taking responsibility over their environment. And it also means that the demographics are also going to change. The demographic situation is also going to change, and also the economy at large is also going to change. If it was an area dominated by poor people, it means the economy will be lowly performing. And once more people get in, people who are of a higher status, that will mean that the economy will start to revitalize and get back to working. Right, that is the process of gentrification. Right, so what is the implication of gentrification on the transition zone? If you're having more affluent people, more wealthier people getting to stay in the zone of transition, what is going to happen? Right, we want to look at the positive impact of gentrification in that zone. How is it going to be transformed positively by the coming of wealthier people to stay in that zone? Right, when talk of revitalizing of neglected area, the area is going to be revitalized. It was neglected, but now given that there are affluent people who are coming to the area, it means we have a situation of revitalizing of neglected area. Some of the buildings which were neglected, they are now going to be reclaimed, and they are now going to get back to new life. Introduces new life to the decaying area. The area was not maintained, but now given that there are people who are responsible, who have joined, who have opted to stay in the area, they're going to bring new life to the decayed buildings, and they're going to revitalize the neglected area. It's going to get back to life. And how is it also going to impact? It's also going to impact on increasing property values. Like what is indicated in the text there. There were so many people who had stayed in that particular area, but however, they were forced to move out because they could not afford the new property values that were now in place because of gentrification process. So increasing property values are going to increase. And that is to the benefit of the zone of transition. If you are now having properties which are valuable, unlike just having neglected buildings which are in a dilapidated state and where there is high pollution and high crime levels, now the area is revitalized, is now having higher property values. That is a positive implication because there are new residents and new buildings that are going to, new businesses that are going to come. They are going to upgrade the property values of the area and making the area more attractive. The area becomes more attractive for investment. No one wants to do business where there's no potential for viability of the business. But now, given that we now have wealthier people in that locality, it will also mean that investors can now target the area for the different forms of investments because now there's potential for business growth in the area. And we can also talk of improved infrastructure. Infrastructure is going to be improved in the area. Infrastructure. The area was neglected, but now given that we have affluent people who have joined in the area, they are now going to do maintenance and repair of some infrastructure in the area. For example, lighting. Street lighting in the zone of transition usually tend to find that the street lights are broken and are not working. But now, given such coming of the people, we tend and expect to find that they are going to improve the infrastructure. Such examples like the street lights can get back to working as an example, or you can talk of maybe the street sidewalk. The walkways are also going to be maintained because of gentrification process. And what else can we talk about? We can talk of enhancing the local economy. The local economy was dying. Businesses were moving out because of fear of criminal activities and also because of lack of potential customers in the area. But now the economy is now revitalizing because there are now affluent people in the area and who are also going to create jobs for the people around. So we have a job creation happening, and people in the zone of transition are being in a position to secure jobs for themselves in that particular area because of the coming in of investors into the zone of transition. Then we have the other benefit. You can talk of reduced crime. The zone of transition, remember, it's a zone which is dominated by neglected buildings where people illegally occupy. Such people usually they are criminal acts. They do criminal acts and they are now going to move out of the area, given that the properties are now being taken care of and the land values are now getting higher. They can no longer keep on affording staying there, or they can no longer keep on illegally occupying such buildings. So which will also mean that crime levels are also going to get reduced, and that is going to have a positive implication on the society of the people in the zone of transition. Right, those are some of the responses that are possible to such. And you can also mention of other aspects like increased diversity. There's increased diversity. We now have people of different levels of income staying in the same locality, which will also contribute towards the diversity of the area. Unlike having an area which is fully occupied by low income level people only. And also can talk of improvement in services, improved services in the area. The coming of the people from the affluent areas and coming of high income people is also going to contribute towards better service provision. For example, you can talk of healthcare is going to improve. If, for example, the healthcare institution had vacated the area for the various reasons and for the reasons of decay, now we can have a reintroduction of the same service and them being viable, given that we now have people of a higher level of income in the very same area. So it's going to assist in the provision of a better and quality services in the zone of transition. Right, those are some of the responses to the paragraph question. And when you're answering the paragraph question, you should answer it in full statements and not in bullet form, because the question says in a paragraph. So which implies that when you're writing a paragraph, it's continuous writing, and you should raise at least 4 points. That is the minimum for you to get 8 marks. If you write 4 independent points which are fully explained and they make geographical sense, then that's what can guarantee you to get 8 marks. But it is also advisable that you even write more than 8 marks in case you repeat the same concept, thinking that you have created a new different point or an independent point, but you have just repeated the same point. So the more the number of points that you present in your paragraph, the more secure will it be in terms of acquiring the marks for that particular section of a paragraph question. Right, we'll move on to the next question, which is question number 2 on economic geography South Africa. Right, it's looking at industrial regions for South Africa. We have the contribution that they make towards the economy of the country, contribution to GDP by each industrial core region. Right, we have Durban, Pinetown, Southwestern Cape, Gauteng, PVW, and Port Elizabeth, Uitenhage. Right, the first question is, which core industrial region contributes the lowest percentage? That is just an extraction question. We just check on the contributions made by the different industrial regions here. This is 16.3, 14.2, 35.2, and lastly we have 7.9. So the lowest basically is Port Elizabeth, Uitenhage, which is option B. It's the one that is contributing the least amongst the industrial regions indicated there. Right, number 1212, the dash is the main source of water for Gauteng PVW core industrial region. We are saying the industries around Gauteng, the PVW, where do they get their supply of water from? Right, the supply of water for the PVW is the Vaal Dam. That is where they get their water for their different operations. Right. Then we move on to the other question, which is next question 2.1.3. Right. It says access to dash is an advantage of Port Elizabeth Uitenhage core industrial region compared to the Gauteng PVW core industrial region. What is the advantage in terms of access that is enjoyed by the PE Uitenhage industrial region compared to Gauteng? Right, the response which is correct there is harbors. Right, the Port Elizabeth Uitenhage has good access to the harbors, while Gauteng, remember, is inland and it does not have access to direct access to the harbor. So the harbors is an advantage that the Port Elizabeth Uitenhage has over Gauteng PVW. So for this one, the response is response number D, and here the response is number C. Then we'll move on to the next question, which is question 214. Dash is the main industry located in the Gauteng PVW core industrial region. Right, the major activities that take place here in the Gauteng industrial core region is basically iron and steel industry. That is the dominant activity that takes place in this core industrial region. Then 215, we're looking at the Kwega Industrial Development Zone, the IDZ. I think we also need to check on the IDZ and the SDI. The IDZ and the SDI, these are two different concepts that are usually mistaken by the learners. Right, the IDZ is what we call the Industrial Development Zone, and the SDI is the Spatial Development Initiatives. Those two are not the same. Right, we're going to explain the differences between the IDZ and the SDI. I think there's another question which relates to a Spatial Development Initiative at the Wild Coast. That is going to be a section that we're going to illustrate how those two tend to differ. Right, for the sake of this question here, let's attempt to answer the question directly. Right, the Kwega Industrial Development Zone is found in the Dash core region. Is found in the Port Elizabeth Uitenhage industrial region. So the response which is correct for that question is response number B. That is where we find the Kwega Industrial Development Zone. Right, we move on to number 216. The main raw materials found in the Gauteng PVW core industrial region. What raw materials are found within this Gauteng area, and which are also the components of production processes taking place in industries that do exist around the Gauteng PVW region. Right, our first response is gold, which is probably correct response. Fruit. Gauteng being a commercial industrial region, we do not have much farming activities taking place around here. So fruit cannot be regarded as one of the major raw materials that are used in production processes around the industries in Gauteng. Then iron ore is probably a correct response, given that we have so many mines around and activities taking place. The dominant activity is iron and steel, which means we must be having vast supplies of iron ore around the industrial core region. Then we have fish resources. Given that Gauteng is inland and has got very limited water bodies, we cannot talk of fish being one of the major raw materials that are used in the production processes happening around Gauteng. So the correct combination counts to be response number 1 and matched with response number 3, which is a combination of gold and iron ore, which falls under response B. Then number 217, we move on to the next question, which is 217. Check 217 says the dominant industrial activities in the Port Elizabeth Uitenhage core industrial region. What is the major activity that happens in the Port Elizabeth industrial region? Right. The major activities is chemicals and metal processing. Chemicals and metals processing. That is the response to that question. Chemicals and metals processing, which comes as response number, response item B for that question, right? With response item B, right? We can move on to the next question. 218. The disadvantages of industrial centralization to the Gauteng PVW core industrial region are: what is the disadvantage of concentrating industries in Gauteng? It's number one, water shortages. It's a probable correct response. A small labor force. This cannot be a correct response. There are so many people around who are willing to work and who are able to work. Small markets. This cannot be a probable disadvantage. The markets are very big. There are so many people who are willing to buy products from such industries. Air pollution. This is probably a correct response. Because industries are centralized, they cause more pollution. Because industries are also centralized, they compete for the limited water resources. So item number 1 made with item number 4, which is response C. Right. That is basically the multiple choice section of our first part. We need to move on to the other part, which is the part on the other question which follows after this. It's question number 2.2. Right, quickly going through the question. It's a question which requires us to match the column A versus column B with the responses Y and Z for each item. Right, this one we are going to do it quickly. The difference between the formal and the informal sector. Right, the formal sector we are looking at the formally registered businesses, and the informal we are looking at mainly those ones who are self-employed, who are not formally registered by the authorities. Right, the term used for unregistered businesses, the question is saying unregistered. When something is unregistered, it means it falls under the informal sector here, which is Z. Characteristic of the informal sector: workers are self-employed or workers are employed by national enterprise. Workers are self-employed in the informal sector. They do their own thing. Right, move on to the next question. 223. Reason for high number of immigrants entering the informal sector. Why do we have so many people from other countries contributing towards the numbers in the informal sector and not the formal sector? Right, the response there, correct response is Y. Lack of documentation. Without proper documentation, you cannot join the formal sector because you need to be properly documented if you are an immigrant. Right, then number 224, example of an informal sector, we have pep stores and car guard. Right, definitely pep store is a registered business which is operating almost everywhere around South Africa. We cannot say it's an informal, but car guarding, the car guards, that is an informal sector. Then we move on to 225, benefit for consumers buying goods from an informal trader. Why is it beneficial for buying goods from an informal trader? The correct response is Z. Goods can be purchased at a lower price. Then we move on to the next question, 226. Reason for the growth of the informal sector in South Africa. Why are we having so many people in the informal sector in the current situation of South Africa? Right, the correct response there is Y. Limited jobs available in the formal sector. Given that the formal sector is failing to absorb all the potential workers, then people are resorting to finding a way out on their own through the informal means. Then a challenge facing the informal sector. What challenge does the informal sector face? Correct response is Z, which is exposed to harsh weather conditions. Mainly tend to find that the people in the informal sector, they do not have formal places to operate from, or they do not have formal shelters to operate from, and hence they will end up facing such a challenge of harsh exposure to harsh weather conditions. On a rain day, it's raining, you are on the streets. On a hot day, it's very hot, you are on the street again. On a cold day, on a wind day, so they get exposed to harsh weather conditions. Right. We go on to the question of food security. There is a graph which shows a global food insecurity. Insecurity in this instance, number of people in millions, and the trend of food insecurity you can see there, 198, 368 going upwards like that. Let's go to questions. Right, state the trend evident on the graph with regard to global food insecurity from 2019 to 2023. What is the trend here? What's the trend shown on this graph? When the question says the trend, it says interpret what is happening there. It means, is it maintaining constant? Is it increasing? Is it decreasing according to what you see from the graph? So the trend here, if you check, the trend is increasing. The general trend that you can see there is that there is increasing food insecurity. So basically, the response for that one is increasing. Then according to the extract, what are the reasons for the trend shown on the graph? According to the extract, right? The extract gives us the reasons here, right? Largely linked to climate change. It's one factor. The COVID pandemic is another factor which is leading to food insecurity. And lastly, poverty. Those are the three factors indicated there that are contributing towards food insecurity. There is climate change, then there is the COVID pandemic, and lastly, there is poverty. Right, that is the response to 232. Then 233, what positive impact could the global food trade restriction measures have on South Africa? If we are restricting food trade, it means we are limiting the volumes of food products getting out of the country. What is the benefit of that? Right? It implies that if we introduce such, it is going to have a positive impact on the South Africa economy. How does it reap positive benefits? It means it will increase domestic or local supply. If we are restricting exportation of food products out of the country, it means the local market or the domestic market is going to have an increase in the supply, and hence people will get sufficient and nutritious food for a healthy life. Right, we move on to the next question. 234. Explain how two physical factors negatively impact South Africa's food production. Physical factors, we are looking at natural factors in that instance. How two physical factors negatively impact on South Africa's food production. The physical factors that we can mention here, you can talk of physical factors like climate change. It's a physical factor. When the climate is changing, we are looking at a situation whereby we are having frequent droughts now. Because of climate change, we are having frequent droughts. If we have a frequent drought, it means the frequent droughts are going to affect crop yields. Frequent drought affects crop yields. We cannot have high yields if there is a drought situation. Or we can talk of climate change in the form of now we are having frequent flooding. Those floods are going to affect, because they are going to affect the farmlands and are going to affect the yields. Then we can also talk of other physical factors like land degradation. The land is gradually being degraded, and land degradation is contributing towards low yields. The soil is losing its fertility and now is no more productive enough to produce enough food. So that is going to contribute towards low yields again because of soil fertility loss. Then you can also talk of other factors like the topography. Topography of the area is also a physical factor that can affect. We look at some areas where there are steep slopes. Those slopes are very difficult to do agricultural production or to do successful agricultural production, and hence at the end of the day we tend to find that we do not manage to have sufficient food reserves. And also maybe we can talk of water scarcity. It's also another physical factor. The scarcity of water. If we are having a situation of scarcity of water, we cannot access water, it hinders irrigation. Once irrigation is not viable, it means we cannot get sufficient food. That will contribute towards food insecurity. Water scarcity is going to hinder effective crop production or livestock production. It's either way. You cannot have effective livestock production or effective crop production because of scarcity of water. So basically those can be some of the responses are the physical factors that hinder, that are likely to hinder food security. Right, we move to the next question, 235. Suggest measures that the government can implement or put in place to support in achieving food security in South Africa. What can the government do to ensure that all people have got sufficient and nutritious food for a healthy life? What should we do? Right. The government, what can it do? It can encourage, for example, cooperative farming in the farming communities. Encourage cooperative farming amongst the farmers. If farmers do cooperative farming, there are high chances of them reaping positive results because of shared effort, unlike farmers working independently on fragmented lands. So cooperative farming can work. And you can also talk of enhancement of farmers of skills. Some of the farmers, they do not have the right skills to do effective production. So the government should maybe do some skills training, skills development programs for farmers. If farmers are equipped with the right skills, it means it can be beneficial for them to acquire such skills and being able to employ the skills for the benefit of the country at large, because they will be productive, highly productive enough. You can also think of skills development, or can talk of it in forms of education and training. We send our farmers to training institutions so that they acquire the right knowledge about how to manage farming businesses. But you can also think of it in the on the side of affordable credit for farmers, or introduce low-cost loans. If farmers have got access to finance, they can now be able to finance their farming operations and be able to come out with good production from their operations. So if we afford them low-cost loans or affordable credit, that means the farmers can acquire whatever inputs they want or what they want to use in their production processes, and hence enhancing agriculture. Or we can talk of irrigation farming. The government can try to introduce irrigation farming. Given the rainfall trends now, it's no longer viable to rely on the precipitation from nature as it stands, because now there are frequent droughts. So if we can introduce irrigation farming, I think that can also help to cater for production during the dry seasons or during periods of below average amounts of rainfall. And then maybe we can also talk of lucrative producer prices. If farmers are going to get better prices for their products, they are also going to be motivated to produce more. If the producer price is economic, the farmers will tend to put more effort in production and in an effort to benefit from their operation. So it's also a positive implication. And you can also talk of subsidizing farmers, subsidies to farmers, the government can issue and give out subsidies to the farmers so that they can enhance productivity, and the result is positive for the whole of the country, and we do away with the problem of food insecurity. Right, move on to question 2.4, which is a question on platinum mining. Right, it has a text and a map. Right, we won't waste time looking at the infographic. We'll go straight to the questions. Right, what is the percentage of the world's platinum reserve? What percentage of the world's platinum reserves does South Africa have? This is a simple extraction question. If we come here, we find the answer here. Mining for platinum group metals PGM is widespread over South Africa and holds over 80% of the world's reserves. We are done with that one. We'll move on to the next question. 4242. Give evidence from the extract that platinum production in South Africa is influenced or affected by a social factor 1 and service delivery factor. Again, it's extraction. Social factor, we find it here. Apart from the labor strikes that challenged the platinum mining industry. This is a social factor. It's talking about labor strikes that are giving a challenge to platinum mining. Then a service delivery, we find it here. Access to affordable and reliable electricity is also critical. The service delivery. So this one is social, this one is the service delivery. That is the evidence that we find from the extract. Right. Refer to the map and name 2 provinces where platinum is mined. We go to our map. Our map is indicating the provinces and this symbol is indicating platinum mining. We see here, we have the symbol, Free State. We come here, Northwest, we have the symbol. Here, Mpumalanga, we also have the symbol. Here, Limpopo is also have the symbol. Here, this is Gauteng, though it's not named. It's Gauteng at the score here, somewhere in between here. It's also having the same symbol. So it's Limpopo, Gauteng, Mpumalanga, Free State, and Northwest. Those are the provinces according to the map that do have mining activities for platinum. Describe the general trend of the platinum supply between 2016 and 2018 and between 2020 and 2023. Let's go to 2016 to 2018. 2016 to 2018 is this part of the graph. The trend is increasing, like what you are seeing there. From 2016 to 2018, it's increasing. Then what's the trend for this 2020 to 2023? We come here, 2020 to 2023. Okay. The trend is decreasing. The trend you can see there is decreasing. So that is how the trend is looking like. For this phase, it's increasing, and for this phase, it's decreasing. Right, in a paragraph of approximately 8 lines, suggest strategies that government can implement or put in place to address challenges of platinum production. The challenges of platinum production, for example, the challenges that we have noted there, a social challenge of labor strikes, and a service delivery challenge of electricity. What can the government do to try and address such problems? Right, you can talk of the government dealing with labor strikes. How can the government solve the problem of continued labor industrial action by workers in the platinum mining industry? The government can collaborate with mining companies and trade unions to try and identify a feasible solution to the problems which are being realized. The government as a stakeholder can come and settle down with the mining companies, with trade unions, trying to figure out a way so that there is no continued labor unrest. There is no labor unrest in the platinum mining industry because it has given a negative implication on production levels of platinum given the continued industrial action that is taken by workers in the platinum mines under the influence of their trade unions. And also with electricity provision, what can the government do? You can also look at the government coming out with alternative ways of generating electricity. We understand that ESCOM is overwhelmed, and mainly our electricity, the major electricity supply is maybe from coal reserves. If the government can maybe initiate on other new methods of generating electricity or maybe intensifying nuclear production of electricity, then that might be a positive move towards solving the problem of electricity supply to platinum miners. Then you can also talk of policy interventions and supporting mining companies. The government should implement policies that are favorable for the operation of the mines, such that they help solve some of the problems that the companies do face. And also the government should invest in infrastructure development. Those companies, for them to operate, they are having a challenge maybe of infrastructural connectivity and infrastructural access. For example, the rail lines are needed to transport material, transport raw material, transport finished products and whatever. They need access to such infrastructure. The road network needs to be upgraded. So the government has to take the initiative to make sure that infrastructure is provided and in the right quantity, and to ensure that those businesses, they can be able to operate efficiently given the efforts by the government. Right, there are other things that we can discuss about or that we can think about as a solution to how the government can address those challenges. But however, we move on to the next question, which is on the SDI. Like what I had suggested earlier on, that I will make a distinction between an SDI and an IDZ. Right, when we talk of an SDI, it's a Spatial Development Initiative. Right, Spatial Development Initiative are saying the government targets to develop areas which are undeveloped or which are underdeveloped. There are areas which are marginalized, which do not have the same level of development as other areas within the same country. So the government targets to develop such areas. Those are targeted areas under Spatial Development Initiatives. The government seeks to develop such areas which are undeveloped by introducing infrastructure and trying to introduce industrial activities in such areas, so that at least they also catch up with the level of development of the rest of the country. That is basically Spatial Development Initiative. Targeting those areas which are poorly developed, the government introduces infrastructure, tries to lure investors in such areas, so that those areas, they will benefit also. And also remember, those areas are featured by extreme poverty and unemployment. So in a bid to solve such problems, such social problems amongst the societies in those areas, the government seeks to try and lure investors to establish businesses and industries in such areas, so that at least the people will have access to jobs and improve their lives. Right, then we have in which province is this is the SDI, the Industrial Development Zone, the IDZ. This is an industrial estate which targets to produce products for the export market. Whatever is produced in this particular industrial estate is targeted to be exported. That is an industrial development zone. Right. Let's go to our question. Next question, question 2.5.2.5.2. In which province is the Wild Coast Spatial Development Initiative SDI located? Where do we find our Wild Coast? The correct response there is Eastern Cape. We find it in the Eastern Cape. That is where we find the Wild Coast SDI. Then according to the extract, by how much will the income of the local industries increase? Is indicated here. It's an extraction question. Local industry will increase by 360.4 million. Right. That is the contribution is indicated. We move on to the next question. State 2 physical factors that would encourage tourism in the Wild Coast Spatial Development Initiatives. What will attract tourists in such an area? Because it's also targeted for tourism and tourist activities, right? If we check the area, we might tend to find that there are so many physical factors that can contribute towards the attraction of tourists in that particular area. That is question number 2.5.4. Right. 2 physical factors. We can talk of the scenic coastline and the beaches. They can attract. The coastline is scenic, which means it attracts tourists who want to come and view the coastline of the Wild Coast, and also there are beaches there where people can go and enjoy themselves. Then also there's diverse wildlife and also marine life. It can also be a tourist attraction where people come to view wildlife, and also people who come to view the marine life, come to view the sharks. Right. We can also look at waterfalls. The area also has got some waterfalls and also some rivers. Such rivers can also aid towards attraction of tourists. And also, if you check the climatic conditions, we have a mild climate in the area, and also we usually have a pleasant weather in most instances. So it's as an attraction to the tourists. And also, besides such, you can also talk of the lush green hills in the area and valleys. Tourists would come to view such scenic physical features of the area in the Wild Coast. So basically, if we check on this, they can be the valid reasons as to why it can be an effective tourist attraction for that particular area. Right, then I'll move on to the next question. Why would the N2 Wild Coast Toll Road project encourage economic development of the Wild Coast Spatial Development Initiatives? How would the N2 Wild Coast Toll project encourage economic development? Right. The N2 Wild Coast Toll project, how does it going to encourage? Right. As the toll is being constructed, it creates jobs. Whether during its construction and after construction, still the same road needs to be maintained. So maintenance of the road, construction of the road, and also maintenance of the road is going to create jobs for the Wild Coast, and that is going to be a benefit to the Wild Coast. And also it improves accessibility. Accessibility for people and goods. Goods which are coming to the area and goods which are living in the area, they can easily be moved because now they have a viable network connecting the Wild Coast to other places. Then it also contributes towards increased tourism or tourist visit. Increased tourism, given that there is now a functional and connecting road network, more tourists are now able to visit the place, and now it's convenient for tourists to visit the place, given that there is now an easier way to access the area. So increased tourism activities, that is going to contribute towards the levels of income of people in the area. Then you can also talk of the benefit of reduced transportation costs. And also travel time is a very big benefit. If there is improvement in such, then it means it's a positive benefit towards the people in the area. Right. That is question 255. Then you can move on to the last question, which is 256. Right, question 256 is talking about why the Wild Coast Spatial Development Initiative has experienced challenges with regard to its key objectives. Right, the key objectives is to reduce poverty amongst the people in the area, and besides reducing poverty, is also targeting to create jobs for the people in the area. So why has it faced challenges to address such problems? Why is it failing to attain what it was instituted for, to create jobs for the people and to improve living standards, to wipe out poverty amongst the people of the area? But still we are seeing that the people haven't reached a level as expected by the initiative. And you can talk of different reasons here. You can argue, like for example, if you want to try and argue like what is indicated in our text here, it shows us that there is also a hindrance which is happening from what is indicated on the information that we have here. It says, however, cultural beliefs and traditional values are in conflict with economic development. This can be a very challenging effect that will make the initiative not achieve the desired results. If you are having cultural beliefs which are against development of the area, or if you are having traditional values, people who are anti-developmental, who do not want to adopt a new way of life, that is going to cause very serious challenges for the initiative, and it won't be able to reap the positive results which were intended in as short time as is possible, or as a plan. And also, if you look at the government, has the government done enough? The government also is failing to do enough to attract investors in the area. Remember, the government has to incentivize industrial decentralization and encourage investors to invest in such areas. So the government can also be blamed. It hasn't done enough to attract investors, or to attract enough investors to the area, so that there is a viability of the economy of the area and people get to acquire jobs in that particular area for the betterment of their lives. It also can also argue, given the argument of maladministration by the government, whereby we tend to find that maybe some funds which will be allocated towards the realization of positive results from the SDI, they are misused or they are channeled towards personal use, and that is going to affect the rate at which we are going to realize positive results from the initiative. So that is some of the arguments that will making the Wild Coast SDI fail to achieve its objectives, or its intended objectives. It's failing to achieve the core idea of reducing poverty, and also the idea of reducing the level of unemployment in the area. Then I think there's another question that we also need to look at. Question 251, which says state one key objective. I think that question we had skipped it. One key objective of the SDI, like what I've been mentioning, the SDI initiative, it targets to promote economic development in specific regions. Its core idea is to target to create economic development in some areas, and also to encourage investment in such areas. The government tries to encourage businesses to invest in those areas by different ways of attracting investors to create industrialization in such areas. And also it targets to create infrastructure, to invest in infrastructure, for example, roads and rail networks in such areas. Right, that's basically our first section of the paper, which is our section A, with the second question on economic geography of South Africa, having 60 marks. Right, with map calculations, unfortunately for this presentation, we do not have the Middleburg map, but I'll just take you through some of the questions just to give you an insight of what you can do, or how you can attack such some of the questions, like in general. Then we have another presentation specifically based on the map, once the map is in place. Right. This is general map information. In which province is Middelburg located? You can find it in general information here. Like you see, the information provided is here. Middelburg is a town situated in Mpumalanga, South Africa. That is general information. You need to understand and read this information. Then refer to block A5 and what we don't have the map, but this question we can answer it. The scale of the topographical map is smaller or larger than the scale of the orthophoto map. Right, I understand you know the two scales for the two maps. Right, our topographic map, the scale is 1:50,000. For the orthophoto, the scale is 1:10,000. So it means the question is saying which one is bigger scale or which one is smaller scale. Let me explain the difference between a big scale and a small scale map. If you are comparing these two, 1:50,000 is a small scale map. It covers a wide area but gives limited details. That is a small scale map. For a topographic map, it covers a very wide area, but the details are not, it does not give much details of the features. But for this one here now, this is a large scale map, covers a small area, and it gives more details. If you check on the orthophoto map, you can actually see the details there, but on the topographic, there are less details. Right, that's the difference there. So the topographical map is a smaller scale than the orthophoto map. Then refer to the building labeled 6 on the orthophoto map. Give a reason for your answer. Definitely, it's about the details shown there that will give you the justification. If you can see more details, it means that is a large scale map, or if there's less detail, it means that is a small scale map. Right. Calculate the vertical exaggeration of a cross section on a topographical map. Use the information. Vertical scale is 1:2000. Then the formula is vertical exaggeration is equal to vertical scale over horizontal scale. Right, what you need to do here is, when you're calculating this one here, we are saying vertical exaggeration. When we draw a cross section, we have to use a scale here on the vertical axis, which will allow us to emphasize the height of maybe some features, maybe some valleys, some hills, or some mountains. For us to be able to see, or for us to be able to emphasize the height, we should exaggerate the scale here, which means we should deliberately stretch the vertical scale such that these features, they become more pronounced and they become more visible. If we use a small scale on the vertical scale there, maybe we're using this small scale, the very same hill number, say this feature number 1, and maybe this is a valley number 2, this is a hill number 3, and maybe that one is another feature there. This feature, if we don't exaggerate, if we are to use a small scale, maybe we are using 1:50,000, maybe it will come out like this. It ends there. Then the valley comes here, just like this. We go there. This feature again, maybe it's just like that. So you see the heights here, they have no emphasis. The same feature number 1 is the same feature number 1 that we are seeing here, because we have stretched the vertical scale. We have exaggerated the vertical scale such that we emphasize the height of these features. If it's a valley, we are now able to see clearly that this is a low-lying area, this is a valley. Or if it's a gorge, you can see it by exaggeration. So that is the purpose for exaggeration. We exaggerate to emphasize the height of smaller features so that they become more visible and we emphasize on their height. So if we check this one, if we're calculating vertical exaggeration for this particular section here, what are we going to do? We are saying the vertical scale is given, is 1:2000, and this extract is from a topographical map. we do not change the horizontal scale of the cross section. We can only stretch the vertical scale, which means we are saying the vertical scale is 1:2, 2000, and the horizontal scale we cannot change it. It's an extract from a cross section which was taken from the topographic map. We know that topographic maps, they are drawn to the scale of 1:50,000. So we are having our vertical scale 1:2000 and our horizontal scale 1:50,000, which is the same as saying 1/2000 as a representative fraction divided by 1/50,000. We introduce the multiplication sign here. What are we going to do? This one remains 1/2000 times. Now we invert this 50,000 over 1, which is now the same as 50,000 over 2,000. We cancel out the zeros, remain with 50 over 2, which is equal to 25. We express our exaggeration in number of times, which is 25 times, which means for this cross section, we had deliberately stretched our vertical scale 25 times than its original scale. We have stretched it 25 times to emphasize or to us to be able to visualize and see how the different landforms will look like. That is a vertical exaggeration for that matter, right? Then we move on to the other question. Give one reason for vertical exaggeration the scale when drawing a cross section, like what we've been elaborating, to give emphasis of small features like valleys or hills or plains or all those features. We want them to be visible enough. We want to emphasize their height, so that is why we exaggerate or we stretch the vertical scale. Refer to block D2. Unfortunately, we don't have the block. We just discuss on how to calculate the question. Calculate the area of the block in square meters. Use the following information. The length is 4.2 centimeters. The breadth is 3.8 centimeters. When you're calculating this, you simply multiply. But what you need to do here is, when you're doing your multiplications, remember we are saying the length is 4.2 centimeters, and your answer is supposed to be presented in square meters. You need to convert this measurement to a meter measurement. If you get a length of 4.2 and you are extracting this from the orthophoto map, you multiply by the map scale of the orthophoto map, which is 10,000. Or if you don't want to do it the longer way, let me do it the longer way and the shorter way. 4.2 centimeters, you multiply by the map scale 10,000. You get 24000 like that, which get 24,000. This is in centimeters. And what do you need to do for you to be able to get the actual distance in meters? You divide by the number of centimeters in a meter, which is 100. You remain with 240 meters. Or you do it the shorter way, your 2.4, you simply multiply it by 100. You get 240 meters. So this 100 here, we are extracting it from the map scale of 1 to 10,000. And if it's in centimeters, it means we are dividing it by the number of centimeters in a meter to convert the units to a meter measurement. So it's 10,000, we divide it by 100, we get this 100 as a direct multiplication to the measurement that we have. So you see, we still have the same. What you need to note is, make sure that you are using the right map scale. If it's an extract from the orthophoto map, ensure you use the measurement, the scale of the orthophoto map 10,000. If it's an extract from the topographic map, you use the scale of 50,000. You do the same with the breadth here. You see it's 3.8 centimeters. You multiply it, if you want to do it the longer way, by 10,000, or you can simply multiply it by 100. 3.8 times 100. This is in centimeters. 3.8 times 100, you get 380. That's so, which means now you have your measurement in meters for the breadth and the measurement in meters from the length. You can now multiply those two to get your area in square meters, which will mean that you are now just saying 380 meters, you multiply by the breadth, 240 meters, whatever result you get there is the area for that particular block indicated. So you need to make sure that you convert using the right scale, number one, and number two, you do the accurate conversions, so that when you are multiplying, you are having your breadth in meters and you have your length in meters, and you get your area in square meters for the given map section, right? We go on to the residential area F in block B2, right? What you need to, I will give you the clues of what you need to check for you to identify if it's a high income area or if it's a low income area, right? If you can check that area, unfortunately we don't have the map, but we're just highlighting on the clues that you should check, right? What you need to check there, you need to check the size of the residential stands. If you see the size of the residential stands being so small, it suggests that the area is a low income. And if you check also the density of the housing units, if they are more or less of a cluster or they are dense, it suggests that the area is a low income area. And the opposite will be true for a high income area. You check the land size, the land ownership sizes, the stand sizes. If you see that there is a big space between the housing units, or from one housing unit to the other, they are in a state of allowing for free spaces in between, it's a suggestion that the area is a high income area. Or if it is also on the orthophoto map, you can also check the nature of the buildings that we find. In low income areas, you know, the housing units, the houses are basically small in terms of their sizes. But if you check in high income areas, you can also see that the houses are bigger. So you use that justification to identify whether an area is a low income area or is a high income residential zone, giving such evidences for question number 3.2.2. If you are saying it's a high income area, you find the evidence that you use to support that it's a high income. If it's a low income, you also check on such evidence to support that it's low income residential. Then you go to question 3.2.3. Name the land use zone in which the landing strip is located. It says there's a landing strip G in block C4 and D4, right? We just give reference of what you need to use for you to be able to figure out, right? If you're talking of a landing strip, our landing strip is part of the functions that fall in the rural urban fringe. A landing strip falls in the rural urban fringe. Remember, there are so many activities that we tend to find in the rural urban fringe. Or before we look at that, let's try to define what the rural urban fringe is. Right, we have a zone of land use in the urban area that mainly serves the urban dwellers but is located in the countryside. The function is found in the rural area or is in the periphery of the urban area, but it serves the needs of the people in the urban area. Right, we can look at functions like the landing strips, or we can talk of the airports, or we can talk of the cemeteries, or you can talk of golf courses. Those are some of the functions that fall in the land use zone of the rural urban fringe. So it's called the rural urban fringe. That's the name of the zone. So basically, if you find a landing strip, if you check from the map, hopefully you are going to find that the landing strip is on the outskirts of the city. We do not expect to find a landing strip somewhere within the urban settlement or close to the CBD or somewhere. One, for the reason that some of those things, they do not need to take place close to residential areas for safety reasons. There are dangerous activities that might be involved in such, and hence they cannot happen close to people. And also for the reason being that land is not readily available around the focal point of the urban area. We can only find sufficient space to do such activities somewhere very far away from the periphery of the urban settlement. So such activities like sewage treatments, cemeteries, golf courses, those ones, there are some of the things that are found in the rural urban fringe. Right. Give evidence from the topographic map to show that the landing strip is ideally located. Right. The evidence that you can find there, if you find that there is open space, there is free space, the land is unoccupied, that can be a reason for the ideal location of the landing strip. Or it's located very far away from residential areas for safety reasons, that can be an ideal reason for such. Right. Let's go to question 3.2.4. Name the type of farming evident is small scale or large scale farming. Not knowing again, right? But I will give you the evidence that you need to check to see if it's small scale or it's large scale, right? You check the land size, the whole land holding size. We can have cannot have large scale farming taking place mainly on smaller holdings of land or smaller units of land. So if you see that the land is extensive, is covering a wider area, it suggests that there is large scale production taking place there. And if the land holding is smaller, it suggests that there is also limited small scale production taking place. And also, if you can witness the nature of cropping that happens there, if for example using an orthophoto map, there is evidence of the nature of the crops which are being grown or the nature of farming taking place. With large scale, usually we have one unique product that is produced throughout. If it's a coffee farmer or it's a tea farmer, they just specialize in that production of that particular product. They don't usually mix the product. So you tend to find that there's one core product which is being produced on that particular farm. It suggests that it's a large scale production. But for small scale farmers, some of them, they are just subsistence. They tend to do intercropping. They tend to do both animal and crop production on the same piece of land. And also, you can also check evidence of, if you're using the orthophoto map, you can also check evidence of maybe the road networks and the road systems around. And also, if the area, sometimes tend to find that mainly for large scale production, you tend to find that the farmers, they do have what we call the windbreaks, whereby there will be trees lined by the sides of the farm as a way of protecting the crops from the harmful effects of the winds. But with small scale farmers, they just do anyhow. They do not take those preventive measures against their crops. So you check for such evidence and try to find out how you can justify if it's small scale or if it's a large scale. Then give evidence to support whatever evidence you can use there. You can substantiate by the relevant evidence that you find from the mapped area. Then refer to block B5. Name the secondary activity evident in this area, right? For the same reason, again, you need to differentiate between secondary activities and primary activities. Secondary activities, we are looking at mainly manufacturing activities. Those are secondary activities where we are now dealing with value addition of the primary product. We have primary products from the primary sector. For example, a crop produce is part of a primary production. We do farming, we produce the crops. Then when we are now refining the crops, for example, we are now turning the maize into maize meal. That is now a secondary activity. We are now adding value to the primary product. Or we can talk of fishing as a primary activity. We get fish, but now we need to process the fish into different products. That is now part of secondary production. So you check and see which one is evident from the block given on the map. Why this activity necessary for economic development to take place in this area? Why a secondary activity is necessary? You look at things like job creation. If there is maybe a manufacturing plant in that particular area, they are nearby farmers. Now there is a manufacturing plant. It gives opportunities for employment for the people, which is good for the development of the area. And also it assists in infrastructure development. such companies operating there, they are going to upgrade the road network. They are also going to introduce some different forms of connectivity to their markets or their source of raw materials. So that is a developmental progress for the sake of the economy of the area. Right. Move on to the next question. Is data integration is an analysis of a single or multiple data sources. When we're looking at integration, we are combining different data sets. We are bringing together different data sets. So it's analysis of multiple data sources. Right. Then the next question is referring to a block on the map. Unfortunately, I could not figure out because I don't have the map. It says there is a spot at 51587, and that feature indicated there says H in block E4 on the topographical map represents, is it a point or a polygon symbol? Right. I'll just explain how you note, because since we don't have the map. Right, what you do, we have a presentation of geographical features on the map using the different format of spatial object presentation. Right, we have what we call the point features. Point features, those features are too small to be regarded as a polygon feature. For example, we can talk of the spot heights. They are just presented as a point on the map, on the topographic map. Or we can look at other features like the buildings. They're just presented as point objects because they are too small to be an area feature. Then we have what we call the area features or the polygon features. We have features like cultivated land, or we have features like extractions, or we have recreational grounds, or we might have all those features which are big enough to be area features. And when we're talking of area features, we are saying the boundaries of the feature are completely enclosed. They do have boundaries that are close. And then we also have what we call the line features. Line features, sometimes I will present geographical or spatial objects using the line format. A line format, we can talk of examples like the roads on the topographic map, or we can talk of the rivers on the topographic map, the hiking trails. Those ones, they are presented as line features. So basically, you check and see if it qualifies to be a line feature, or it qualifies to be an area or a polygon feature, or it's a point feature. Right. Redraw the block above in the answer book, or redraw a line symbol that represents a natural feature. And I think we've talked about that. When the question says a line feature, which is a natural feature, make sure that you address the demands of the question. One, it's a line symbol, and two, it must be a natural. If you take a road, it's a line symbol, but it's not a natural feature, which means that response is going to be wrong. So you check for a feature which is presented as a line and which is also natural. And most probably, you tend to find that it might be a stream or it might be a river in that area. Those are the major features which are natural and which are presented as a line feature. Then how did integration of the spot height in the sketch and the symbol we have drawn assist in determining the location of the dam wall? That means it's a river for that matter. It's a stream or a river. How do we integrate a topography layer which is shown by a spot height in identifying the position or the location of the dam wall? Right, for us to place the dam wall, we should be able to figure out the directional flow of the river, which we can now determine by using the topographic data, which shows us the clues about the height of the different places on the map. So we are integrating topography with the river so that we are able to determine the directional flow of the river and be able now to locate the ideal site of locating the dam wall. So that is data integration. We are using two different data sets. We are using a drainage data layer, and we are integrating it with a topography data layer. Then the next question says, refer to the vacant land found in area 7 on the orthophoto map. What does a GIS specialist use to refer to the vacant land that separates the river from the built up area? Right, whenever you find that there is a vacant land which is between a built up area and a river, the geographical term that we use to describe that is what we call buffering. We buffer rivers to protect them from pollution activities by humans. So we split, or we put a boundary which demarcates where settlement ends and where the river should be. There should be a free space between here, whereby we can maybe introduce vegetation, or we can even fence off the river from human activities. So that land which is maintained between the extent of a settlement area and the river's coverage area, that is what we call buffering. So that's it's a geographical concept that we use to refer to such an act. Right. Give one reason why there's need for this vacant land. Why should we create a buffer zone between the river and a settlement? Right. For one reason, the major reason there is to avoid the pollution of the river by human activities in the settlement. If we let people settle as close to the river as is possible, maybe if we let people get to settle as close to the river, they will end up dumping waste into the river, whether domestic waste or whatever, into the river. So by trying to buffer, we are trying to limit the negative implication of human activities on to the river. That is why we keep that area empty and we keep that area unoccupied, to try and split human activities from the influence, from the negative influence that they can cause to the river. And also for safety reasons, remember we've been talking about the dry point settlements and the wet point settlements. Settlements, they relate to water in one or a particular and another way round. So for dry point settlements, we are saying we cannot let people settle close to the river. What if there is a risk of flooding in the very same river? It's geographically unsound for people to stay as very close to rivers, because we know that there are incidences whereby we have high rainfall that will lead the river to overflooding its banks, and that is going to cause a negative implication on the settlements established close to the river. Right, basically those were the responses for the GIS section. I think from what we have done, we have managed to cover the whole paper in this discussion. It is my pleasure that we went through the paper, and we will meet again in other discussions to follow.
Godfrey is here again to take you through paper 2 as we promised when we were doing paper 1. I told you that very soon I'll be back for paper 2 and we proceed. So here I come today for paper 2, and then this paper 2 is also for the same year, which is 2023. Remember, paper 2 is basically economic geography and settlement, then plus map work. Okay. So I'll take you straight to the question papers, to the questions, directly to the questions. I will straight disregard the instructions for now, but please, when you're writing your final examination, don't forget that you're supposed to go through the instructions. Okay. Section A, rural urban settlement, rural and urban settlements, and the economic geography of South Africa. First question is rural and urban settlement. Okay. The first question says, various options are provided as possible answers to the following questions. Choose the answer and write only letter A to D next to the question numbers 1.1.1 to 1.1.8 in the answer booklet. For example, 1.1.9 D. So you just need to write something like that. All right. We're looking at 1.1.1. That's where we start from. The rural settlement pattern shown below is rural. They said rural settlement pattern shown below. We are looking at the pattern. Remember, when you talk about pattern, we are only concentrating on two aspects, and that is nucleated and dispersed. Okay, so that is where our concentration will be when we talk about rural, when you talk about patterns. Okay, so that means circular and linear are out. So we are going to consider these two. But I'm saying the rural settlement pattern shown below is which one? We have here an isolated farmstead or a farmstead. And you can see that they are far away from each other. So if the settlements are far away from each other, we say it is dispersed. Therefore, it becomes C. So 1.1.2, nucleated rural settlements are associated with nucleated rural settlement are associated with, you go and look at the options. They said nucleated. That means when people are close to each other in a rural area, what are they associated with? Extensive farming. Of course, it can't be extensive. Extensive means large piece of land. There is no way if people are concentrated to close to each other, you can have free land or extensive land. So that one is out. Fragmented land. So if the land is fragmented, it means it's broken into pieces. Monoculture, that is practice of growing one type of crop, and use of bulk machinery. That one is also out. So the answer is B. Okay. The situation of a settlement is, what is a situation? Remember, we look at the settlement in relation to the surrounding area. So when you look at a settlement in relation to the surrounding area, obviously the answer is going to be C. Okay. An economic factor, economic. You see the gist of the point of the question. It says economic. And then they talk about economic. That means you're looking at the economic situation that influences a situation of a rural settlement. So if it's economic, of these ones, which one is economic factor? Fertile soil, microclimate, gentle, and local market. The answer is going to be D, because this is physical, this is physical, this is physical. This is now economic. Okay. We proceed. 1.1.5. 1.1.5. That is a social factor. Social, meaning something that affects people's lives directly. It is safety, rainfall, markets, topography. This is physical, this is economic, this is physical. The only social factor is safety. So that becomes A. Okay. A settlement below is described as, what is it? A settlement below. There is a lake here, and there are settlements around the lake, or that farmstead. So is it a wet point settlement that is nucleated, a dry point settlement that is nucleated, or a wet point settlement that is dispersed, a dry point settlement that is dispersed? The moment they said dispersed and dispersed, those ones are going to be out, because this is not dispersed, this is concentrated. Okay, around one central place. So if a settlement is close to the water body, it's a wet point, not a dry point. Therefore, the answer here is A. Okay. That is the shape of a settlement below was influenced by the sea. So I think you have seen cities like Durban, how they are, which shape do they form. This is a semicircle. So that means if you draw this other side, it will form a complete circle, but it is a semicircle halfway. So it's C. All right, and last one under that topic, under that section, is the physical factor. The word is physical. Is the key point. Physical factor that influence the shape of a settlement below. Which physical? So we have the reef here, and we have a river here. These are farmsteads, these are roads. Okay, a road is not physical. Okay, let's see here. So there is a river, which is a perennial river, narrow valley, which is in between these reef mountains. So fertile soils, we cannot see them here, and gentle land is not even gentle. So the two factors, that is 2 and 1, are right. 2 and 1 is A. Go to the next question, which is 1.2 now. 1.2 is a classification of a settlement. Remember, I told you that we don't need to look at the question before. We need to interpret the diagram first. So here is an isolated farmstead or a farmstead, a hamlet, a village, which is specifically rural settlement here, then town, city, metropolis, and a conurbation. And here the arrow is showing that increase in the range. It means we're looking at the distance the customers are willing to travel for the goods and services. So increase in the number of the functions, the size offers, they also increase as you're going up. Those I mean the functions. So here they decrease as you're going down and they decrease in the range. Okay. And let's look at the questions. 1.2.1, settlement ranked according to function or population. When you look at that settlement, it's basically according to the function. What do they offer? Okay. Because when you say a settlement is according to population, is it looking at the population anyway? Okay. So this way, we look at the function. Remember, rural is unifunction and the other one is multifunction. So the answer is that one. A metropolis or a conurbation is made up of the city with independent town. A city with independent town. Obviously, it becomes a conurbation. A village or a town is the smallest urban settlement. Urban. So, smallest of the urban can't be a village. Obviously, it becomes a town. The range of a town or a city will be greater. The range of a town or a city will be greater. So, go with the city. That is the conurbation. Metropolis is the greater number of functions and size. Obviously, is a conurbation. And lastly, as the size of the settlement increases, the number of this type of settlement will decrease. Decrease. As the size increases, the number of the settlements will decrease. The next one, we'll go to this diagram. Let's interpret it first. Okay. It's talking about rural-urban migration, which is the movement from rural areas to urban. The arrow is indicating it. Here, it shows that they are farm areas. Here, it showed the word of CBD. They talk about problems faced by rural areas like farm killings, poverty, natural disasters, lack of job opportunities, and mechanization that has taken away people's jobs. Okay. So B is the higher wages, better services, security, and reliable source of food. In B, those are the pull, and the other one is the push. The first concept to be defined is rural-urban migration. So this simply means the movement of people from where? From rural to urban. Movement of people from rural to urban areas. Next one says that identify one social push factor pushing people away from the rural area. What is it? Push, but they want only social. That is identified in the factor push social factor in A. So when you look at A, here, which one is social? Obviously, the one that affects people's life directly is poverty. Poverty. State two basic services that are more accessible in urban areas than rural areas. So two basic services. Like what? Better basic services. We can look at aspects like medical services. Okay. Medical services. Okay. Accessibility to running water. accessibility to running water, okay, basic services like what? Better education. You can talk about better education. It's better in urban areas that makes them accessible. Okay. How can rural migration create challenges for the provision of housing in B? How can rural urban migration create challenges for the provision of housing in B? How does it create challenges? So it will mean that houses are going to be insufficient compared to the number of people. Houses will be insufficient compared to the number of people. You can also look at the fact that overcrowding, it will result into overcrowding. It will result into overcrowding in the houses in urban areas due to frequent the influx of the people from rural areas. So you can supplement it. Okay, suggests two intervention strategies that can be implemented by to decrease rural urban migration. In other words, what strategies can be put in place to ensure that rural urban migration is decreased? Okay, is decreased. Those strategies are going to be like provision of basic services to urban to rural areas, Then you can talk about aspects like industrial decentralization, sorry, industrial decentralization. That is putting industries in areas where they've never existed. And we talk about infrastructural development, develop infrastructures in rural areas like roads, so on. Okay. Okay, we can also talk about improve the education or provision of education in the rural areas. Basic education in the rural areas. So in other words, what can be done in the rural areas to stop people from leaving rural areas to go to urban areas? Okay. We go to 1.4. 1.4 is referred to the sketch below of the photograph that show part of the area A in the rural urban fringe. Okay. What is a rural urban? Where is a rural urban fringe located? Where is it located? We say at the edge of the city or the periphery of the city. Where is the rural urban fringe located? Periphery of the city and rural area. Okay, the periphery of the urban areas and rural areas. Okay, that's where it can be located. State two economic activities in the photograph which are found in the urban fringe. Which economic activities? So that can be found in the rural urban fringe. We can talk about manufacturing. Then you talk about agriculture, because I can see small farms small farms, which we know as, you can categorize it under culture. How does the economic activity B benefit from being located to the rural urban fringe? This B here. How does it benefit from being rural urban fringe? So if it's there, there is enough space for expansion. So we'll say enough space for expansion of the industry, then precious parking space, as they are not congested like in urban areas. Then you can also talk about uh, accessibility to the CBD and talk about accessibility to the CBD. Okay. Okay, how has the recent urban expansion of large cities changed the rural urban fringes? How has it changed the rural urban fringes? Okay, then we'll start there by looking at infrastructures. For the building density has increased. The building density has increased. In the rural urban fringe, the building density has increased in the rural urban fringe. And we also talk about the land value, of rural urban areas, of rural urban fringe goes up or rises. Okay, we're looking at what recent changes of the rural urban fringe. How have they changed the rural urban fringe? When you look at this, then you will see that the space is limited. So many cities have developed the houses. Few major recent houses have developed in the rural urban fringe. Okay, because of that. 1.5. 1.5 is basically the informal settlement. Informal settlement in South Africa. We have to read this extract. Government reports suggest that between 2000 and 2001, informal settlements in South Africa increased from 300 to 2,180. The poverty levels in informal settlements are evident in the tiny spaces, overcrowding, and overlapping structures, conditions that create the conducive environment for the rapid spread of diseases. The human settlement sector set a target of providing housing with basic services to 400,000 informal settlement households by 2018. According to the government report and settlement, the target have not been met. First question. Give one characteristics of the settlements visible in the photograph. What do you see? Which kind of settlement? Small or medium houses. That is one. When you look at them, these houses are also close to each other. There is limited space for expansion. Then you can see the materials used to build these houses are not that high class materials. So we can say collocated materials are being used to build such houses. Okay, there is no well developed or well structured infrastructures. Okay, in that it's not a clear infrastructure, and so on and so forth. So I want us to outline them down here, but they say they want one. So you can say medium or small houses, or small houses are built Okay. The building density, we can talk about small houses are built and no proper roads accessing the area. Okay. Then you can talk about houses built close to each other. Then you can also talk about a lot of things, but they only need one. So you choose any of those ones. Okay, state to negative social impact of informal settlement in the extract. What are the social negative impact? Have aspects like rapid spread of diseases, rapid spread of diseases, that is informal. Okay, that is social negative impact. Then we also have high poverty levels. That is also social. You can talk about overcrowding. That is also social, but they need two anyway. Give two economic reasons for the rapid increase of socials. Why are they increasing, but they're only looking for economic? So we can say lack of income. Okay. Then there is high rate of unemployment. All those ones can be economic. And the last section under that question 1 is in the paragraph of approximately 8 lines. Explain why the government has failed to assist the communities living in informal settlement. Why do you think the government? Remember, learners, you write this in a paragraph question, but I'll outline them for you. However, the points you're writing in the paragraph, it should be a point that makes sense. Okay. So why do you think the government has failed? Number one, they are greatly increasing. So the informal settlement and informal settlements are rapidly increasing. So they are becoming too many, which makes it so hard for the government. Then you can also look at the fact that high corruption in the government. So people can't afford buying proper houses or getting proper houses. They end up having informal structures because of the corruption that is existing. Then you can also have inadequate statistics about the informal settlements. We don't have enough statistics or data to base on to say they are 10, they are 20, but they are ever increasing. That's why it's like that. Then you can also look at the fact that government lacks enough funding, limited or inadequate funds. Inadequate funds from the government. The government is not having enough money to do all that. So if you're to build for everyone, you have to spend billions and billions of money and trillions of money to ensure that everyone gets such assistance. So you can look at that and make a paragraph. Okay. We go to question 2. Question 2, we are also just choosing which one is the right. 2.1.1, manufacturing is an example of which one? It's manufacturing. Obviously, it is secondary. Light industry generally located close to the CBD, away from the residential area, near the raw materials, and near the bulky raw materials. So all these ones are wrong. The only option is A. Okay, 2, 3. 2, 3. We're looking at 2.3. 2.3, an iron and steel plant is an example of which kind of industry? Is it footloose, break of bulk, raw material orientated, or market orientated? So that 2.13, I feel the answer is C. Okay, the sketch below is that an example of which kind of industry? We're looking at this sketch 2.4. So 2.4, I feel this is a bridge because it is change from one mode of transport to another, because these are this is like a truck on the road. This is from offloading from the containers and so on and so forth. This model is like B, which is bridge, which is the break of bulk. Okay. A bakery is an example of which kind of industry? This is what you call a market oriented, because you have to locate them close the market as bread gets, or those bakery and the bakery products get spoiled so quickly. Okay, 2.6. This illustration below is an example of which it's Wi-Fi, internet. This is what? This is ubiquitous, which is D. Remember how we say they can be anywhere so long as there is market. Okay. An oil refinery is an example of which kind of industry? Oil refinery, that is heavy industry, which is B. Okay. Heavy industries are characterized by, let's check, high level of air pollution. Obviously, that is true. So wherever there is one, it can be right. So this and this is okay, and this one, but this one is out because it is only having 2 and 3. There must be a high level of air pollution. So the second one is their location on small land. That one is out. So wherever there is 2, it's out. So that means we eliminate this. Okay. And we eliminate, this one is already eliminated. So what are we remaining with? With D and what? And B. So if it's D and B, let's go to the next one. This one says their location close to bulky transport. That is true. And low levels of noise pollution. No, they have high level of noise pollution. So it should be 2 and 3. 2 and 3 is D. Okay. We go down. We say choose the terms that match with the description. Exchange of goods and services between countries. That is Y, which is international trade. Unfavorable balance of trade. What does it do? That means if it's unfavorable, there is more import than what? Than export. So 2 is Z. It increases unemployment. So goods which are brought from another country, are they exports or they are import? Obviously, they are imports. Okay. 2.4, benefits of international trade, access to foreign currency and decrease in investment. It's a benefit. Decrease cannot be a benefit. So the answer is obviously the Y. Activities of the tertiary sector. Which activity? Transport and trade. Construction is secondary. So we take Y here. Okay. 2.6, an efficient public transport system. Public transport system increases economic cost or increases production. Does it increase economic cost? No, if it is efficient, why can it increase economic cost? Obviously, it will have to increase production. The difference in the value between the country's imports and exports, that is obviously the balance of trade, is the country's imports and exports. Not what you pay for those imports, but what is coming in. So we have 2.3, which is referring to sugarcane production. It's an infograph. So we have to read it and we interpret the corresponding, the necessary diagrams that are there. Okay, so they say sugarcane farming. Although the physical factors on the east coast of South Africa are conducive to sugarcane growing or farming, the production has decreased. In 2 decades, the country's annual sugar production has shrunk by nearly 25%. The number of sugarcane farmers decreased by 60%. Many South African towns and rural villages would crumble as they are either partly or entirely dependent on the sugarcane farming. Demand for sugar is in the Southern African Customs Union has dropped from 1.65 million tons to 1.25 million tons a year, forcing South Africa to decrease its exports to the global market. So we see here the eastern side of South Africa with the province here, Mpumalanga, KZN. Now it's Durban here as a city. The first importance is creation of employment. Since they're barely or entirely or partly depending on sugarcane growing. So there is creation of what? Of employment. That is one. Remember, it's 2 times 2. So besides creation of employment, you can say provision of food, or let me say development of industries. Development of industries. Then we can also talk about provision of raw materials, okay, to industries. It provides raw materials. So the sugarcane farming provides raw materials to the industries. Provision of raw materials. Okay, I'm just writing many, but you need a few. That is in the agro-based industries. Okay, then you can also talk about development of infrastructures, encouraging exports and imports, etc. But you only need 2 according to my calculation. So explain 3 economic factors that have negatively impact on sugarcane production in South Africa. Economic factors. Which economic factors that have negatively impact on sugarcane growing production in South Africa? They are looking at negative impact, but they only look at economic factors. So those economic factors, first of all, we have drop in demand according to the extract, drop in demand for sugarcane in the Southern Africa. So that means that is economic. There is no demand. Okay. Then you also look at aspects like loss of sales to sugar tax, loss of sales to sugar tax, loss of sales to sugar tax. Then you can talk about labor strikes. Those are all economic negative impact on sugarcane production. So labor strikes, that reduces the amount of workers that are going to be in the sugarcane production. And this result and lead to disinvestment. Disinvestment from South Africa. So people want to invest in the country. 2.4. Refer to the map extract below about Maputo Corridor Spatial Development Initiative. This is the SDI. Here we go. This is Johannesburg. It shows you Middelburg, Secunda, ML, Swaziland, Maputo, whatever. You can interpret Tanzania. There are very many aspects here, countries. But there is Maputo. First of all, what do we need to note? Johannesburg is part of South Africa, which is here. Okay, Maputo is part of Mozambique. Let's look at the extract that is provided below. If you're driving by road from Johannesburg to Maputo, is 581 kilometers. If you're going by railway transport from Johannesburg to Maputo, is 590 kilometers. Okay. The first thing is the Maputo Corridor. The Maputo Corridor was launched as a Spatial Development Initiative, SDI, in 1996, as the governments of South Africa and Mozambique initially sought to rebuild their economies and restore trade and investment ties. Both governments agreed on enormous potential benefits of rehabilitating the key elements of this vital strategic transport corridor, which links the port of Maputo with Africa's most vibrant economic hub, the city of Johannesburg. This special development initiative was the means chosen to maximize investment in the potential of the Maputo corridor and fulfill the aims of sustainable economic and social development along its length and surrounding areas. Okay, so that is just supplementing the diagram above. First question, which country is linked to South Africa by Maputo Corridor Special Development Initiative? Obviously, the answer is anywhere here. Okay, Mozambique. So we say Mozambique. Okay, what was the initial aim of launching the Maputo Corridor? Initial aim of launching the Maputo Special Development Initiative, as stated in the extract. I think choose to maximize investments. Okay, so we can say here to rebuild, no, here it is written to rebuild their economies and restore the trade investment. So we shall say here, it's one mark, to rebuild their economies, and restore trade and investments. Restore trade and investments. Okay. Name one core industrial region that will benefit most from the Maputo corridor. One core industrial region. Since they are talking about Johannesburg and all that, the only core industrial region is PWD, which is Pretoria, Witwatersrand, and Vereeniging. Pretoria, Witwatersrand, and Vereeniging. Okay, 2.44. How will the Maputo Special Development Initiative create business opportunities for underdeveloped communities along the corridor? How will the Maputo corridor, that special initiative, create business opportunities? Okay, it will attract investors because there are well roads developed in terms of infrastructures, and if investors come in, they will help to develop the underdeveloped communities to its potential. So attract investors to come to the region or to the countries. Okay, that is one. Then it will also help to improve infrastructural development. Like roads, that are going to be built, like that corridor N4. When you look at is it N4 or N14? Yeah, sorry, N14. That is basically built, linking those different areas. Okay, N14. Then you can look at other aspects like it will effectively allow full utilization of the available resources. Effectively contribute to full utilization of the available resources, available natural resources. So they will be basically used because of the road, so that they can get out the effective use of those resources. Lastly, under this section is that in the paragraph of approximately 8 lines, it's a paragraph question now. Here, explain how upgrading of the different types of infrastructures positively impact on trade for the core industrial region mentioned above. So if they upgrade the different types of infrastructures, say roads, schools, hospitals, and everything, how will it positively impact on trade for the core region? Okay, it will positively impact on trade in one way or the other. Number one, it will improve accessibility. The area will be easily accessed. So if the roads are upgraded, infrastructure is well built, So the area would be easily accessed. Okay, that's number one. And therefore, due to this, efficiency and production will increase. Increase in production. So how will production increase? Production will increase because roads are upgraded, infrastructures are upgraded, and therefore this will have a positive impact on this region as production will increase in this region because people will be coming through and in and out. So it will also make it easier for investors. It will attract investors in the region because the region is clearly well accessed because of the different infrastructure that are built, and that will allow to improve investments. Okay, so we can also say that trade with other, or it will promote trade with other countries or regions will easily be promoted. Why? The area is well developed, production has increased, therefore people will easily use or trade with those areas, and that will improve development. It will boost tourism in the area. Boost tourism in the area. All those ones are benefits that you can write in a paragraph format. You'll excuse me for my handwriting, but I'll improve over time. 2.5. Refer to the cartoon and extract below, which is on informal trading in defense of South Africa's informal sector. Here is a cartoon. The police officer is coming to someone who is selling, maybe on the street. Then he's saying, "Do you have a permit?" The lady is replying, "No, I can't afford it." Obviously, it simply means she's not having a permit. A shadow economy. Some call the informal sector the shadow economy. They also complain about the lack of tax paid by the informal sector. So many of our vendors are trading without permits and are subject to regular raids by the city's law enforcement, during which their goods are seized and fines are issued. They claim that official employment data underestimates the informal sector is based on the assumption that many people who undertake activities in the informal sector are mistakenly counted as unemployed because there is no proper data, or the employment data that is given is underestimated. Okay, the vast majority of the informal operators, 73%, earn well below the income tax, tax threshold of 79,000 per annum set by the South African Revenue Services. In addition, many informal sector workers, and particularly those in retail, pay VAT on their purchases. So what is a shadow economy? The contribution is not known. It means there's no proper data. We don't see their contribution generally. 2.5. Give the other name for the informal sector. Shadow economy. Shadow economy. Okay. Why does the trader in the cartoon not have a permit? Why does the trader in the cartoon not have a permit? Why do they not have a permit? She doesn't have a permit because, according to her in the extract, she says, "No, I can't afford it." So if she can't afford, that's why she's not having. So the question is, why is she not having a permit? She's not having a permit because she can't afford it. Can't afford it. Okay. Quote one consequence from the extract for the trader who does not have a permit. Somewhere it is written that their goods are seized and fines are issued. So The question is saying, give one consequence from the extract for the trader. So these vendors are trading without permits and are subject to regular raids by the city's law enforcement, during which their goods are seized. So under that means besides the raids, goods are seized and fines are issued. Okay, goods are issued, is seized, and fines are issued. Okay, why are people in the informal sector mistakenly referred to as unemployed? Why do they mistakenly refer to them unemployed? So the claim is that official employment data underestimates the informal sector is based on the assumption that many people who undertakes this activity in the informal sector are mistakenly counted as unemployed. So that means there's no proper data. Okay. Because the official employment data underestimates them. Why these people are unemployed? Official data underestimates them. Official employment data underestimates them. Estimates them. Okay, underestimates them. How does the economy benefit from the informal sector? How do they benefit? First of all, employment, creation of employment. So they benefit because they are employed. Creation of employment, that is one benefit. Besides that one benefit, these people also pay tax. They pay VAT. They pay VAT on their purchases. They pay VAT on their purchases. Okay. On top of that, you can have others selling of cheap goods to the people or making goods accessible to the people, etc. 2.5 suggest 3 incentives that the government can provide to regulate the informal sector. What can the government do? So we say building formal stores for the traders. So they should build stores for them where they can put them such that they can be regulated, or they can regulate this informal sector. Okay. So we have seen that in the cartoon somewhere there, she said she can't afford. That means it is expensive. So what do they do? What can we say? The government can subsidize the permits. So let them put permits on raw costs so that everyone can easily have it, as they will be in position to access it. Okay. Then we can say, remember, there are not enough toilets for these people. What can they do? Build public toilets in the areas where the informal businesses are existing. Okay. Then we can also talk about the issue of educate them and encourage them to formalize their businesses. Maybe some of them do not know. Okay. Then you can also so that marks the end of our question 1 and 2. Unfortunately, I couldn't do this section B because I'm sorry for that, but I will let you know when I'm going to do the section of map work. Okay. Thank you so much. Have a blessed day.
Recording stopped.
So when the recording, I stopped it.
So let us look at industrial centralization and decentralization. Like we spoke earlier, decentralization of industries. This is when industries move away from the core regions to the other areas. So that is decentralization, meaning like we saw industries could cluster in one particular area because of the given factors. So to decentralize is like those industries now they are dispersing away. For example, if I can illustrate it here, this could be a core area and we have a variety of industries in this particular point, meaning now these industries they need to start to move away and they could locate to point B, move to point B, point C, point D, point E, point F, so X, W. So you could see, so by doing this, we refer to it as industries and businesses decentralizing or moving away from the core areas to other places. Industrial centralization. Now, with centralization, where industries move to one core area, they move to one core area. It's like they cluster in one region. So this could be a centralization. Remember, with decentralization, they move away from the core areas. Then to centralize, like all industries now are moving to one given area. This is to centralize. All right, now we want to see the advantages and disadvantages, firstly, of industrial centralization. So reasons why decentralization must occur. They say there is uneven spread of financial resources and services in South Africa. So instead of industries clustering to one area, so it is emphasized that these industries need now to spread to various areas, and as well, job opportunities are not evenly spread within the country. Because with industrial centralization, you find that jobs are only focused in particular areas and others are being left out. That is why if you come to this other side for industrial decentralization, if industries are moving to such areas, choose the color here. If industries are now moving to such places, it means that there will be job distribution in so many places instead of jobs only focusing to this particular point here. Because with this one here, with centralization, we see jobs are focused in a particular area. But if we compare with decentralization, jobs are spreading to different areas. That is why, secondly, they said another reason for decentralization was to try to distribute jobs evenly within the country. So let us try to look at the advantages of centralization of industries and businesses. Like if industries are focused in one particular area, how is that an advantage? They say the first one, For major industries, for major industries, areas are highly developed. So meaning because of centralization, there will be high development of industries. And secondly, there's a multiplier effect when similar industries are cluster, meaning a lot of goods are being produced, resulting into high demand and as well high expenditure. People are having more jobs, also increasing their incomes, which results into more demand for goods. Also, good infrastructure and communication is being promoted when industries are clustered in a particular area. So meaning that that area, they'll develop better infrastructures and as well good labor market. So industries won't struggle to look for workers because they know if they're within a given area, many people would cluster in that particular place, resulting into high job creation. The disadvantages, rural areas and outlying areas remain underdeveloped because, like we mentioned, if industries are only focusing to this given area here, it means that the surrounding rural areas will be left underdeveloped. And they say housing shortage in core regions because of industries centralizing, time reaches and there is shortage of accommodation for the workers due to high population or due to high number of people that are clustering to that given area. Talk about rural towns decline because now there is no more active youth and as well no more active businesses. Most of the businesses are situated in the core areas, meaning that rural economies will drop. There are no customers, no businesses, which affects the economy, and high levels of pollution and environmental degradation in the core areas. So we know that the more the industries, the more the pollution, which will affect the environment negatively. Then, if you look at industrial decentralization, reasons for decentralization here, they say decentralization may be required by government to stimulate growth in outlying areas. Like we did mention here, when industry is decentralized, it means it is going to as well develop these areas here than before, because before these industries, so these areas were underdeveloped. But because of decentralization, it will stimulate the economic growth of these outlying areas other than focusing in a particular place. Another reason, there will be depletion of resources, meaning in such areas, resources might be finished or might no longer be enough to accommodate the industries. That is why some industries try to move away to other areas which could have maybe more resources. And third, they need to reduce transport costs by going closer to the market. So that's why most industries have now decentralized to look for customers or to move close to the customers to avoid on the transport costs and the product no longer in demand. So some move away because they no longer have a lot of customers. What could be the effects of decentralization of industries? They say job losses may occur when companies close down where they left. Remember, now if companies are moving away from the core area, for example, at A, if they are moving away, it means they are closing, definitely moving to other places, meaning they say jobs in these areas are going to be lost. I think we saw this like for example during COVID, where most companies closed down, which resulted in too many people being jobless, and as well more employment opportunities where these companies relocate. If they move away from area A and relocate to area B, it means now will be more jobs for the local people in such areas. Outlying rural areas will benefit from improved infrastructures, which becomes now an advantage. So that is about industrial centralization and decentralization. Let's look at the tertiary economic sector key concepts. Tertiary, which says involve the provision and distribution of services to the businesses and to the consumers. Like we saw with primary sector is about extraction of raw materials. Then we saw the secondary sector, processing of raw materials. Now, with tertiary sector, they say it involves the provision of services to the businesses and to the consumers. And as well, we could say provision of goods and services to the consumers. So this is with the tertiary sector. So there is provision of goods and services, meaning the primary sector, secondary sector, and tertiary sector, they are interlinked, meaning raw materials move from the primary to the industries, they are processed into goods, then goods are going to be taken to the tertiary sector, where they will be provided to the consumers. So that is why tertiary sector involves the provision of and distribution of services. And we spoke about the difference between a good and the services. We said the goods are tangible and services are intangible. The services. All right. Then we as well another concept, which is centralization, and we saw more about this, which means over concentration of activities in a few core industrial areas, meaning that industries are more clustered in PWV in Gauteng, Durban Pinetown, it is in KwaZulu-Natal, Port Elizabeth, and the Southwestern Cape. So there are more industries that have clustered in those four major areas. That is what we said regarding centralization, industries concentrating in a given few core areas. Then a decentralization, where industries move to outlying areas which are underdeveloped. Like also we did show, this could be a core areas. Industries try to move out of these areas to the outlying areas. So centralization, industries are all moving to one core area. Then decentralization, industries, they move out from the core areas. Then trade, the exchange of goods for money. Like we saw, for example, if countries are dealing in export trade, they sell goods to other countries and in return they get money. In local trade, the exchange of goods and services within the country. Sometimes we can as well call it domestic trade, where we are selling goods within our boundaries or within the boundaries of the country. Then we look at international trade, which is the exchange of goods and services between two or more countries. So this includes examples, export and import trade, where exports, countries they buy from other countries, and exports, countries sell to other countries. Balance of payment, the financial statement showing the value of a country's transaction with the rest of the world to show how much was, for example, South Africa received after selling to other countries, or how much it spent when it was buying from other countries. So that will be the balance of payment. And balance of trade, the difference in value between the visible and invisible imports or exports. Then exports, goods and services that are sold to foreign countries. Then favorable trade balance occurs when exports are greater than imports. Then we say it's favorable trade because we know the more you sell, the more money comes into the country, which makes it more favorable. But if you are buying more, that means you are spending a lot of money, and if you are selling less, so we shall say the country will be experiencing unfavorable. Unfavorable, this is when the imports are greater than the exports. But when it is favorable, this is when the exports are greater than the imports, meaning the country benefits more when it is selling to other countries, which means more money is coming to the country. Then foreign exchange, the money paid to South Africa by other countries, get dollars, pounds, etc. So meaning if South Africa, let's say, trades with countries in the USA to be earning dollars, or in UK, those especially pounds or euros, among others. Then imports, goods and services that are bought from foreign countries. If we give an example, for South Africa buying clothes from China, that would be import trade. Our next is informal sector. Like all along, we have been looking at the formal sector. And formal sector, as we know, these are registered businesses which contributes to the GDP and as well to the economy positively. If you look at the informal sector concept, it says the unregistered and the unregulated sector of the economy, meaning we are looking at businesses that are not registered by SARS and they don't contribute directly to the economy of the country. That is why we're going to say they are unregistered and unregulated, meaning their incomes, the costs, supplies are not regulated by the government. So they do things their own way. Now, let us try to look at the characteristics of the informal sector. What is it made of? They say operations are on a small scale, meaning most of the businesses that are under informal sector, they are on a smaller scale. For example, if you look at people, can say street vendors, hawkers, hairdressers. Yeah, most of these ones, their businesses are on a smaller or on a small scale, meaning they don't usually have businesses on large scales. Low costs are involved in starting a business. So, for example, if you're a street vendor or if you're a hawker, you don't need a lot of money to start the business. That's why we say low costs are involved, or you need less capital to start the business. Low use of technology, but labor intensive. They don't use much of technology, but then at times they inject a little bit of more capital, or meaning you need more workers in that particular field. No access to credit facilities from financial institutions. So this becomes a challenge to the informal businesses, whereby you don't have access to financial institutions such as loans, because of these financial institutions are scared to lend money to these informal businesses due to security reasons. So it becomes a disadvantage to the informal businesses, usually owned by families. So since they're on a smaller scale, you may find a family owning a small business. So it goes on like that. They do not pay any income, or they do not pay any income tax, like we mentioned. They're not registered by SALS, so they don't contribute positively to the GDP or to the economy. They are as a result of unemployment and poverty, meaning that most people are into informal businesses because they fail to get formal jobs, and also they're into poverty. So this forces them to start these small businesses as a way of surviving. Now we look at reasons for high informal sector in South Africa. Why are many businesses are into this informal sector? Or why do we have so many informal businesses in South Africa? Number one, they don't pay taxes. So because they know they're not contributing to SALS, because we know formal businesses, they have to pay a percentage to SALS because of their businesses. But for informal businesses, that's why it is on a rise, because at the end, they're not being pressurized by the government to contribute to SALS. They form as a result of unemployment. So meaning that many people in South Africa don't have jobs. Therefore, they go into informal businesses as a way to start up something, as to survive. So employees don't contribute to pension or UIF funds or medical aid. So it is another reason why the high rise of these small businesses, because whatever they earn goes straight to their pockets without any other contributions such as UIF or medical aids. They form due to poverty. As we know, many people are unemployed, are living in poverty, food insecure. Therefore, they go for such informal businesses or activities to reduce on their levels of poverty. So drop in the economy as well resulted in high rise of informal businesses in South Africa, meaning that the economy is no longer able to support growth. Therefore, people have resorted in starting their own ways of surviving by coming up with informal businesses. Others, they lack formal skills. That is why they engage into these informal businesses, because majority of them do not require formal skills. Because we know, if you look at formal skills like medicine, law, engineering, where you need to go formal training to acquire skills. However, informal businesses such as street vendors, hawkers, hairdressers, they don't need too much of the formal skills to operate such businesses. That is why there is a high rise in such. Second, another factor or reason, it is cheap and easy to start, meaning it is not that complicated as compared to the formal businesses, because we know formal businesses, there are a lot of things that need to be worked on, such as compliance with the municipality laws, etc., which makes it a bit expensive and not easy to start. Therefore, with informal businesses, most people engage in them because it is easy and cheap to start. Mechanization in farming causes many people to lose their jobs because we know mechanization, where tractors or machines are replacing people, meaning majority do no longer have jobs, which means they have to find other means of surviving. That is why they resort into starting their own businesses. And another reason, formal businesses subcontracting for businesses that they can evade taxes. So another reason, and immigrants who do not have work permits as well resort into these businesses to survive, because with formal businesses, like we mentioned before, it will require them to have a variety or to be compliant with the immigration laws. All right. Now look at challenges facing South Africa's informal sector, where they say one, lack of support from the local government. So in this case, the informal business do not get support from the local government. This could be as a result of not them being registered or not known. It's like they're in the shadow kind of market. Therefore, they don't get support from the local government to boost them or to improve on their capital, which at the end becomes a challenge. Secondly, another challenge, irregular and low income, meaning this month you may be selling your magwinyas and you end up getting, let's say, 600 rands per week. Then next week it becomes a challenge and you sell the fat cooks and maybe you get 200 rands. So there's no stability in the income. That's why we say the income is irregular and low. Then limited access to financial assistance, like we mentioned earlier. So this becomes a challenge because majority of informal traders won't have access to financial assistance such as loans. Because we know these financial assistance requirements, they'll ask for securities, So because these businesses are not registered, the financial lenders are scared to offer loans to such. Lack of education. Majority of these informal traders don't have education, meaning they don't have required skills like to boost their businesses, and the lack of storage facilities, like we mentioned, they move from one place to another. So they don't have permanent storage facilities where they could keep their items or goods to be in good conditions. Yeah, these are some of, as well, we can mention about the weather conditions. Iggy, at times could be rain, coldness, and heat. It is too hot. So also this becomes another challenge as well. Could say they are harassed by municipality, which becomes another challenge among other challenges. All right. The importance or the role of the informal sector in the economy. One, provided critical or much needed employment for the poverty-stricken. So like we said, because of the informal businesses, many people are able to employ themselves or start up something which at the end will reduce on their poverty levels, improve the quality of life, because we know at least they are able to earn an income, meaning they're able to afford some of their basic needs, meaning they'll be able to improve on their life, reduces crime among us, the unemployed, because we know one of the major causes of crime is unemployment, where people don't have jobs, then they resort to crimes such as robbery, hijacking, etc. Therefore, if there are these informal businesses where people can start on their own, it means it reduces on the levels of crime within the country and contributes the country's economy, whereby people are being employed and income, etc. And informal traders support formal trading, where they get goods from the formal sector, because we know people like nowadays I see a lot of people selling chicken livers, chicken feet by the roads, meaning that at the end they are buying that from those formal shops. Even hairdressers, they buy from formal shops, and at the end sell them as informal businesses. So it somehow they are supporting the formal businesses of more trading, encourages entrepreneurship amongst communities. As we know, this is people are able to start their own businesses. So those are some of the importance of the informal sector. Then we look at the strategies for strengthening the informal sector, because we know despite not being unregistered and regulated by the government, but now they need to be strengthened, because we have seen one of the importance of this informal sector, creating jobs, reducing poverty, reducing crime, etc. So meaning that sector as well has to be strengthened. In which way? One, the government can provide storage facilities and support services to ensure that the items or the goods of the informal traders are kept well and in good health. And as well, education in entrepreneurial skills and training, like to offer more programs to ensure that the informal traders also acquire more skills or acquire more business skills so as to improve on their businesses. Provide financial support to the informal assessment, because we saw the challenge that they faced. They never had access to financial support such as loans. So if a government is able to come up with a strategy on how best to support these informal traders, this will boost their income and as well improve on their informal businesses. Allocation of a site and services for informal sector, because one challenge they faced was they didn't have permanent working premises, meaning that at the end they will be working all over in the sun, the whole day, in the rain, the coldness. If the government is able to allocate a site where they could do their activities, that will be a boost, because that means they will be stationed in a particular place where customers will as well develop confidence in their in these informal traders. Registration of the informal sector, I think this could be another boost. If they are registered, that means they as well will be able to get more support from the municipality or from the local government, and partnership must be created between the informal traders and the formal businesses. So those are some of the strategies that can be implemented to support the informal.
The lands are going to be closed. Communal ownership of land. That means if the land is owned communally, everyone can have a share and can stay where they want. So I'm looking at the possible options here, and I'm looking at B to be the possible option. Because when I look at communal ownership of land, everyone is allowed to settle on that land. That means they can be on that land in that communal setting. So I'm looking at the best option to be water source, which is abundance. Okay. Then we go to the next question that says, an advantages of rural nucleated settlement. Advantage of rural nucleated settlement is which one? Advantages of rural nucleated settlement. I'm looking at C as the best option. A dash is the location of the settlement in relation to the surroundings area, and I'm looking at D as the best option. Okay. A dry point settlement is located far away from the water source because water is scarce. No. Far away, far from water because water is a threat. I'm looking at that to be our best option. Okay, because it's not near water. So the two near water, I look at them as not the right options. 1.6. The sketch below refers to that shaped settlement. Which one is that? You can see it's a crossroad. These are settlements cross. So you can see the option is what? It's C. So they say the circular shape, it's the shape of a settlement below. The key is indicating that these are buildings here. This is a lake, it's a road. Okay. So if these settlements are in this circular shape, which ones? What influences the circular shape is a lake. Do you have a lake here? Yes. Go to 1.18. The following physical features, physical factors determine the site. Physical. First of all, let us take out what is not physical. Accessibility to the road is out because it is not physical. This at the market is out because it's not physical. Which one do we have physical? Reef is physical, fertile soil is physical. So we have, which options do we have? 4 and 3. So 4 and 3 is D. Okay. Go to the next question. Choose the word or the term to refer to answer this one. So their answers are here. The process whereby increasing percentage of country's population is concentrated in urban area automatically is Y. Okay. Increase in the number of people living in urban areas. It can't be red because that is the pace. But increase is going to be population growth. Okay. Look at the next option, 1.23. 1.23. The process whereby people move from urban areas, we're looking at urban, into the surrounding rural area. Therefore, the best option for that is counter urbanization. Okay. Increase in the actual physical size of the urban area is urban expansion. Okay. Unplanned spread of urban area, urban spiral. Okay. Decrease in the number of people living in rural area. Is it rural urban migration or rural depopulation? Let's check out. Automatically, it's depopulation. Okay. Then the arrangement of a settlements in an area from the smallest is hierarchy, which is Y. So therefore, here we have Y. Okay. So here we have Y, Z, Z, Y, Y, Z, and Y. Then you have a text here that we need to read before you proceed. It says South Africa fresh approach to land reform. South Africa currently faces a problem as a process of land reform has advanced too slowly and much of the land that has been transferred has become economically inactive. Conflicting or different views cause South Africans to have questions about land reforms. What is the future of the land reform in South Africa? Can the process be accelerated? Will it produce equal outcomes? Does those interests will be served? Okay. At South Africa's Agriculture Congress, a panel discussion on the future of the land reform agreed that when it comes to successful land reform, intense negotiations and compromises are necessary. Okay, unnecessary. Unnecessary. Sorry, in South Africa. Conflicting or different views cause South Africans to have questions about land reforms. What is the future of the land reform in South Africa? Can the process be accelerated? Will it produce equal outcomes? Whose interests will be served? At South Africa's agriculture, at a South African Agriculture Congress, a panel discussion on the future of the land reform agreed that when it comes to successful land reform, intense negotiations and compromises are necessary. This is in keeping with the three pillars of land reforms, namely redistribution, tenure, and reinstitution. Land reinstitution provides a challenge as funding needs to be allocated to compensate dispossessed communities for land previously lost. Well-managed land reform can create assets for the poor, stabilize relationships, and promote development. On the other hand, if it is poorly managed, it destroys assets, causing poverty and communities to be weakened. Okay? It weakens the economy. So poorly managed, they are showing you here in this picture that if it's poorly managed, you can see people are dispossessed of their land. The land is lost, it's grabbed. Okay, everyone is grabbing the land. Then here, if it's well managed, people are well settled, economic activities will take place, settlements will be taking place, and so on and so forth. Okay. The first question is, what is land reform? When I look at land reform here, how do I define it? Okay, land reform is going to be defined as land reform will be defined as sorry, my pen is acting up. Land reform will be defined as revising land policy this technology is acting up. All right, sorry, my pen is acting up, but I'll try to sort it out immediately. So what do we say? It's a revising of land policies. Revising of landing policies. Devising of land policies. So that is going to be the land reforms. Devising of land policies. Okay. Devising of the land policies. So we come here. The next question says, according to the extract, what is the benefit of well-managed land reform? According to the extract. So we go back to the extract and we check the benefits. What is the benefit? Somewhere when you read the land reforms here, they're telling you that well-managed land reform can create assets for poor, stabilizes relationships, and promote development. So the answer comes from here. So this is where we get our answer for this question. Okay, then we proceed. Why is land restitution considered to be a challenge? Why is it considered to be a challenge? We check there and see why is it considered to be a challenge. How is it a challenge? We go back here. Land restitution, it is indicated somewhere here that this is keeping with the pillar of the reforms, namely these three pillars, and then they said land restitution provides a challenge as funding needs to be allocated to compensate. It's a challenge because funds are not readily available to compensate, because funds need to be allocated or funds need to be available. So it becomes a challenge because the funds need to be available, but in most cases it be available. Okay, we got the next one. Which is B now. B saying, how does this B here illustrate the successful land restitution? How is it illustrating? You can see here agreement has been reached. So when you check A, you can see that there is grabbing of land, things are flying away, people are dispossessed of their land, their property is now thrown away. But here, where there is agreement, you can see that settlements are well established. So that means, how does B illustrate successful process? Because settlements are well established, farming and other activities are going on well on the land, infrastructures are also well developed on the land, which signifies that really it has been a success. Than here, where you see things are flying away because there is grabbing of land, people are dispossessed, the farm is disrupted. But here it's well established because a decision has been reached. Okay, we go to 1.34. Which factors caused the process of land reform to advance too slowly? Which factor? Why is it advancing too slowly? Which factors? We need to check on the factors from the extract, or we can think of some others that might not be there. But when you check, you'll find out the factors that have caused it to be advancing slowly is the fact that conflicting views about the land reforms. So it is very slow because, number one, there is still conflicting views. There are still conflicting views about the land reforms. People are not sure if really it will benefit them or not. So such a factor has caused it to be too slow because of conflicts. Number two is having different interests. People have got different interests to be served. I think when you even check the extract here somewhere, it says that will the people, those interests, will they be served? In other words, there are different interests. Others are thinking that it might not work. Others are thinking that the future land reforms in South Africa will change. So the different views, because different views are existing, it retards the process, or it slows down the process. Then you also still look at that. But they want only social, that is identified in the factor push social factor in A. So when you look at A here, which one is social? Obviously, the one that affects people's life directly is poverty. Poverty. State two basic services that are more accessible in urban areas than rural areas. So two basic services. Like what? Better basic services. We can look at aspects like medical services. Okay. Medical services. Okay. Accessibility to running water. Accessibility to running water. Okay. Basic services like what? Better education. You can talk about better education. It's better in urban areas that makes them accessible. Okay. How can rural migration create challenges for the provision of housing in B? How can rural urban migration create challenges for the provision of housing in B? How does it create challenges? So it will mean that houses are going to be insufficient compared to the number of people. Houses will be insufficient compared to the number of people. You can also look at the fact that overcrowding, it will result into overcrowding. Overcrowding, it will result into overcrowding in the houses in urban areas due to frequent the influx of the people from rural areas. So you can supplement it. Okay, suggests two intervention strategies that can be implemented to decrease the rural urban migration. In other words, what strategies can be put in place to ensure that rural urban migration is decreased? Okay, is decreased. Those strategies are going to be like provision of basic services to urban to rural areas, Then you can talk about aspects like industrial decentralization, industrial decentralization that is putting industries in areas where they've never existed. And we talk about infrastructural development, develop infrastructures in rural areas like roads, so on. Okay, we can also talk about improve the education or provision of education in the rural areas. Basic education in the rural areas. So in other words, what can be done in rural areas to stop people from leaving rural areas to go to urban areas. Okay, we go to 1.4. 1.4 is referred to the sketch below of the photograph that show part of the area A in the rural urban fringe. Okay, what is a rural urban? Where is a rural urban fringe located? Where is it located? We say at the edge of the city or the periphery of the city. Where is the rural urban fringe located? Periphery of the city and rural area. Okay, the periphery of the urban areas and rural areas. Okay, that's where it can be located. State two economic activities in the photograph which are found in the urban fringe. Which economic activities? So that can be found in the rural urban fringe. We can talk about manufacturing. Then you talk about agriculture, because I can see small farms, which we know as, you can categorize it under agriculture. How does the economic activity B benefit from being located to the rural urban fringe? This B here, how does it benefit from being rural urban fringe? So if it's there is enough space for expansion. So we'll say enough space for expansion of the industry, then precious parking space, as they are not congested like in urban areas. Then you can also talk about accessibility to the CBD. And talk about accessibility to the CBD. Okay, how has the recent urban expansion of large cities changed the rural urban fringes? How has it changed the rural urban fringes? Okay, then we'll start there by looking at infrastructures for the building density has increased. The building density has increased. In the rural urban fringe, the building density has increased in the rural urban fringe. And we also talk about the land value, of rural urban areas, of rural urban fringe goes up or rises. Okay, we're looking at what recent changes of the rural urban fringe. How have they changed the rural urban fringe? When you look at this, then you will see that the space is limited. So many cities have developed the houses. Few major recent houses have developed in the rural urban fringe. Okay, because of that. 1.5. 1.5 is basically the informal settlement. Informal settlement in South Africa. We have to read this extract. Government reports suggest that between 2000 and 2001, informal settlements in South Africa increased from 300 to 2,180. The poverty levels in informal settlements are evident in the tiny spaces, overcrowding, and overlapping structures, conditions that create the conducive environment for the rapid spread of diseases. The human settlement sector set a target of providing housing with basic services to 400,000 informal settlement households by 2018. According to the government report and settlement, the target have not been met. First question. Give one characteristics of the settlements visible in the photograph. What do you see? Which kind of settlement? Small or medium houses. That is one. When you look at them, these houses are also close to each other. There is limited space for expansion. Then you can see the materials used to build these houses are not that high class materials. So we can say collocated materials are being used to build such houses. Okay, there is no well developed or well structured infrastructures. Okay, in that it's not a clear infrastructure, and so on and so forth. So I want us to outline them down here, but they say they want one. So you can say medium or small houses, or small houses are built. Okay. the building density, we can talk about small houses are built and no proper roads accessing the area. Okay. Then you can talk about houses built close to each other. Then you can also talk about a lot of things, but they only need one. So you choose any of those ones. Okay, state to negative social impact of informal settlement in the extract. In the extract, what are the social negative impact? Have aspects like rapid spread of diseases, rapid spread of diseases, that is informal. Okay, that is social negative impact. Then you also have high poverty levels. High poverty levels. That is also social. You can talk about overcrowding. That is also social, but they need two anyway. Give two economic reasons for the rapid increase of socials. Why are they increasing, but they're only looking for economic? So we can say lack of income. Okay, then there is high rate of unemployment. All those ones can be economic. And the last section under that question 1 is in the paragraph of approximately 8 lines. Explain why the government has failed to assist the communities living in informal settlement. Why do you think the government? Remember, learners, you write this in a paragraph question, but I'll outline them for you. However, the points you're writing in the paragraph, it should be a point that makes sense. Okay. So why do you think the government has failed? Number one, they are greatly increasing. So the informal settlement and informal settlements are rapidly increasing. So they are becoming too many, which makes it so hard for the government. Then you can also look at the fact that high corruption in the government. So people can't afford buying proper houses or getting proper houses. They end up having informal structures because of the corruption that is existing. Then you can also have inadequate statistics about the informal settlements. We don't have enough statistics or data to base on to say they are 10, they are 20, but they are ever increasing. That's why it's like that. Then you can also look at the fact that government lacks enough funding, limited or inadequate funds. Inadequate funds from the government. The government is not having enough money to do all that. So if you're to build for everyone, you have to spend billions and billions of money and trillions of money to ensure that everyone gets such assistance. So you can look at that and make a paragraph. Okay. We go to question 2. Question 2, we are also just choosing which one is the right. 2.1.1, manufacturing is an example of which one? It's manufacturing. Obviously, it is secondary. Light industry generally located close to the CBD, away from the residential area, near the raw materials, and near the bulk raw materials. So all these ones are wrong. The only option is A. Okay, 2-3. 2-3. Oh, we're looking at 2.3. 2.3. An iron and steel plant is an example of which kind of industry? Is it footloose, break of bulk, raw material oriented, or market oriented? So that 2.13, I feel the answer is C. Okay, the sketch below is that an example of which kind of industry? We're looking at this sketch 2.4. So 2.4, I feel this is a bridge because it is change from one mode of transport to another, because these are this is like a truck on the road. This is from offloading from the containers and so on and so forth. This model is like B, which is bridge, which is the break of bulk. Okay. A bakery is an example of which kind of industry? This is what you call a market oriented, because you have to locate them close the market as bread gets, or those bakery and the bakery products get spoiled so quickly. Okay, 2.6. This illustration below is an example of which it's Wi-Fi, internet. This is what? This is ubiquitous, which is D. Remember, we say they can be anywhere so long as there is market. Okay. An oil refinery is an example of which kind of industry? Oil refinery, that is heavy industry, which is B. Okay. Heavy industries are characterized by, let's check, high level of air pollution. Obviously, that is true. So wherever there is one, it can be right. So this and this is okay, and this one, but this one is out because it is only having 2 and 3. There must be a high level of air pollution. So the second one is their location on small land. That one is out. So wherever there is 2, it's out. So that means we eliminate this. Okay. And we eliminate, this one is already eliminated. So what are we remaining with? With D and what? And B. So if it's D and B, let's go to the next one. This one says their location close to bulky transport. That is true. And low levels of noise pollution. No, they have high level of noise pollution. So it should be 2 and 3. 2 and 3 is D. Okay. We go down. We say choose the terms that match with the description. Exchange of goods and services between countries. That is Y, which is international trade. Unfavorable balance of trade. What does it do? That means if it's unfavorable, there is more import than what? Than export. So 2 is Z. it increases unemployment. So goods which are brought from another country, are they exports or they are import? Obviously, they are imports. Okay. To 4, benefits of international trade, access to foreign currency and decrease in investment. It's a benefit. Decrease cannot be a benefit. So the answer is obviously the Y. Activities of the tertiary sector. Which activity? Transport and trade. Construction is secondary. So we take Y here. Okay. 2.6, an efficient public transport system. Public transport system increases economic cost or increases production. Does it increase economic cost? No. If it is efficient, why can it increase economic cost? Obviously, it will have to increase production. The difference in the value between the country's imports and exports, that is obviously the balance of trade, is the country's imports and exports. Not what you pay for those imports, but what is coming in. So we have 2.3, which is referring to sugarcane production. It's an infograph. So we have to read it and we interpret the corresponding, the necessary diagrams that are there. Okay. So they say sugarcane farming. Although the physical factors on the east coast of South Africa are conducive to sugarcane growing or farming, the production has decreased. In 2 decades, the country's annual sugar production has shrunk by nearly 25%. The number of sugarcane farmers decreased by 60%. Many South African towns and rural villages would crumble as they are either partly or entirely dependent on the sugarcane farming. Demand for sugar is in the Southern African Customs Union has dropped from 1.65 million tons to 1.25 million tons a year, forcing South Africa to decrease its exports to the global market. So we see here the eastern side of South Africa with the province here, Mpumalanga, KZN. Now it's Durban here as a city. The first importance is creation of employment. Since they're barely or entirely or partly depending on sugarcane growing. So there is creation of what? Of employment. That is 1. Remember, it's 2 times 2. So besides creation of employment, you can say provision of food, or let me say development of industries. Development of industries. Then we can also talk about provision of raw materials. Okay, to industries. It provides raw materials. So the sugarcane farming provides raw materials to the industries. Provision of raw materials. Okay, I'm just writing many, but you need a few. That is in the agro-based industries. Okay, then you can also talk about development of infrastructures, encouraging exports and imports, etc. But you only need 2 according to the mark allocation. So explain 3 economic factors that have negatively impact on sugarcane production in South Africa. Economic factors. Which economic factors that have negatively impact on sugarcane growing production in South Africa? They are looking at negative impact, but they only look at economic factors. So those economic factors, first of all, we have drop in demand according to the extract, drop in demand for sugarcane in the Southern Africa. So that means that is economic. There is no demand. Okay. Then you also look at aspects like loss of sales to sugar tax, loss of sales to sugar tax, loss of sales to sugar tax. Then you can talk about labor strikes. Those are all economic negative impact on sugarcane production. So labor strikes, that reduces the amount of workers that are going to be in the sugarcane production, and this result and lead to disinvestment. this investment from South Africa. So people want to invest in the country. 2.4. Refer to the map extract below about Maputo Corridor Spatial Development Initiative. This is the SDI. Here we go. This is Johannesburg. It shows you Middelburg, Secunda, ML, Swaziland, Maputo, whatever. You can interpret Tanzania. There are very many aspects here, countries. But there is Maputo. First of all, what do we need to note? Johannesburg is part of South Africa, which is here. Okay, Maputo is part of Mozambique. Let's look at the extract that is provided below. If you're driving by road from Johannesburg to Maputo, is 581 kilometers. If you're going by railway transport from Johannesburg to Maputo, is 590 kilometers. Okay, the first thing is the Maputo Corridor was launched as a Spatial Development Initiative, SDI, in 1996, as the governments of South Africa and Mozambique initially sought to rebuild their economies and restore trade and investment ties. Both governments agreed on enormous potential benefits of rehabilitating the key elements of this vital strategic transport corridor, which links the port of Maputo with Africa's most vibrant economic hub, the city of Johannesburg. This Spatial Development Initiative was the means chosen to maximize investment in the potential of the Maputo Corridor and fulfill the aims of sustainable economic and social development along its length and surrounding areas. Okay. So that is just supplementing the diagram above. First question, which country is linked to South Africa by Maputo Corridor Spatial Development Initiative? Obviously, the answer is anywhere here. Okay, Mozambique. So we say Mozambique. Okay. What was the initial aim of launching the Maputo Corridor? Initial aim of launching the Maputo Spatial Development Initiative, as stated in the extract. I think choose to maximize investments. Okay, so we can say here to rebuild. No, here it is written to rebuild their economies and restore the trade investment. So we shall say here it's one mark to rebuild their economies, and restore trade and investments. Restore trade and investments. Okay. Name one core industrial region that will benefit most from the Maputo Corridor. One core industrial region. Since they are talking about Johannesburg and all that, the only core industrial region is PWD, which is Pretoria, Witwatersrand, and Vereeniging. Pretoria, Witwatersrand, and Vereeniging. Okay, 2.44. How will the Maputo Spatial Development Initiative create business opportunities for underdeveloped communities along the corridor? How will the Maputo Corridor, that spatial initiative, create business opportunities? Okay, it will attract investors because there are well roads developed in terms of infrastructures, and if investors come in, they will help to develop the underdeveloped communities to its potential. So attract investors to come to the region or to the countries. Okay, that is one. Then it will also help to improve infrastructural development. Like roads, that are going to be built, like that corridor N4. When you look at is it N4 or N14? Yeah, sorry, N14. That is basically built linking those different areas. Okay, in 14. Then you can look at other aspects like it will effectively allow full utilization of the available resources, effectively contribute to full utilization of the available resources, available natural resources. So they will be basically used because of the road so that they can get out the effective use of those resources. Lastly, under this section is that in the paragraph of approximately 8 lines, it's a paragraph question now. Here, explain how upgrading of the different types of infrastructures positively impact on trade for the core industry region mentioned above. So if they upgrade the different types of infrastructures, say roads, schools, hospitals, and everything, how will it positively impact on trade for the core region? Okay, it will positively impact on trade in one way or the other. Number one, it will improve accessibility, easy. The area will be easily accessed. So if the roads are upgraded, infrastructure is well built, so the area will be easily accessed. Okay, that's number one. And therefore, due to this, efficiency and production will increase. Increase in production. So how will production increase? Production will increase because roads are upgraded, infrastructures are upgraded, and therefore this will have a positive impact on this region as production will increase in this region because people will be coming through and in and out. So it will also make it easier for investors. It will attract investors in the region because the region is clearly well accessed because of the different infrastructure that are built, and that will allow to improve investments. Okay, so we can also say that trade with other, or it will promote trade with other countries or regions will easily be promoted. Why? The area is well developed, production has increased, therefore people will easily use or trade with those areas, and that will improve development. It will boost tourism in the area. Boost tourism in the area. All those ones are benefits that you can write in a paragraph format. You'll excuse me for my handwriting, but I'll improve over time. 2.5. Refer to the cartoon and extract below, which is on informal trading in defense of South Africa's informal sector. Here is a cartoon. The police officer is coming to someone who is selling, maybe on the street. Then he's saying, "Do you have a permit?" The lady is replying, "No, I can't afford it." Obviously, it simply means she's not having a permit. A shadow economy. Some call the informal sector the shadow economy. They also complain about the lack of tax paid by the informal sector. So many of our vendors are trading without permits and are subject to regular raids by the city's law enforcement, during which their goods are seized and fines are issued. They claim that official employment data underestimates the informal sector is based on the assumption that many people who undertake activities in the informal sector are mistakenly counted as unemployed because there is no proper data, or the employment data that is given is underestimated. Okay, the vast majority of the informal operators, 73%, earn well below the income tax, and well below the income tax threshold of 79,000 per annum set by the South African Revenue Services. In addition, many informal sector workers, and particularly those in retail, pay VAT on their purchases. So what is a shadow economy? The contribution is not known. It means there's no proper data. We don't see their contribution generally. 2.5. Give the other name for the informal sector. Shadow economy. Shadow economy. Okay. Why does the trader in the cartoon not have a permit? Why does the trader in the cartoon not have a permit? Why do they not have a permit? She doesn't have a permit because, according to her in the extract, she says, no, I can't afford it. So if she can't afford, that's why she's not having. So the question is, why is she not having a permit? She's not having a permit because she can't afford it. Can't afford it. Okay. Quote one consequence from the extract for the trader who does not have a permit. Somewhere it is written that their goods are seized and fines are issued. So the question is saying, give one consequence from the extract for the trader. So these vendors are trading without permits and are subject to regular raids by the city's law enforcement, during which their goods are seized. So under that means besides the raids, goods are seized and fines are issued. Okay, goods are issued, is seized, and fines are issued. Okay, why are people in the informal sector mistakenly referred to as unemployed? Why do they mistakenly refer to them unemployed? So the claim is that official employment data underestimates the informal sector is based on the assumption that many people who undertake this activity in the informal sector are mistakenly counted as unemployed. So that means there's no proper data. Okay. Because the official employment data underestimates them. Why these people are unemployed? Official data underestimates them. Official employment data underestimates them. Estimates them. Okay, underestimates them. How does the economy benefit from the informal sector? How do they benefit? First of all, employment, creation of employment. So they benefit because they are employed. Creation of employment, that is one benefit. Besides that one benefit, these people also pay tax. They pay VAT. They pay VAT on their purchases. They pay VAT on their purchases. Okay. On top of that, you can have others selling of cheap goods to the people or making goods accessible to the people, etc. 2.5 suggest 3 incentives that the government can provide to regulate the informal sector. What can the government do? So we say building formal stores for the traders. So they should build stores for them where they can put them such that they can be regulated, or they can regulate this informal sector. Okay. So we have seen that in the cartoon somewhere there, she said she can't afford. That means it is expensive. So what can we say? The government can subsidize the permits. So let them put permits on raw costs so that everyone can easily have it, as they will be in position to access it. Okay. Then we can say, remember, there are not enough toilets for these people. What can they do? Build public toilets in the areas where the informal businesses are existing. Okay. Then you can also talk about the issue of encouraging, educate them, and encourage them to formalize their businesses. Maybe some of them do not know. Okay. Then you can also so that marks the end of our question 1 and 2. Unfortunately, I couldn't do this section B because I'm sorry for that, but I will let you know when I'm going to do the section of map work. Okay. Thank you so much. Have a blessed day.
Recording stopped.
So when the recording, I stopped it.
So let us look at industrial centralization and decentralization. Like we spoke earlier, decentralization of industries. This is when industries move away from the core regions to the other areas. So that is decentralization, meaning like we saw industries could cluster in one particular area because of the given factors. So to decentralize is like those industries now, they are dispersing away. For example, if I can illustrate it here, this could be a core area and we have a variety of industries in this particular point, meaning now this industry, they need to start to move away and they could locate to point B, move to point B, point C, point D, point E, point F, so X, W. So you could see, so by doing this, we refer to it as industries and businesses decentralizing or moving away from the core areas to other places. Industrial centralization. Now, with centralization, where industries move to one core area, they move to one core area. It's like they cluster in one region. So this could be a centralization. Because remember, with decentralization, they move away from the core areas. Then to centralize, like all industries now are moving to one given area. This is to centralize. All right, now we want to see the advantages and disadvantages, firstly, of industrial centralization. So reasons why decentralization must occur. They say there is uneven spread of financial resources and services in South Africa. So instead of industries clustering to one area, so it is emphasized that these industries need now to spread to various areas, and as well, job opportunities are not evenly spread within the country, because with industrial centralization, you find that jobs are only focused in particular areas and others are being left out. That is why if you come this other side for industrial decentralization, if industries are moving to such areas, choose the color here. If industries are now moving to such places, it means that there will be job distribution in so many places instead of jobs only focusing to this particular point here. Because with this one here, with centralization, we see jobs are focused in a particular area. But if we compare with decentralization, jobs are spreading to different areas. That is why, secondly, they said another reason for decentralization was to try to distribute jobs evenly within the country. So let us try to look at the advantages of centralization of industries and businesses. Like if industries are focused in one particular area, how is that an advantage? They say the first one, for major industries, areas are highly developed. So meaning because of centralization, there will be high development of industries. And secondly, there's a multiplier effect when similar industries are clustered, meaning a lot of goods are being produced, resulting into high demand and as well high expenditure. People are having more jobs, also increasing their incomes, which results into more demand for goods. Also, good infrastructure and communication is being promoted when industries are clustered in a particular area. So meaning that that area, they will develop better infrastructures and as well good labor market. So industries won't struggle to look for workers because they know if they're within a given area, many people would cluster in that particular place, resulting into high job creation. The disadvantages, rural areas and outlying areas remain underdeveloped because, like we mentioned, if industries are only focusing to this given area here, it means that the surrounding rural areas will be left underdeveloped. And they say housing shortage in core regions because of industries centralizing, time reaches and there is shortage of accommodation for the workers due to high population or due to high number of people that are clustering to that given area. Talk about rural towns decline because now there is no more active youth and as well no more active businesses. Most of the businesses are situated in the core areas, meaning that rural economies will drop. There are no customers, no businesses, which affects the economy, and high levels of pollution and environmental degradation in the core areas. So we know that the more the industries, the more the pollution, which will affect the environment negatively. Then, if you look at industrial decentralization, reasons for decentralization here, they say decentralization may be required by government to stimulate growth in outlying areas. Like we did mention here, when industries decentralize, it means it is going to as well develop these areas here than before, because before these industries, so these areas were underdeveloped. But because of decentralization, it will stimulate the economic growth of these outlying areas other than focusing in a particular place. Another reason, there will be depletion of resources, meaning in such areas, resources might be finished or might no longer be enough to accommodate the industries. That is why some industries try to move away to other areas which could have maybe more resources. And third, they need to reduce transport costs by going closer to the market. So that's why most industries have now decentralized to look for customers or to move close to the customers to avoid on the transport costs and the product no longer in demand. So some move away because they no longer have a lot of customers. What could be the effects of decentralization of industries? They say job losses may occur when companies close down where they left. Remember, now if companies are moving away from the core area, for example, at A, if they are moving away, it means they are closing, definitely moving to other places, meaning they say jobs in these areas are going to be lost. I think we saw this like for example during COVID, where most companies closed down, which resulted in too many people being jobless, and as well more employment opportunities where these companies relocate. If they move away from area A and relocate to area B, it means now will be more jobs for the local people in such areas. Outlying rural areas will benefit from improved infrastructures, which becomes now an advantage. So that is about industrial centralization and decentralization. Let's look at the tertiary economic sector, key concepts. Tertiary, which says involve the provision and distribution of services to the businesses and to the consumers. Like we saw with primary sector is about extraction of raw materials. Then we saw the secondary sector, processing of raw materials. Now, with tertiary sector, they say it involves the provision of services to the businesses and to the consumers. And as well, we could say provision of goods and services to the consumers. So this is with the tertiary sector. So there is provision of goods and services, meaning the primary sector, secondary sector, and tertiary sector, they are interlinked, meaning raw materials move from the primary to the industries, they are processed into goods, then goods are going to be taken to the tertiary sector, where they will be provided to the consumers. So that is why tertiary sector involves the provision of and distribution of services. And we spoke about the difference between a good and the services. We said the goods are tangible and services are intangible. The services. All right. Then we as well another concept, which is centralization, and we saw more about this, which means over concentration of activities in a few core industrial areas, meaning that industries are more clustered in PWV in Gauteng, Durban Pinetown, it is in KwaZulu-Natal, Port Elizabeth, and the Southwestern Cape. So there are more industries that have clustered in those four major areas. That is what we said regarding centralization, industries concentrating in a given few core areas. Then decentralization, where industries move to outlying areas which are underdeveloped. Like also we did show this could be a core areas. Now industries try to move out of these areas to the outlying areas. So centralization, industries are all moving to one core area. Then decentralization, industries, they move away from the core areas. Then trade, the exchange of goods for money. Like we saw, for example, if countries are dealing in export trade, they sell goods to other countries and in return they get money. In local trade, the exchange of goods and services within the country. Sometimes we can as well call it domestic trade, where we are selling goods within our boundaries or within the boundaries of the country. Then we look at international trade, which is the exchange of goods and services between two or more countries. So this includes examples, export and import trade, where exports, countries, they buy from other countries, and exports, countries sell to other countries. Balance of payment, the financial statement showing the value of a country's transaction with the rest of the world to show how much was, for example, South Africa received after selling to other countries, or how much it spent when it was buying from other countries. So that would be the balance of payment. And balance of trade, the difference in value between the visible and invisible imports or exports. Then exports, goods and services that are sold to foreign countries. Then favorable trade balance occurs when exports are greater than imports. Then we say it's favorable trade because we know the more you sell, the more money comes into the country, which makes it more favorable. But if you are buying more, that means you are spending a lot of money, and if you are selling less, so we shall say the country will be experiencing unfavorable. Unfavorable, this is when the imports are greater than the exports. But when it is favorable, this is when the exports are greater than the imports, meaning the country benefits more when it is selling to other countries, which means more money is coming to the country. Then foreign exchange, the money paid to South Africa by other countries, get dollars, pounds, etc. So meaning if South Africa, let's say, trades with countries in the USA to be earning dollars, or in UK, those especially pounds or euros, among others. Then imports, goods and services that are bought from foreign countries. If we give an example, for South Africa buying clothes from China, that will be import trade. Our next is informal sector. Like all along, we have been looking at the formal sector. And formal sector, as we know, these are registered businesses which contributes to the GDP and as well to the economy positively. If you look at the informal sector concept, it says the unregistered and the unregulated sector of the economy, meaning we're looking at businesses that are not registered by SARS and they don't contribute directly to the economy of the country. That is why we're going to say they are unregistered and unregulated, meaning their incomes, the costs, supplies are not regulated by the government. So they do things their own way. Now, let us try to look at the characteristics of the informal sector. What is it made of? They say operations are on a small scale, meaning most of the businesses that are under informal sector, they are on a smaller scale. For example, if you look at people, can say street vendors, hawkers, hairdressers. Yeah, most of these ones, their businesses are on a smaller or on a small scale, meaning they don't usually have businesses on large scales. Low costs are involved in starting a business. So, for example, if you're a street vendor or if you're a hawker, you don't need a lot of money to start the business. That's why we say low costs are involved, or you need less capital to start the business. Low use of technology, but labor intensive. They don't use much of technology, but then at times they inject a little bit of more capital, or meaning you need more workers in that particular field. No access to credit facilities from financial institutions. So this becomes a challenge to the informal businesses, whereby you don't have access to financial institutions such as loans, because of these financial institutions are scared to lend money to these informal businesses due to security reasons. So it becomes a disadvantage to the informal businesses, usually owned by families. So since they're on a smaller scale, you may find a family owning a small business. So it goes on like that. They do not pay any income, or they do not pay any income tax, like we mentioned. They're not registered by SALS, so they don't contribute positively to the GDP or to the economy. They are as a result of unemployment and poverty, meaning that most people are into informal businesses because they fail to get formal jobs, and also they're into poverty. So this forces them to start these small businesses as a way of surviving. Now we look at reasons for high informal sector in South Africa. Why are many businesses are into this informal sector? Or why do we have so many informal businesses in South Africa? Number one, they don't pay taxes. So because they know they're not contributing to SALS, because we know small businesses, they have to pay a percentage to SALS because of their businesses. But for informal businesses, that's why it is on a rise, because at the end, they're not being pressurized by the government to contribute to SALS. They form as a result of unemployment. So meaning that many people in South Africa don't have jobs. Therefore, they go into informal businesses as a way to start up something, as to survive. So employees don't contribute to pension or UIF funds or medical aid. So it is another reason why there's a high rise of these small businesses, because whatever they earn goes straight to their pockets without any other contributions such as UIF or medical aids. They form due to poverty. As we know, many people are unemployed, are living in poverty, food insecure. Therefore, they go for such informal businesses or activities to reduce on their levels of poverty. So drop in the economy, as well resulted in high rise of informal businesses in South Africa, meaning that the economy is no longer able to support growth. Therefore, people have resorted in starting their own ways of surviving by coming up with informal businesses. Others, they lack formal skills. That is why they engage into these informal businesses, because majority of them do not require formal skills. Because we know, if you look at formal skills like medicine, law, engineering, where you need to go formal training to acquire skills. However, informal businesses such as street vendors, hawkers, hairdressers, they don't need too much of the formal skills to operate such businesses. That is why there is a high rise in such. Second, another factor or reason, it is cheap and easy to start, meaning it is not that complicated as compared to the formal businesses, because we know formal businesses, there are a lot of things that need to be worked on, such as compliance with the municipality laws, etc., which makes it a bit expensive and not easy to start. Therefore, with informal businesses, most people engage in them because it is easy and cheap to start. Mechanization in farming causes many people to lose their jobs, because we know mechanization, where tractors or machines are replacing people, meaning majority do no longer have jobs, which means they have to find other means of surviving. That is why they resort into starting their own businesses. And another reason, formal businesses subcontracting for businesses that they can evade taxes. So another reason, and immigrants who do not have work permits as well resort into these businesses to survive, because with formal businesses, like we mentioned before, it will require them to have a variety or to be compliant with the immigration laws. All right. Now look at challenges facing South Africa's informal sector, where they say one, lack of support from the local government. So in this case, the informal business do not get support from the local government. This could be as a result of not them being registered or not known. It's like they're in the shadow kind of market. Therefore, they don't get support from the local government to boost them or to improve on their capital, which at the end becomes a challenge. Secondly, another challenge, irregular and low income, meaning this month you may be selling your magwinyas and you end up getting, let's say, 600 rands per week. Then next week it becomes a challenge and you sell the fat cooks and maybe you get 200 rands. So there's no stability in the income. That's why we say the income is irregular and low. Then limited access to financial assistance, like we mentioned earlier. So this becomes a challenge because majority of informal traders won't have access to financial assistance such as loans. Because we know these financial assistance requirements, they'll ask for securities, So because these businesses are not registered, so the financial lenders are scared to offer loans to such. Lack of education. Majority of these informal traders don't have education, meaning they don't have required skills like to boost their businesses, and the lack of storage facilities, like we mentioned, They move from one place to another. So they don't have permanent storage facilities where they could keep their items or goods to be in good conditions. Yeah, these are some of, as well, we can mention about the weather conditions. E.g., at times could be rain, coldness, and heat. It is too hot. So also this becomes another challenge. And as well, could say they are harassed by municipality, which becomes another challenge among other challenges. All right. The importance or the role of the informal sector in the economy. One, provided critical or much needed employment for the poverty-stricken. So like we said, because of the informal businesses, many people are able to employ themselves or start up something, which at the end will reduce on their poverty levels, improve the quality of life, because we know at least they are able to earn an income, meaning they're able to afford some of their basic needs, meaning they'll be able to improve on their life, reduces crime among us, the unemployed, because we know one of the major causes of crime is unemployment, where people don't have jobs, then they resort to crimes such as robbery, hijacking, etc. Therefore, if there are these informal businesses where people can start on their own, it means it reduces on the levels of crime within the country and contributes the country's economy, whereby people are being employed, earn income, etc. And informal traders support formal trading, where they get goods from the formal sector, because we know people like nowadays I see a lot of people selling chicken livers, chicken feet by the roads, meaning that at the end they are buying that from those formal shops. Even hairdressers, they buy from formal shops and at the end sell them as informal businesses. So it somehow they are supporting the formal businesses of more trading, encourages entrepreneurship amongst communities. As we know, this is people are able to start their own businesses. So those are some of the importance of the informal sector. Then we look at the strategies for strengthening the informal sector, because we know despite not being unregistered and regulated by the government, but now they need to be strengthened, because we have seen one of the importance of this informal sector, creating jobs, reducing poverty, reducing crime, etc. So meaning that sector as well has to be strengthened. In which way? One, the government can provide storage facilities and support services to ensure that the items or the goods of the informal traders are kept well and in good health. And as well, education in entrepreneurial skills and training, like to offer more programs to ensure that the informal traders also acquire more skills or acquire more business skills so as to improve on their businesses. Provide financial support to the informal assessment, because we saw the challenge that they faced. They never had access to financial support such as loans. So if a government is able to come up with a strategy on how best to support these informal traders, this will boost their income and as well improve on their informal businesses. Allocation of a site and services for informal sector, because one challenge they faced was they didn't have permanent working premises, meaning that at the end they will be working all over in the sun the whole day, in the rain, the coldness. If the government is able to allocate a site where they could do their activities, that will be a boost, because that means they will be stationed in a particular place where customers will as well develop confidence in their in these informal traders. Registration of the informal sector, I think this could be another boost. If they are registered, that means they as well will be able to get more support from the municipality or from the local government, and partnership must be created between the informal traders and the formal businesses. So those are some of the strategies that can be implemented to support the informal.
The learners are going to be close. Communal ownership of land. That means if the land is owned communally, everyone can have a share and can stay where they want. So I'm looking at the possible options here, and I'm looking at B2B, the possible option. Because when I look at communal ownership of land, everyone is allowed to settle on that land. That means they can be on that land in that communal setting. So I'm looking at the best option to be water source, which is abundance. Okay. Then we go to the next question that says, an advantages of rural nucleated settlement. Advantage of rural nucleated settlement is which one? Advantages of rural nucleated settlement, looking at C as the best option. A dash is the location of the settlement in relation to the surroundings area, and I'm looking at D as the best option. Okay. A dry point settlement is located far away from the water source because water is scarce. No. Far away, far from water because water is a threat. I'm looking at that to be our best option. Okay, because it's not near water. So the two near water, I look at them as not the right options. 1.6. The sketch below refers to that shaped settlement. Which one is that? You can see it's a crossroad. It's a settlement cross. So you can see the option is what? It's C. So they say the circular shape, it's the shape of a settlement below. The key is indicating that these are buildings here. This is a lake, it's a road. Okay. So if these settlements are in this circular shape, which ones? What influences the circular shape is a lake. Do you have a lake here? Yes. Go to 1.18. The following physical features, physical factors determine the site. Physical. First of all, let us take out what is not physical. Accessibility of the road is out because it is not physical. This at the market is out because it's not physical. Which one do we have physical? Reef is physical, fertile soil is physical. So we have, which options do we have? 4 and 3. So 4 and 3 is D. Okay. Go to the next question. Choose the word or the term to refer to answer this one. So their answers are here. The process whereby increasing percentage of country's population is concentrated in urban area automatically is Y. Okay. Increase in the number of people living in urban areas. It can't be red because that is the pace, but increase is going to be population growth. Okay. Look at the next option, 1.23. 1.23, the process whereby people move from urban areas, we're looking at urban, into the surrounding rural area. Therefore, the best option for that is counter urbanization. Okay. Increase in the actual physical size, actual physical size of the urban area is urban expansion. Okay, unplanned spread of urban area, urban spiral. Okay, decrease in the number of people living in rural area. Is it rural urban migration or rural depopulation? Let's check out. Automatically, it's depopulation. Okay. Then arrangement of a settlements in an area from the smallest is hierarchy, which is Y. So therefore, here we have Y. Okay. So here we have Y, Z, Z, Y, Y, Z, and Y. Then you have a text here that we need to read before you proceed. It says South Africa fresh approach to land reform. South Africa currently faces a problem as a process of land reform has advanced too slowly and much of the land that has been transferred has become economically inactive. Conflicting or different views cause South Africans to have questions about land reforms. What is the future of the land reform in South Africa? Can the process be accelerated? Will it produce equal outcomes? Those interests will be served. Okay. At South Africa's Agriculture Congress, a panel discussion on the future of the land reform agreed that when it comes to successful land reform, intense negotiations and compromises are necessary. Okay, unnecessary. Unnecessary. Sorry, in South Africa. Conflicting or different views cause South Africans to have questions about land reforms. What is the future of the land reform in South Africa? Can the process be accelerated? Will it produce equal outcomes? Whose interests will be served? At South Africa's agriculture, at a South African Agriculture Congress, a panel discussion on the future of the land reform agreed that when it comes to successful land reform, intense negotiations and compromises are necessary. This is in keeping with the three pillars of land reforms, namely redistribution, tenure, and reinstitution. Land reinstitution provides a challenge as funding needs to be allocated to compensate dispossessed communities for land previously lost. Well-managed land reform can create assets for the poor, stabilize relationships, and promote development. On the other hand, if it is poorly managed, it destroys assets, causing poverty and communities to be weakened. Okay? It weakens the economy. So poorly managed, they are showing you here in this picture that if it's purely managed, you can see people are dispossessed of their land. The land is lost, it's grabbed. Okay, everyone is grabbing the land. Then here, if it's well managed, people are well settled, economic activities will take place, settlements will be taking place, and so on and so forth. Okay. The first question is, what is land reform? When I look at land reform here, how do I define it? Okay, land reform is going to be defined as land reform will be defined as sorry, my pen is acting up. Land reform will be defined as revising land policy technology is acting up. All right, sorry, my pen is acting up, but I'll try to sort it out immediately. So what do we say? It's a revising of land policies. Revising of landing policies. Revising of land policies. So that is going to be the land reforms. Revising of land policies. Okay. Revising of the land policies. So we come here. The next question says, according to the extract, what is the benefit of well-managed land reform? According to the extract. So we go back to the extract and we check the benefits. What is the benefit? Somewhere when you read the land reforms here, they're telling you that well-managed land reform can create assets for poor, stabilizes relationships, and promote development. So the answer comes from here. So this is where we get our answer for this question. Okay, then we proceed. Why is land restitution considered to be a challenge? Why is it considered to be a challenge? We check there and see why is it considered to be a challenge. How is it a challenge? We go back here. Land restitution, it is indicated somewhere here that this is keeping with the pillar of the reforms, namely these three pillars, and then they said land restitution provides a challenge as funding needs to be allocated to compensate. It's a challenge because funds are not readily available to compensate, because funds need to be allocated or funds need to be available. So it becomes a challenge because the funds need to be available, but in most cases it be available. Okay, we got the next one. Which is B now. B saying, how does this B here illustrate the successful land restitution? How is it illustrating? You can see here agreement has been reached. So when you check A, you can see that there is grabbing of land, things are flying away, people are dispossessed of their land, their property is now thrown away. But here, where there is agreement, you can see that settlements are well established. So that means, how does B illustrate successful process? Because settlements are well established, farming and other activities are going on well on the land, infrastructures are also well developed on the land, which signifies that really it has been a success, than here where you see things are flying away. because there is grabbing of land. People are dispossessed, the farm is disrupted, but here it's well established because a decision has been reached. Okay. We go to 1.34. Which factors caused the process of land reform to advance too slowly? Which factor? Why is it advancing too slowly? Which factors? So we need to check on the factors from the extract, or we can think of some others that might not be there. But when you check, you'll find out the factors that have caused it to be advancing slowly is the fact that conflicting views about the land reforms. So it is very slow because, number one, there is still conflicting views. There are still conflicting views about the land reforms. People are not sure if really it will benefit them or not. So such a factor has caused it to be too slow because of conflicts. Number two is having different interests. People have got different interests to be served. I think when you even check the extract here somewhere, it says that will the people, those interests, will they be served? In other words, there are different interests. Others are thinking that it might not work. Others are thinking that the future land reform in South Africa will change. So the different views, because different views are existing, it retards the process or it slows down the process. Then you also still look at that there is still a very big gap between the poor, between the owners of the land and those ones that are being or want to buy the land. So we look at the fact that there is different views. We look at the fact that it's conflicts. We also look at the fact that there is still a gap between the current owners of the land and those ones who are willing to buy. In other words, there's still a gap between the black and the white people. Okay. 1.35. Explain the social benefit of the well-managed land reforms. Social. The question is looking at social benefits. So if you talk about social, what do we talk about? It helps to reduce poverty. Poverty will be reduced. Remember here we write it in a sentence. Poverty will be reduced. That's the first social benefit. Number two, it will stabilize relationships. Stabilize relationships. It will stabilize relationships. Okay, maybe you can also look at people's standards of living will also improve, but since it is 2 max times 2, poverty will be alleviated or reduced, stabilizing relationships and also improving. So if poverty is reduced, automatically the standards of living will be improved. Okay, we got the second question or another question that talks about the question. We have it here, which says that it refers to the infograph below of a central business district of Johannesburg, okay, as a land use. So we come here, the graph here is indicating from low to high. This is the land value, and A, which we said is the CBD, B is the transition zone. You can see the profile of the urban area going outwards, and they're showing you that the land value here in B is in A is high, in B it's still high but not reaching B, and so on and so forth. As you go outwards, the land value declines. Okay, then there is a text here that says the CBD Johannesburg has experienced a decline in economic investment over the past 20 years. This has been due to the problems such as crimes, inefficient public transport, decay, decrease in accessibility. These factors have forced businesses to relocate to outlying business districts, giving rise to commercial decentralization. In spite of this, the land value remains high in the CBD. The transition zone is generally dilapidated, but maintains high land value. Okay, we go to it is indicated these are the structures of the CBD of Johannesburg as it is indicated in the text there in the infograph. State 2 characteristics of Johannesburg CBD. What do you see here? The buildings are too tall. Okay, the height of the building is very high in the CBD. Okay, number 2, you also look at the building density. Okay, the building density, the buildings are so close to each other. All right, it's only 2 times 1, so you need to give those 2 facts. Okay, which of the land use has the highest value as indicated in the graph? Which one has the highest value? Obviously, the graph here is indicating that A has got the highest value. And when you look at A is what? Is a CBD. So the CBD has got the highest land value. How does the land value in that answer above influence the building density? Automatically, if the land value is high, the buildings are going to, every past business person would like to put where the land value is high or to develop the land value. So meaning that where the land value is high, the business, many businesses are attracted. And if very many businesses are attracted, it simply means we are going to have more buildings. So the building density is going to be high where the land value is high. So here, building density is going to be high where the land value is high. Okay. We go to the next one. Why is the transition zone generally dilapidated despite the high land value? We look at exactly what is happening in the CBD. The CBD has got these problems of crimes, public transport, hard to access, and so on, which means that gives a chance for people to extend to the transition zone, which results its land value to also increase. So why is it generally having a high land value? Why? Because the city or the CBD has got a lot of problems that results into people leaving the CBD going to the transition zone, and reaching the transition zone, it increases its land value. So the land value is high because the land value is still high and the buildings are dilapidated because of the increasing population that are transiting towards that region. Number 1. Number 2, we also look at the fact that the transition zone is accessible. Okay, it's a bit accessible, or the pressure that is put to the CBD has resulted into people leaving the CBD going to the, which means that increase in the population has resulted into generally the buildings to be dilapidated, yet the land value is still high. Okay, we proceed to the next one. 0.45. Why is the outlying business district attractive for the relocation of businesses? Why? So the outlying business districts, because it is far away from the CBD, so that means there is enough space. There is enough space for the expansion. That is the first one. Enough space for expansion. Enough space for expansion. Okay, so enough space for expansion in the outlying business district, which attracts businesses because there is space for them to expand their businesses. Then you also look at them, besides that, they will have enough space for parking, enough parking space, meaning that clients or customers, parking space, clients or customers that are coming to those businesses will have where to park and do their shopping, which attracts businessmen to do their businesses in such areas. Okay. We also look at most of these outlying business districts are close to residential area. What does that mean? That residential areas will give market or provide market for the goods. So it becomes the slash hold for the businesses, and therefore it will attract more and more businesses to be question is about the informal settlement. Here is saying that the recent flooding in the eThekwini and the surrounding areas has claimed hundreds of lives. Families were displaced from their informal settlement, worsening the housing problems many already face. Rapid urbanization and government failure to deliver sufficient formal housing are among the driving forces behind the increased number of informal settlements. So the unavailability of the suitable land for housing is due to limited progress made with regards to the land policies. This in turn is slowing down the ability of the local governments to provide sufficient housing in areas that are not prone to disasters like flooding. The result is that a quarter of South Africa's urban population is living in informal settlements built wherever people find open space that are prone to disasters. They lack basic amenities and infrastructure, such as proper roads and stormwater drainage system. Many informal settlements are situated near water sources and low-lying areas, so which increase flooding risks. Okay. We got the question. What is informal settlement? Informal settlements, these are settlements or built-up areas that are unplanned, 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 and houses are not compliant with the current planning and building regulations. Unplanned built-up areas or settlements where the buildings are uncompliant to the current planning and building regulations. Current planning and building regulations. Okay, current planning and building regulations. Okay, the next one is quote a reason from the extract for the increase in the number of informal settlements in eThekwini. Why are they increasing number of informal settlements in eThekwini? Then we come here. The first quote you're going to have is rapid urbanization. The next quote is going to be that the government are failure to deliver sufficient formal houses. Okay, so the two reasons that we can have is rapid urbanization, okay, and the government failure to provide formal housings. Okay. The next one is why informal settlement in eThekwini is at risk of flooding. It is at risk of flooding because number one, it is situated close to water sources. And in low-lying areas. It is situated close to water sources and in low-lying areas that can be flooded at any time. The next question is 1.5. How would the lack of proper roads negatively impact the emergency services to reach the formal settlements in times of disasters like flooding? Now, we look at these areas not having infrastructures, proper roads, and so on. That means such areas are hard to reach. Areas for informal settlement become hard to reach or they become inaccessible. So at times of disasters, it will be difficult for them to reach those people that have been affected, which really will result into negatively affecting the informal businesses. So because they lack proper roads, it means it will be hard to reach, or they will be inaccessible for them to do or to prevent them from being affected. The last one is a paragraph question in this context. The paragraph question is saying, in a paragraph of 8 lines, suggest the measures to prevent flooding-related disasters flooding related. So the question is looking for the way we can prevent flooding related disasters in such areas. How can we do that? We can do that by number one, suggest measures to prevent flooding related. So the first way is by relocating people, to other areas that are free from flooding. Okay, we can also look at encouraging people to avoid settling close to water sources, and also in the low-lying areas that can be flooded. Then by the government accelerating the building of formal houses, You can also look at others like by building or by encouraging, by educating masses about the disaster of building in low-lying areas. Okay, we can also use embankments. If they have built their houses, they should put larger or big embankments to prevent flooding to their houses. Such cases can solve the problem. Okay. We can proceed to the next question. We refer to this diagram here, to this table here. We have utilities runs in millions. Here is the gross domestic product for 2020. Here is the gross domestic product for 2021. You can see that there is a slight improvement there. Utilities, this was in 2020, so this column here is for 2020, this column here is for 2021. Okay, so you need to analyze them and get to see some of the possible questions. So we are moving ahead to question 2. The dash of the countries refers to the total value of goods and services produced by permanent inhabitants. We're looking at those people that are permanent inhabitants. Those people that stay in the country, what do they do? That means I look at this one, and permanent inhabitants become the citizens, and therefore they are the nationals of the country. So the answer is A. Okay, South Africa's gross domestic product enables 2, is it employment? Not really. Economies of other countries. It enables to compare. So the South Africa's GDP, it helps to compare economies of other countries. Does it enable to compare the economies of other countries? So the South Africa's gross domestic product enables one to compare to other economies. Yes, it can also be standards of living, to compare the standards of living. Not really. Important exports, not really. Basically, they all look similar, but to me, I would choose B. economies of other countries. There's also employment. So you compare your country's GDP so that you can look at how you performing in relation to other countries. So your performance will determine. That's what I look at, and that's what I see. The primary activity that contributes most to the GDP, according to the diagram, which one contributes most? They are saying primary activity. Is this primary? No, that is not. Agriculture is primary. Service primary? Not. So there are two primaries that we have here, agriculture and mining. So we go here. Agriculture here is 127,114. Then mining and 200. So the only answer that suits there is mining. So we look at mining as the best option. Okay, so the answer there is D. All right. The tertiary economic activity that contributes most to the South Africa's GDP, we're looking at tertiary now. That means you're looking at service. There's a service here. There's utility, which is also a service. Public administration is a service. Transport is a service. But which one contributes most? Okay, which one contributes most to South Africa's GDP? So we come here, we look at those services. This one is 10, this one 3,342, this one is 1 million. So when you look at those public administration is that 300, which one has the biggest number? So we look at service as the best option. Okay, construction is an example of which activity? Is it primary, secondary, tertiary, or quaternary? Obviously this is a secondary activity. The economic activity that showed the decrease from 2020 to 2021, we're looking at economic activity that showed decrease from 2020 to 2021. Let's see. 2020 to 2021, 2.16. We go back here. Which one contributes more? Which one showed decrease from 2020 to 2021? Those activities. Yeah. So the options that are given here: utilities, service, construction, or it's agriculture. Let's check here. You can see agriculture from this to this. This one is not there. This one is there. But which one works? So when you look at that, I look at agriculture to be the best option here. Okay. The economic activity that contributed most to this most to the secondary. So let us see which one is secondary here. Is this secondary? No. Is this secondary? No. That means we are similar with A and C. Construction and manufacturing. Which one contributes most? Automatically it's manufacturing. You go back to the table and you will see construction and manufacturing. Which one contributes? This is 500. This is no, wait. Which secondary? So we have construction and manufacturing. Construction is this. Which one contributed most? Let's check. Which one contributed most in 2021? Most in 2021. So we check here. 2021. It's this column. So which one contributed most? This is 114. This is 50506. So which one contributed most of the manufacturing and construction? Automatically it's manufacturing. So the answer, sorry, there is manufacturing. Okay, it's not, yeah, it's manufacturing. Okay? Yes. 1.82 statements below are true with respect of the sector contribution to South Africa's economy. primary sector contributes least, secondary sector contributes least. This is wrong, obvious. Primary sector contributes most. This is wrong. So the both option, primary sector contributes most. Obviously, this is true, and this is true. So 1 and 4. So the answer is B. So B becomes the best option. Go the next one. Match the columns. Okay, match each type of industry to the diagram. Okay, they're saying that located close to customers, automatically that is market. So here is market, because of the perishable goods they are located.
Good day, dear learners. So today we'll be looking at preparatory exam, geography paper 2, concerning rural and urban settlements and economic geography. So question 1, talks about various options are provided as possible answers to the following questions. Choose the correct answer and write only the letter A to D next to the question numbers. Okay. So 1.1.1, they say the main commercial zone of an urban area is the, of course, that has to be the CBD, which is the central business district. Okay, that's where most of the business activities are taking place. Question 1.1.2 says the land use zone is characterized by the most pollution. 1.1.2, the land use zone is characterized by the most pollution. That has to be the industrial zone, because there are a lot of industries there that have to be producing too much pollution. 1.1.3, the land use, the Dutch land use is unattractive with high land values. That has to be the zone of transition, which as well we know called zone of decay or the twilight zone. So in that zone, despite the building running down, being unattractive, but it is still very expensive, because it is the future expansion of the CBD. 1.1.4, the land value in this land use zone is the cheapest. The cheapest, that has to be the rural urban fringes. For that side, there are not so many activities to make it, or land is not on high demand. So that is why it will be more cheaper. 1.1.5, the land use zone that has the highest building density. Of course, that has to be the central business district, where land is on high demand, which does result into the buildings to be built very tall to accommodate the so many functions in the CBD. All right. 1.1.6, a commercial zone situated in the suburbs is known as, that will be the outlying business district situated in the outskirts or in the suburbs. That will be the outlying business district. And 1.1.7, the land use zone where most people live, that will be, of course, the residential zone, because people live in residential areas, which could be the high income, middle income, and low income residential areas. 1.1.8, airports are usually situated in this land use zone. So that has to be the rural urban fringe. A reason being that the urban fringes land is cheap, so they can buy bigger space, and as well, more spaces are available to accommodate the airports or the landing strip. All right, that is for question 1.1. Question 1.2, choose a term from column B that matches a description in column A. 1.2.1, a settlement found in an area where water is scarce. Where water is scarce, that will be a wet point settlement. Wet point settlement. Okay. 1.2.2, unifunctional settlements. Unifunctional settlements, that will be urban settlements, which is A. So this, we said, is supposed to be H, which is the wet point. Then unifunctional, it's going to be A. Because urban settlements, there are various functional activities which could be secondary, tertiary, and quaternary. And when they say, I didn't explain one on anyway, let's go to 1.2.3. Settlements and buildings that are located far apart from each other, that will be F, because they form a dispersed pattern. The actual ground that a settlement occupies, that will be B, which is the site. 1.2.5, settlements that are located close to each other, that will be C, which is nucleated. Multifunctional settlements. Oh, I think made a mistake here. Multifunctional settlements are supposed to be A. There are many function activities. Then unifunction, what the uni means, one function, which is supposed to be G. Supposed to be G, which is a rural settlement. So about that, because unifunctional, and multi means many. So many, including secondary, tertiary, and quaternary. Then uni includes only one, which is primary. That is why we say to be G, then to be A. 1 to 7, a relationship between a settlement and its surroundings, that is a situation, which is E. Which is E. Okay. Let's proceed to question 1.3. It says, refer to the infographic on South Africa's rural trends from 2009 to 2020 and answer the questions that follow. Okay, so happy they're showing us rural population 2009. I think it has been the rural population. Let's see, this is population. So it has been increasing from 2009, 2010. You can see it is increasing up to 2015, 2016. In 2017, it declined to 2020. Okay. About ghost towns here, and other factors that are given there. Then 1.3.1, they say, define rural depopulation. And as we know, this one refers to the decrease in number or decrease in rural population, or decrease the number of people that live in rural areas. Then 1.3.2, give evidence from the population graph that rural population is a reality in South Africa. Give evidence. that from the graph that the population is a reality in South Africa. Let's go. Road the population. So we can see so 13.2, the evidence from the graph. Okay, so you can see 2009 up to 2016, the population was increasing, but then 2017 going to 2020, the road population started to decrease. See, so give evidence that road population is a reality. And you're going to say that from 2017 to 2020, from 2017 to 2020, the population was declining. Okay, so describe the impact of rural population on the economy of rural areas. The impact of when the number of people drop in the rural areas, how does that affect on the economy? As well, if you check on our infograph here, there are some evidences. I think let's try this on our blank page. That's a question 1.33. We could see closing, shops are closing down. Shops are closing down. So that is an impact. What else? Shops are closing down. Don't see evidence of people. Could say ghost towns. Due to many businesses running away. I think as well say poverty will increase due to loss of jobs. Lack of enough labor force, since many are running to cities where they can get better jobs. Also, would say local revenue drops due to fewer businesses. High rate of unemployment. high rate of unemployment. Okay. Let's go to question 1.3.4. In a paragraph, make suggestions to the local government on how to reduce the trend of rural population and explain the impact it will have on the rural economy as indicated in the infograph. Okay. Okay. So make suggestions to the local government on how to reduce the trend that was rural population and explain the impact it will have on the rural economy as indicated in the infograph. That's question 1.3.4. I think the government should improve on infrastructures to attract more businesses. Also create more jobs, by establishing industries offer tax incentives to local businesses such as tax holidays. Improve on the services in the rural areas. Attract tourists in the rural areas. By improving the tourist attractions, among other factors. So just to go through them, government should improve on infrastructure such as roads, hospitals, electricity. Now, this will attract more businesses in those areas, which will prevent people from moving away to cities. Also, by introducing or creating more industries in the rural areas, this will create more jobs, which will prevent people to run away from rural areas to cities. Offer tax incentives to local businesses such as tax holidays. So it means that some businesses might be given days where they cannot pay their taxes to SARS. That this could as well enable them to to have more capital to improve on their businesses and improve on the services in the rural areas such as water, electricity, transport, etc. Attract tourists in the rural areas by improving on the tourist attraction. So this as well will improve on the tourist department or tourist attractions, which generates a lot of money to people in such places. We can as well say introduce more recreational activities, introduce more and better recreational activities in rural areas. Okay. So that's for question 1.3. 1.4, they said, refer to the case study on the growth of South African urban settlements below and answer the questions that follow. So question 1.4.1 says define urbanization. As well, we know it refers urbanization. This is most of the country's population is in cities. So it means that here most of the country's population is now residing in cities, or posted in cities. So give one factor from the case study which indicates why people prefer to live in urban areas. So they say in 1990, 50% of South Africans lived in urban settlements, but a mere 30 years later, more than 60% of South Africans' population lives in cities and towns. The population density within the nation has risen, reaching 46 inhabitants per square kilometer, meaning more people are sharing less space. Many opportunities for work and leisure can be found. I think it's one of the reasons about many opportunities for work and leisure can be found. About urban settlements as well create improve the health, education, activity. Okay. So they say give one factor. We saw about many opportunities which are jobs. So you could say many job opportunities. Many job opportunities as well. Improve the health, education. Improve the health and education. Improve the health, education, and as well leisure. Health, education, leisure. So all these have attracted people to live in urban areas. 1.4.3, according to the case study, rapid urbanization degrades environmental and health conditions. Describe how rapid urbanization results in the degradation of environmental and health conditions. Okay, sorry about that. It's a blank page. So that is question 1.4.3, correct? Let's not do it here. 1.4.3. So let's do this once again. According to the case study, rapid urbanization degrades environmental and health conditions. Describe how rapid urbanization results in degradation of environmental and health conditions. Start with environmental and see. Rapid urbanization, right? So I could say Remember, when they say rapid urbanization, it's the same as like more and people coming to live in cities. So how is this going to affect the environment? So you could say high population results into high pollution of rivers, air, and land. Right? As well as say rapid urbanization causes many buildings resulting into heat island. So rapid urbanization results into many cars producing too much greenhouse gases, which affect the environment. So that is part of environment. Let's look at the part of the health. About the health, so rapid urbanization could result into high spread of contaminated such as cholera, as we saw in Hamascaral, cholera, COVID-19, etc. It says COVID-19, etc. It also causes stress among people as a result of high temperatures. So among other factors. So just to recap through these points, 1, 4, 3, high population results into high pollution of rivers, because we know when there are so many people like in Johannesburg, this has affected Jeskai rivers, whereby most people are now end up polluting into the river, affecting its quality as well. Point to rapid urbanization causes many buildings resulting into heat islands, because we know the high density of buildings contributes to buildings generating more artificial heat, which results into the temperatures to rise in those particular areas. And as well, number 3, urbanization results in too many cars producing too much greenhouse gases, which affect the environment. Because we know the more cars on the road as a result of urbanization, the more greenhouse gases are being generated. And this contributes to global warming, urban islands, and as well pollution domes, among others. Then on the part of the health, we could mention rapid urbanization could result into high spread of contaminated diseases such as cholera, COVID-19, etc. It also causes stress among people as a result of high temperatures. We could as well mention about diseases such as heat stroke, common in such areas. All right. 1.4.5 1.4.4 explain why the case study refers to Gauteng as the province with the biggest and fastest growing population in South Africa. Okay. So we need to give reason why Gauteng as a province with the biggest and fastest growing population. What is making it so, despite it being the smallest province, but it has the biggest and fastest growing population? So that's what the question wants us to answer. Why is Gauteng the fastest and the biggest growing province? What is causing that? Right. It is 1.4.4. So you could say that Gauteng is strategically accessible by people from other provinces. Okay, can as well say that Gauteng is the economic hub of South Africa. This is where most of the businesses are happening. Gauteng, can as well say Gauteng has well and better infrastructures which attracts many people, among others. Okay. 1.4.5 evaluate the effect of urbanization on the provision of services in Gauteng. How is urbanization going to affect on the provision of services in Gauteng? Say 1. Services will be under pressure to meet the demands of the growing population. To meet the demands of the growing population. Oh, okay. Excuse me. High population will put strain on Gauteng's budget. There will be shortage of service delivery such as water, electricity, education, and health departments. Will be put on much strain, among other factors. So, the effect of urbanization on the provision of services in Gauteng, like I said, the first point, services will be under pressure to meet the demands of the growing population. Because remember, people keep on coming. They keep on coming from different places to Gauteng, and yet these people maybe they were not accommodated for. So it will put more strain on the budget as well. Then number 3, there will be shortage of service delivery, which will be water, electricity, because now let's say they budgeted for 20 million, then due to urbanization, you may find that the million goes up to 40, you see. So there will be shortage to accommodate for each and every one. There will be strain on education and health departments because many school-going children or learners are coming from different provinces to Gauteng, and as well going to the Gauteng hospitals. So this is still much strain on the Gauteng government. All right. Question 1.5. For the following infographic on poverty in South Africa, and answer the questions that follow. You can see poverty is easy. It's easy to see, but less to define or to measure across a city, a province, or a country. Many measures of poverty are based on money, a person's lives on less than a certain threshold of income. They are considered to be living in poverty. All right. So they are showing the degree of poverty in South Africa per province. As you can see, 43, 41, 42, 44. All right. Then at the bottom, they show us the informal settlement. Okay. So question 1.5.1, identify the province in the infographic with the highest poverty rate in South Africa. The province with the highest poverty rate. For this case, I think we are seeing Gauteng as the highest percentage, is 44.1. Yeah, I think that's to be Gauteng, is 44.1. account for the higher poverty rate in the province identified in question 1.5.1. I think this could be due to the fact that not everyone will find job there. Not everyone will find employment in Gauteng. Let's check if there's something in the infograph. Not really, not really. Okay. However, we could as well talk about things, for example, on question 1.5.1b, high rate of urbanization, versus available jobs. And still, we could as well say lower wages, but some are being paid less money. Okay. For question 1.5.2, they say, give two examples which indicate that people in the photo image of the infographic are living in poverty, People in the photo or image of the infographic are living in poverty. Let's see. What should those people are living in poverty? I think you can see there are no proper services. Look, so you could say no proper services. No proper services. Poor houses. Poor houses. No proper roads. Because we still give what we see. There are no proper roads. The houses are poor, as you can see. There are no services. We don't see evidence of electricity. We don't see electric poles. Houses are built of iron sheets. See, as well say houses built of iron sheets, etc. Question 1.5.3, explain how unemployment contributes to poverty in urban areas. Okay, I think we're gonna go to our blank page to see how unemployment contributes to. Okay, let's check 153. So the question says how unemployment contributes to poverty, right? So it means without jobs, you cannot get income. Without jobs, cannot afford better housing. So I can say, so the question once again, how unemployment contributes to poverty. So I could say unemployed people cannot afford to feed themselves. See, so unemployment results into people not affording basic needs. And necessities. So you see, all this does result being caused as a result of unemployment, among others. Okay, 1.5.4 suggest ways in which the local government responsible for the area in the image above can decrease poverty. So how can the local government decrease poverty in this area? This is for question 1.5.4. 1.5.4, we can introduce let's say introduce to teach people business skills, start their own businesses. The local government can as well offer loans, form of capital, the government can improve service in such areas also pattern them with established businesses to gain skills and knowledge offer them food parcels so as to reduce on their social problems. And also talk about introduce alcohols. Offer them capital and trading facilities, among others. So by doing so, it will assist in helping people in that area that is being pictured above. Okay. Let's go to question 2.1, which is about the economic geography of South Africa. 2.1.1, they say, a sugar farmer employs laborers to harvest sugar cane. Since this last year, the focus was about sugar cane. So this year, I think the focus is going to change. We won't be doing sugarcane for 2023. However, let's try to go through the question. They say, give one term to describe each of the following economic activities in the sugar industry by choosing a term from the list below. A sugar farmer employs laborers to harvest sugarcane. A sugar farmer employs laborers. That will fall under primary sector. So that will be primary sector. Sugarcane is transported by truck to sugar factory. That is a service which fall under tertiary sector. 2.1.3, sugar is manufactured at a refinery. That is an industry which is secondary sector because they are processing sugar canes into sugar, which is a secondary sector. 2.1.4, an advertising agency is used to design the logo for the packaging of the sugar. An advertising agency is to design a logo. That is a service which as well falls under tertiary sector, offering a service to design. Falls under tertiary sector. 2.1.5, 2.1.5, sales representatives market the sugar at a retail store. That is as well a service. Cost to market, just doing a service which falls under tertiary sector. 2.1.6, the sugar is exported to other countries. So the sugar is exported to other countries. Export other countries. I think that falls under tertiary sector, which is a service as well. For 216, that is a tertiary sector. Customers buy sugar online. That is as well a tertiary sector. Preparation of farmland to plant sugar cane. to prepare. That's a service as well, which falls under tertiary. Okay. This year we're not going to do Dube, so we'll leave out that question for Dube. As well, we shall leave out the one of some of the questions are under this. Then we shall do for the security. Okay, let's go back. For question 2.2.1 is 2.2 says refer to the infographic on the gold and choose the appropriate in brackets to make the sentence true. Write down only the question numbers 2.2.1 to 2.2.7 and make the correct answer in the answer book. Okay. So the same mining is the largest contributor to the primary sector. That's correct. So know that mining does contribute more compared to farming. The total value of goods and services produced in a country in 1 year is known as, that is GDP. 2.2.3, the Witwatersrand Basin is located in, is in Gauteng, as we know, it's called PWV. 2.2.4, gold mining companies employs unskilled and skilled labor, employ both skilled and unskilled. 2.2.5, the low thermal gradient of South Africa's rock layers, the low thermal reduces the mining costs. It's going to be increases the mining costs. Anglo Gold Kumba combined produced Anglo Kumba combined. Okay, let's see. Six, 5, 6. Anglo. Let's go back to this question here. Someone else add another thought: preparation, farming. I think this has to be primary here, since we are dealing with the with farming. Then, so the presenters marked the sugar at retail. The sugar and the agency is to design. I think 214. Does it fall under particular sector? Okay, so this would be quaternary sector. Okay. Quaternary sector. All right. So we're going to leave question 2.3 because for 2023 we are not going to do Dube. Then we move to good day. we'll be looking at secondary sector today, which includes dealing with industries and all that. So firstly, we need to understand what is the secondary sector, and for this case, we could define secondary sector as a sector where or which involves industries, say involves industries that process raw materials into finished goods. So basically, that's what we can say about the secondary sector. It deals with industries which involves various activities of processing raw materials which are being extracted from the primary sector so as to make finished goods. So we're going to look at the different concepts regarding the secondary sector, so which includes the following with the heavy industry, and as well the word industry could as well link to the meaning of the secondary sector, because we are looking at various industries which are able to process raw materials into finished goods. So heavy industry, as it shows here, these are industries that process a large volume. See, so the concept is large volume of raw materials and usually produce large products. Now, these are the concepts which categorize or which differentiate a heavy industry, meaning they deal with bulk or large or heavy raw materials, and as well other concepts could be they produce a lot of pollution, which could be noise or air pollution. So that is with the heavy industry. Then secondly, the second one is the light industry. And the light industry, we say, this industry that produce or use less raw materials to produce small products. So as well, if we compare the two, a heavy industry, they deal with a large volume of raw materials, whereas the light industry, they deal or they use less or lighter raw materials to produce their goods. And as you can see as well here, another concept with light industry, we say they produce smaller or small products, but with large industries, they produce large products. All right. Then down we have the raw material oriented industries, and we say industries. These are industries that are located close to the source of raw materials. So the concept here is close or near to the raw materials. So this will be the raw material oriented industry. If you can illustrate this on a diagram, let's use this blank page, meaning, for example, this could be a plantation. This could be a plantation. Let's call it sugarcane plantation or a sugarcane farm or a plantation. Right. So just close to this sugarcane farm or plantation, then we can have an industry, or we can call it a sugar mill. So this could be the industry for sugar. So you can see trying to show smoke coming out of this area. So meaning this is a sugar mill which gets its raw materials from the sugar farm. Of course, for this case, it will require sugar canes to be able to process or to manufacture sugar. Sugar. So you can see the proximity of this industry. It is just so close to this plantation, or it is near to the plantation, which means that we're going to refer to this industry as a raw material oriented, given the fact that it is situated or it is located close to the source of raw materials. All right. So that's about the raw material oriented. Then we go to the other one, which is market oriented. And they say industries that must be located close to the market in order to reduce transport costs. Anyway, let us first go back to the raw materials. Why are they located close to the raw materials? So you could write here why located close or near to raw materials. Okay. And among the factors or the reason, they use bulky or heavy. They use bulky or heavy raw materials. So that's why they need to be close to the source of raw materials, so that they avoid the transport costs. And as well, could say it could be expensive. It could be expensive to transport the raw materials to the industry. So that is why they locate or they are built close or near to the source of raw materials to avoid transport costs. Okay. If we go back to the market oriented, so we were saying, as you all know, market, this one we are dealing, or we are looking at customers, market. So industries that must be located close to the market in order to reduce transport costs. So those are what we refer to as market-oriented industries. If you can as well illustrate it here, market-oriented. Market-oriented industries. So we say these industries are located close to market or customers. Then the question could be why are they situated or located close to customers? Firstly, these industries, they deal in perishable products, perishable goods or products that need to be bought immediately. Because we know if goods are perishable, it means these goods do not last long. Do not last long. Those are perishable. Do not last long. For example, talk about the dairy products. Dairy products, such as cheese, milk, which have to be bought immediately so that they don't get spoiled. And as well, we can also say it could be expensive. It could be expensive to transport goods to market. So what they do is to locate close to the customers to avoid their goods getting spoiled, and as well avoiding losses, or to avoid paying a lot of money in transporting goods from industries to the market. So it is best when they locate close to the customers or to the clients or to the market, so that their goods could be easily bought immediately. So that's about with the market-oriented industries. To proceed down, we have the footloose industry. As you can see the word loose. Loose means you are not in one place. It means you are all over. That is loose, meaning all over the place. So we say the location of the industry does not depend on the raw material or market. Now, we saw that raw material, they are influenced by the raw materials, meaning they can only be situated or located where we have the market, so where we have the raw materials, and market-oriented can only be located close to customers. However, if you look at the footloose industry, this kind of industry is not influenced by market or raw materials, meaning their location does not depend on the market or raw materials, which means at the end, wherever they'll be situated or located, they'll have access to market, or their goods or products will be bought. I can give an example of software companies, because the software companies, as we know, they are not tied to a particular place, meaning at the end, we're going to buy their services without even knowing where they are situated or where they are located. Because if I am to upgrade the software of my laptop, I don't need to go the software tech in USA. Instead, I can do it at my house, at my work, so meaning their location does not depend on where the customers are located or where the market or where the raw materials are situated. So that is why they we say their location does not depend on raw materials, neither market. Then we have the ubiquitous industries. They say the industry can be located anywhere because raw material is evenly distributed. Actually, we can as well say raw material and market. Raw material and market are evenly distributed. So we can replace is with are, because now there are many. So remove is, and we say these are in this industry can be located anywhere because raw material and market are evenly distributed. That is the ubiquitous industries. What does that mean? So it means that raw materials are all over the place. All customers are all over the place. If we give an example, let's say in South Africa, we have companies like Rain, MTN, Vodacom, who are found almost in every town or city or rural area. So it means they don't worry about looking for customers, meaning customers are all over the place. So that is why even these industries, we can say they can be found anywhere because they know market and raw materials are distributed. Next, we're going to look at the break of bulk industry, and it says they process raw materials before they are passed to other industry. Or we could as well say these industries that are located or found between raw materials and market. Let us try to illustrate this on our blank page. Break of bulk industry. Call it break of bulk. It's clear. Break of bulk. Term they call it a bridge. A bridge industry. Okay, let's check again. Break of bulk industry. As well call it a bridge industry. So we can as well say industry situated or located between market and raw materials. Okay, for this case, we could say, of course, all of us know the importance of a bridge. A bridge is to enable or to connect one point to another point. Let's assume this is point A, and this is point B. But as you can see, there is a gap between point A and point B. Therefore, for you to be able to access point A to point B, there must be something that will enable you to connect from point A to point B. Otherwise, if there's nothing, it means you want to be able to manage to move from point A to point B. So for this case, let us refer to point A as our raw materials. Raw materials. In bracket, we can say maize. So this is a maize farm here at point A. So maize farm. Then point B, we have market or customers. Market or customers, meaning that there must be something to link the raw materials at point A to the market at point B. But as we all know, customers here, they will need goods. Because in most cases, customers don't need raw materials because they don't have machines to process those raw materials into what they want. Therefore, at this gap, we are going to put our industry. So you can see our industry will act as a link between the raw materials and the market, meaning raw materials are gotten from the farm to the industry. This is our industry. Then when this raw material, that is maize, is being brought to the industry, it means they can use this maize to manufacture a lot of goods, which could be brewery. A brewery industry, of course, will need maize in processing its products. Now, in the brewery industry, they make beer. Then beer is being taken from this point to market. See. Now, this shows you that the industry is found in the middle. That's why we can refer to it as a bridge, because it is linking point A to point B. This is where processing will take place. Then after processing, the goods are then transferred to the market. And in the market, they can be used or consumed by the customers or the clients. So that's how we could as well try to understand a break of bulk or a bridge industry. The other way, when they say break of bulk, they're trying to mean that this is where the heaviness of raw materials are being broken down into lighter quantities, so that in the industry, that's why the moment they leave the industry, they have now been made a bit lighter. All right, so that is with the break of bulk industries. Okay, then there's other concept, which is gross domestic product. As we know, this is the total value of goods and services produced within the country. That's why they use the word domestic, means it is being the profits or the contribution is within the boundaries of the country. The infrastructures, the system of communication links and services. For example, roads, because we know roads are able to assist in linking, for example, goods from industries to markets, raw materials from farms to the industry. That's why they say system of communication links and services. Then semi-skilled worker who does routine tasks, someone who is not skilled or trained to do a specialized work. And a skilled worker who has a specific set of skills or specialized knowledge that has usually been obtained through formal training. Like as learners, when you go to primarily, you acquire skills. Secondly, you acquire skills. Varsity, you acquire skills. And at the end, you graduate into a specialized field. And they can as well refer to you as a doctor, a lawyer, or the given other fields. So that is why we say such will be referred to as skilled workers. Okay. So now, like we mentioned, the various or the different types of industries. As you can see, we have the heavy industries, and we said heavy industries, they deal with heavy raw materials. We have the raw material oriented industries. These are close to the source of raw materials. Light industries, they deal with light or less raw materials. The market oriented, these industries are built close or near to market. The footloose, so these industries, their location is not influenced by market or raw material. The ubiquitous, say these industries are found everywhere. They are everywhere due to evenly or equal distribution of raw materials and market. And the bridge, these industries are found between raw materials and market. So that's how we can try to differentiate those various types of industries. Then down here, you can see more about these industries, heavy industries. Like we mentioned, they produce bulk goods. Bulk the same as being heavy. Bulk goods, they locate on the outskirts of the city or of the town. So we cannot have heavy industries, for example, within the city or close to the city, because we know they produce a lot of air and noise pollution. And as well, they need a large piece of land, which is more available in the city outskirts. And of course, land is much more cheaper in the city outskirts. That's why we say that such located in those areas. Examples: steel which is ISCAL, or car production, BWSA. So that is about the heavy industries. Then light industry, they produce smaller products. As we know, they deal in light raw materials. So meaning even their products are not that heavy or bulk. And they are close to the CBD. In most cases, we could say that transition zones. That's where you can as well find these light industries. And why are they close to the CBD, or why are they found in the zone of transition? Then we could say because they produce very less, or no pollution at all. That is why most of the light industries could be situated close to the CBD, where these other business activities are taking place. And as well, they require, or they use less raw materials. We can as well say where they stood close to the CBD, they produce less smells, they require less piece of land. So examples could include panel beating companies. For the case of Pretoria, we can talk about Pretoria West, where there are a lot of these panel beating. The textiles, same as clothes, manufacturing, furniture, electronics, and home appliances. So these are categories of light industries. So that's the difference between the heavy industries and light industries. Okay, let's proceed to the next. We have the raw material oriented industries and the market oriented industries. What's the difference between raw material and market oriented industries? The difference. Okay, raw material oriented, you can see it is located close to the source of raw materials, because it is expensive to transport the raw materials, like we mentioned earlier, including wood mill, fruit canning, or sugar mills. So these industries, they deal with bulk raw materials. So that is why they are located or situated close to the source of raw materials. So you can see in the diagram, you can see there is a lot of wood here. See, and this is the machine. So which means that you don't have to incur lots of costs to transport wood, let's say from the forest to the industry, meaning these machines have to be set or built close to where wood is going to be cut from, making costs a bit less. Then the market oriented, like we said, market oriented, these are situated close to the customers. So we say here, it is located close to the market, as it is expensive to transport the products to the market. So it won't be viable for you to build the industry very far from customers, meaning at the end, you're going to put in a lot of costs to enable you to transport goods from the industry to the market. That is why the market-oriented industries are going to be situated next to the customers to reduce on the costs which would have been incurred if the industry was located very far away. Then they say the products may also be perishable, like we mentioned. Perishable means they don't last long and they have to be consumed immediately. So such industries need to locate or need to be built close to the customers. All right, so the mentioned examples are the dairy products, home industries, among others. Then, if you look at the footloose and ubiquitous industries, we say footloose, highly skilled people work in this industry. Actually, we can as well refer to the footloose as a service-oriented industry. Why service? Because we know service, these are intangible products. So they deal in those intangible products that we cannot touch. You see, for example, software, research. We don't touch this like software, because we did mention earlier that if you might want to upgrade the software of your laptop, your phone, or whichever gadget, you know. So it means you do not have to travel far to get these services. Sorry about the noise in the background. This is the challenge of working within the city. So noise is among the factors which makes businesses a challenge. All right, so that is the footloose industry. So services, well, no services, these are, can write it down here, these are intangible. So the footloose, these are industries like we mentioned, their location is not influenced by market or by customers. So they can be situated or located anywhere because they know at the end their services will be utilized by the customers. An example is the software. All of us are using different electronic devices like phones or laptops, in most cases, which need to always be updated. Then design and research institutions also are part of the footloose. In ubiquitous, we say these industries are evenly distributed, found almost in every part of the country, including the city, towns, rural areas. So they say industries can be found anywhere or everywhere. Why? Because they know that their services or goods will be utilized by the customers. A good example is a cell phone company. That's why you can see we have telecom almost in every town, MTN, Vodacom, South Sea. They are found almost in every corner of the country. All right. Then we go to the break of bulk industry. Well, last time also we said can as well be referred to as a bridge industry. And they say, okay, yeah, it's written down here. Bridge or break of bulk industry is a heavy industry. Please take note of this. In most cases, these are heavy industries, which means they get raw materials from the farms or from the mining area or from the primary sector to the industry. Like we mentioned earlier, check again. Industries are taken, sorry, the raw materials are gotten from this part, taken to the industry, they process or manufacture them into goods, and then they are taken to the market to be sold. So that's how we define the break of bulk or the bridge industry. All right, we proceed. We look at factors favoring industrial development in South Africa. Of course, they try to use this mind map to make it much more easier. About there is labor supply, political intervention, government coming in, water supply, workers, competition, electricity, raw materials, transport, and competition. So these are the factors in brief. However, we can try to explain each factor. How do they favor or how have they promoted industrial development in South Africa? So we spoke about the raw materials. So meaning industries cannot exist without raw materials. So they need raw materials to survive. And these raw materials are gotten from the primary sector. It is the reason why the primary sector and the secondary sector move hand in hand. So we can say we have the primary sector. The primary sector, it results into the secondary sector. In the secondary sector as well, the tertiary sector. Because we know raw materials are gotten from the primary sector to the secondary sector where we have industries, and industries will manufacture these raw materials into goods, and the goods will be taken to the tertiary sector to be consumed by the client. Therefore, we say because of abundance, because of a lot or a variety of raw materials, this has promoted industrial development in South Africa. We give examples here for that there's a good fish industry in the west coast of South Africa, meaning they have access to a lot of fish from the ocean at the west coast. A variety of raw material that can be used for food processing, fruits. So you can see, we can see there's a variety of raw materials. In particular, we could say these raw materials are gotten from agriculture, fishing, and as well mining. Because we saw with mining that we need platinum to make a variety of products, for example, jewelry, etc. So that's why we say raw materials, they play a crucial role in industrial or in promoting the growth and development of industries. Then secondly, we have availability of labor, which we usually refer to as workers. Now, these workers have been categorized as skilled and unskilled. So you can see that because of abundance, or there's a variety, or there's a lot of people that are willing to work in the industrial sector, this has reduced the challenge of inadequate labor or inadequate workers, which as well promoted industrial development, and as well availability of water, because we know water used for processing raw materials and cooling of machines in industries. When they say processing, that is to turn, right, raw materials. This could be making turning oranges into orange juice, you see, sugar canes to sugar. Of course, they will need water somewhere, among other products. So because they say there are water transfer schemes that add the availability of water in areas which have shortages. Like we know, South Africa is able to transfer water from the highlands of Lesotho, which is being used, or which is supplementing areas with a shortage of water. Then talk about energy supply. This is, like we mentioned, this is electricity, and we know that machines cannot operate on their own, so they will need energy to make them run or to make them able to operate. Therefore, we say many industries are close to the source of power to reduce the cost of energy, because we know we have a lot of power stations in Mpumalanga, Gauteng, So because of that, it has well promoted industrial development in South Africa. Then another point about transport. Of course, we know with transport, we can talk about the roads, the rails, the water, which is the harbors. Let's check here. Let's talk about the harbors. Air transport is called the air transport here. You see, so mainly we have those major transport modes which have promoted industrial development. So it means when transport is well improved, it will be able, like here they say, there's a good rail network that connects the market to the harbor for export of goods, meaning industries are not worried. Industries are not worried of accessing market because they know there is a plenty of rail line or the rail network, harbors, there is as well the roads and airports, which will enable them to access various markets. So because of well improved transport network, this has facilitated the development of industries in South Africa. Then they talk about political intervention. Here you can mention about the government coming in with policies such as the IDZ and the SDIs. So the aim of this was as well to promote industrial development in areas that had been disadvantaged because of apartheid. So we shall see more about the IDZ and the SDIs, how they have promoted industrial development. But in brief, IDZ refers to industrial development zones which have been set aside for the purposes of industrial development. So these areas are not for residential, are not for tourism, are not for other activities, but they are purposely set aside to attract investors to build industries in such areas. That is why as well they have improved on the SDIs. The SDIs, this will deal with transport, improve transport to link the IDZs to the various markets. So that is a government policy as well to which has promoted industrial development. Then we have competition, which says local competition, which promotes the improvement of the quality of goods that are produced. So as well, this is another factor which has promoted industrial development, meaning locally made products are of good quality to be able to go abroad, overseas markets and compete with those products that are produced that other side, which has promoted industrial development in the country. And the harbors, we promote trade by creating a route for export goods. As well, this has promoted industrial development. All right. So those are mainly the factors that have facilitated development of industries in South Africa. As well, we can look at factors which have hindered, but to hinder the same as prevent the success. Prevent success or growth. So factors hindering industrial development in South Africa, like we mentioned, hindering is the same as to prevent the success or to prevent the growth. So that's what hindrance is all about, which factors have slowed down the progress of industrial development in South Africa. So among the factors, as you can see, we have the mention about labor supply, political interference, water supply, competition and trade, energy, then raw materials, air pollution, and as well over concentration. All right, so let's try to look at each of these factors in details. Firstly, The challenging factor they mention about is over concentration. So let us try to look at the factors in more details below. Firstly, we can look at over concentration, which means which refers to so many industries that are situated in a particular area. Now, how is this a hindrance factor? What they say, when many industries are concentrated in an urban area, it creates a challenge of lack of space. So which means that due to over concentration of industries in particular areas, for the case of PWV in Gauteng, you find that other areas are left without industries, and yet in particular areas they are just congesting in that, which means there will be no space, and as well there will be a challenge to some of the other factors. So that is why we say, due to too much strain in a particular area, it will hinder development or growth of those various industries. Another factor, it is transport. How is transport a challenge? They say road construction, it is very expensive to construct good or better roads, and as well it becomes costly for companies to export goods. Now, which becomes a challenge. For example, if goods are going to be transported from Gauteng all the way to Durban Harbor, then from Durban they are being exported to other countries. So you can see there is a lot of costs that are being involved from the production point or plant to the market, which becomes a challenge. And as well, they talk about rail lines not being sufficient, meaning they are not enough to accommodate all the activities due to cable theft, So all this, it makes the rail line not to be sufficient enough to accommodate the demanding of industries and the huge distances to the markets. Now, all these are under transport, which have resulted in the slow progress of industries. Then we move to another factor, which is pollution. They say industries cause a lot of noise and air pollution. Now, because of too much noise and air pollution, this has resulted into strict regulation on these industries. You can say strict regulations. See, okay, strict regulations, which at times now are going to scare away investors, So because of the effects caused by noise and air pollution, this as well has been a hindrance factor to industrial growth and development. Another factor, so that is air pollution. Then another factor is labor supply. And they say in some cases, workers are not enough. That is why they say there is shortage of skilled labor. Those that are experts or experienced technicians, they are not enough in the country, which becomes now a challenge to various industries. And as well, labor disputes such as strikes, which decreases production in companies. So remember, whenever production decreases, it as well reduces the companies or the profits of an industry. So which as well slows down production, and lack of funding for skills development has not improved the shortage of skilled labor force. So we can look at labor